By the summer of 1941, Adolf Hitler appeared to stand at the zenith of his power. To the world, he seemed one of those rare historical figures whose ambitions unfolded with astonishing ease. In 1936, he reoccupied the Rhineland without firing a shot. 2 years later, he annexed Austria and a large part of Czechoslovakia. When the inevitable conflict finally erupted in 1939, Germany, under his leadership, crushed Poland in mere weeks. The ensuing period of relative calm, dubbed the Phony War, gave way in the spring of 1940 to the swift collapse of Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. By the summer of 1941, German forces had also secured the Balkans. Virtually all of Europe, from Spain to the Soviet frontier, lay under Hitler's iron grip. Yet how did this seemingly invincible ruler lose everything and end his life by suicide in a Berlin bunker? Let us examine some of the most critical miscalculations that sealed Hitler's fate in the Second World War. At the heart of Hitler's downfall lay his uncompromising and rigid political ideology. As Clausewitz famously observed, war is merely the continuation of politics by other means. But for Hitler, this principle took an extreme form. He viewed the Second World War not only as rightful redress for Germany's defeat in the First World War, but also as the vehicle through which the German people would fulfill their supposed racial destiny, the eradication of both Jews and communism, which he believed to be merely a manifestation of Jewish influence. In an unpublished sequel to Mein Kampf, Hitler repeatedly referred to communism as Jewish Bolshevism and described the Soviet Union as Jewish Bolshevik Russia. Given these convictions, it is unsurprising that the Soviet Union had accepted the 1939 non-aggression pact with Stalin only as a temporary expedient to secure victory in the West and avoid a two-front war like the one that had doomed Germany in 1914 to 1918. Yet his ultimate geopolitical aim remained the destruction and conquest of the Soviet Union. To Hitler, the USSR represented not just the epicenter of Jewish Bolshevism, but also vast, fertile territory ideally suited for German colonization once Jews and communists had been eliminated. This was the doctrine of Lebensraum, living space, the belief that ethnic Germans must displace the Slavic populations of Eastern Europe and Russia. As the German population grew, Hitler reasoned, it would require more land, and he intended to seize it by force. The concept of Lebensraum originated in 1901 with the writings of German geographer Friedrich Ratzel. Ratzel argued that every nation must be self-sufficient in resources and territory to defend itself effectively against external threats. Influenced by Darwin's theory of natural selection, Ratzel and his followers believed nations were locked in perpetual struggle for survival, and only the fittest would expand and thrive. For ethnic Germans, the lands of Eastern Europe were thus a biological necessity. The idea gained traction during the First World War, when Germany temporarily occupied large swaths of the East and established a military administration known as Ober-Ost. The indigenous peoples under Ober-Ost were treated as a reservoir of land and resources, while German culture was forcibly imposed upon them, a policy termed Kulturmission, cultural mission. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in early 1918 granted Germany vast territories far beyond Ober-Ost's original scope. But Germany's defeat later that year shattered these ambitions. Hitler never forgot this experience. He remained convinced that Germany's future Meta-Pause 6 2.0. Thus, rather than consolidating his gains at the height of his power, he deemed it imperative to invade the Soviet Union. For deeply ideological and historical reasons, he believed Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union could not coexist. One had to perish. This conviction led to his greatest strategic blunder, though far from his only one. The manner in which Hitler planned and executed Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, proved equally disastrous. He achieved total surprise when, on 22 June 1941, German artillery opened fire on unsuspecting Soviet troops. Yet, the timing itself was a critical error. Originally scheduled for May, the invasion was delayed until late June because Hitler had to intervene in the Balkans after his ally Benito Mussolini suffered humiliating defeats. Although the Balkan campaign succeeded, it cost him a precious month, a delay that would prove decisive. Initially, Barbarossa appeared a stunning success. German forces demonstrated their mastery of mobile warfare, encircling hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers in massive pockets. For a time, it seemed Hitler's vision of a lightning campaign across the vast Soviet plains might succeed as brilliantly as it had in Western Europe. Yet here, Hitler committed what may have been his most significant operational mistake. Instead of pressing forward toward Moscow, a drive that was advancing rapidly, he ordered the splitting of Army Group Center. He diverted key forces to reinforce Army Groups North and South, which were advancing toward Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, and Ukraine, respectively. On 21 August, he issued a directive prioritizing the capture of the Crimean Peninsula and Ukraine, economically vital regions, over the advance on the Soviet capital. His generals vehemently opposed the Meta-Pause, Sex 2.0. Though German troops continued to win battles, these were tactical victories that masked a strategic failure. When Hitler finally resumed the drive on Moscow in early October, he had already lost a crucial month. By early December, German units stood just 12 miles from the city. A reconnaissance patrol even reached within 5 miles. But this marked the high water mark of the German advance. On December 5th, the Soviets launched a massive counteroffensive that drove the overstretched and undersupplied German forces back 150 miles from the capital and industrial heartland of the USSR. By failing to take Moscow when he had the chance, Hitler ensured he would never do so, and that the Soviet Union would remain in the war. He ruthlessly dismissed any general who dared suggest tactical retreat during this critical phase. Others, fearing dismissal or worse, ceased to challenge his decisions, no matter how irrational. Consequently, Hitler assumed ever greater personal control over the German military, making himself responsible for an expanding array of operational choices. This centralization of command was another fatal error, one whose consequences became starkly evident the following year. Although the German army suffered its first major defeat in late 1941, it was far from exhausted by early one. With his declaration of war against the United States in December 1941, Hitler now faced the very scenario that had destroyed Imperial Germany, a two-front war. Victory over the Soviet Union thus became more urgent than ever. Yet, instead of renewing a full-scale assault on Moscow, Hitler again fixated on the southern front. His new objective was to seize the oil fields of the Caucasus. Once more, he launched his offensive relatively late in the campaign season, stretching his supply lines to the breaking point. He also deemed it essential to capture Stalingrad. Given the city's name, both Hitler and Stalin imbued it with outsized political symbolism. Perhaps as a psychological coping mechanism, Hitler convinced himself that Soviet forces were exhausted, a belief that proved another costly delusion. By November 1942, the German Sixth Army had seized most of Stalingrad. But then, the Soviets launched Operation Uranus, aiming to encircle the city. When General Friedrich Paulus requested permission to withdraw and save his army, Hitler refused, insisting the troops must stand and fight for every inch of ground. The result was the encirclement of 300,000 German soldiers. A relief attempt led by Field Marshal Erich von Manstein failed. He had only a small strike force of about 50,000 men. And area resupply, promised by Luftwaffe Chief Hermann Göring, proved impossible. Meanwhile, without Hitler's authorization, Paulus refused to break out and link up with Manstein. In February 1943, the entire Sixth Army surrendered. Stalingrad became the turning point of the war. Germany lost some of its finest soldiers and officers, irreplaceable losses. The Wehrmacht could no longer mount strategic offensives on the Eastern Front, a reality confirmed later that year during the Battle of Kursk, when Operation Citadel collapsed in failure. By invading the Soviet Union out of ideological obsession, Hitler had jeopardized the vast empire he had built. His failure to destroy the USSR when he had the chance guaranteed a slow but inexorable decline from the pinnacle of power. Yet Hitler's errors extended far beyond the Eastern Front. By mid-1943, the United States and Britain had expelled Nazi forces from North Africa and launched an invasion of Europe via Sicily, advancing up the Italian peninsula. This shift in momentum forced Hitler to divert resources westward, ending any hope of winning the war before. By late 1943, it was clear the Allies planned to breach the Atlantic Wall, a chain of fortifications stretching from Norway to the Spanish border, and strike at the heart of Nazi-occupied Europe. In Führer Directive No. 51, Hitler explained his reasoning: while the vast expanses of the East allowed Germany to absorb territorial losses without existential risk, the Western Front was different. A successful Allied breakthrough there would bring catastrophic and rapid consequences. All signs pointed to an imminent invasion, no later than spring, possibly sooner. Therefore, further weakening the Western defenses for the sake of other theaters was unacceptable. Reinforcements were ordered, especially in areas deemed critical for launching long-range attacks against Britain, precisely where Hitler believed the decisive battle would unfold. By this stage, despite worsening military realities, Hitler's confidence in his own military genius had only grown. He continued to centralize command, a tendency that inadvertently aided Allied deception efforts. The command structure of German forces in the West was paradoxically fragmented. Not all armored units answered to the theater commander, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt. Some belonged to Panzergroup West, led by General Leo Geier von Schweppenburg, who, though nominally subordinate to Rundstedt, also reported directly to Hitler. Thus, any deployment of the Fiat Panzer divisions required Hitler's personal approval. The Allies understood that if they could deceive Hitler about the true invasion site, half their battle would be won. The confused command structure on the Western Front only reinforced this strategy. Long before D-Day, Hitler's indecision over panzer deployment, stemming from his insistence on Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, tasked with strengthening the Atlantic Wall, argued that armored divisions must be positioned near the beaches to annihilate Allied troops as they landed. Rundstedt disagreed, favoring a more flexible reserve strategy. When Rommel bypassed Rundstedt and appealed directly to Hitler, the Führer, unwilling to choose, attempted to please both. Rommel received 3 panzer divisions, 4 remained under Panzer Group West, and 3 were assigned to Army Group G, south of the Loire, also under Rundstedt's nominal command. As a result, on D-Day, Germany's best mobile forces were disastrously dispersed, with some stationed far from the invasion zone in a sector of negligible strategic importance. This was not Hitler's only blunder during the Normandy campaign. Allied deception operations, most notably Operation Fortitude, exploited the very logic outlined in Hitler's Directive Number 51. Since only a few locations offered viable conditions for a large-scale amphibious landing, the Allies focused their deception on convincing Hitler that the main invasion would come at the Pas de Calais, not Normandy. And Hitler, blinded by ideology and overconfidence, fell for it. The Allies' plan was to convince Hitler that the invasion would target Calais, the closest point across the English Channel. To reinforce this illusion, they created a fictitious formation, the 1st United States Army Group, FUSAG, which was to be commanded by General George S. Patton, widely regarded as one of the Allies' finest field commanders. The most famous element of this deception involved inflatable tanks, trucks, artillery pieces, and other military equipment visible to German aerial reconnaissance. But this was only the beginning. Carefully orchestrated fake radio transmissions were broadcast, counterfeit documents were prepared, and troops were permitted to troop movements were meticulously choreographed to suggest that Calais was the true objective. To further bolster the ruse, by this time, nearly all Nazi spies in Britain had been captured and turned into double agents under the Double Cross program. The most remarkable of these agents was Juan Pujol Garcia, a Spanish citizen codenamed Garbo. Unlike others, Garcia had originally intended to spy against Nazi Germany. After the British initially rejected his offer, he contacted the Germans, only to later reveal himself voluntarily and become a double agent for British intelligence. Garcia fabricated an entire network of 27 sub-agents, each equipped with highly detailed, plausible backstories. Through scrupulous attention to such details, and others, he and his imaginary network flooded the German high command with intelligence they believed credible, even when it was technically accurate, as it was often rendered useless by timing or context. This modus operandi dated back to 1942, when Garcia provided the Germans with just enough truthful details about Operation Torch landings to establish his credibility. The success of the D-Day landings on June 6th was only the first step toward breaching the Atlantic Wall and liberating Western Europe from Nazi control. Once ashore, the Allies needed to convince Hitler that the Normandy landings were merely a diversion, and that the real invasion was still to come at Calais. It was critical to prevent the Nazis from committing their full strength, especially their panzer divisions, to Normandy. Otherwise, the invasion might be driven back into the sea. On June 5th, Garcia sent his German handlers a warning that an urgent message would follow in the early hours of June 6th. He intended to report detailed intelligence confirming an imminent assault on Calais. But the radio operator This lapse allowed Garcia to relay more accurate information about the Normandy landings than the Allies had originally planned, though, as usual, it arrived too late for the Germans to act effectively. Garcia further cemented his credibility by expressing indignation. "I cannot accept excuses or negligence. Were it not for my ideals, I would abandon this work." Then, on June 9th, he informed the German High Command that the true invasion was still pending at Calais, backing his claim with forged documents that purported to reveal the elaborate structure of the FUSAG-led invasion plan under Patton. For Hitler, who had long believed Calais was the most likely invasion site, these reports were especially persuasive, as they appeared to validate his own military judgment. Field Marshal von Rundstedt was equally deceived. As a result, only a handful of tanks were deployed against the Allies during the critical early phase of Operation Overlord. On 29 July, nearly 2 months after D-Day, Hitler awarded Garcia the Iron Cross for his exceptional service to Germany. Even in August, numerous German forces, including 2 panzer divisions and 19 infantry divisions, remained stationed at Calais, awaiting an invasion that would never come. By then, it was far too late for the Nazis to push the Allies back into the Channel. Hitler's unwarranted self-confidence as a military leader and the chaotic command structure that reflected it cost him the chance to prevent the Allies from breaking through the Atlantic Wall and opening a 2-front war. Ironically, Hitler had been right about one thing. His earlier warning in Führer Directive No. 51 had come true. Yet his last gamble, the Battle of the Bulge in December and January, ended in failure. Less than a year after D-Day, Hitler shot himself in his Berlin bunker as Soviet forces, whose invasion he had so confidently dismissed, closed in on his position. This trait may even drive their initial quest for power. Once in control, however, megalomania tends to intensify. In Hitler's case, the combination of an already unstable personality, a grandiose millenarian ideology, and absolute dictatorial authority created the perfect conditions for self-destructive decisions made without informed criticism. Competent subordinates feared speaking up, lest they be dismissed, or worse. Adolf Hitler was far from the only dictator, before or since, to exhibit this pattern of behavior. But he remains the most infamous, not only for the war and genocide he unleashed, but also for the catastrophic strategic blunders he made in waging it. In numerous instances, Hitler could have averted defeat by choosing differently, but time and again he chose wrongly. On June 22, 1941, in the early hours of the morning, German shells rained down on the Brest fortress, reducing barracks to rubble and cutting off radio communications. Red Army soldiers, emerging from clouds of dust and making their way into shattered bunkers, found themselves completely encircled, cut off from command and facing vastly superior enemy forces. Despite this, they fought with unwavering determination. While fortress defenders withstood relentless assaults from aircraft, artillery, and flamethrowers, Soviet civilians risked their lives to deliver ammunition, and nurses braved enemy fire to drag the wounded off the battlefield. Graffiti scrawled on the fortress walls, "I am dying, but I will not surrender," became a powerful symbol of their indomitable spirit and desperate resistance. In the months leading up to that tragic June of 1941, the Soviet Union appeared to be at peace with Nazi Germany. The two powers had signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in August 1939. Secret protocols of this agreement stipulated the division of Eastern Europe between them, while the public non-aggression clause allowed Germany to focus its military efforts on its Western allies. For Stalin, the pact was a calculated strategic move. He believed it would sow discord among Western capitalist powers, weakening their positions and, more importantly, buy the USSR valuable time to strengthen its military might. Seizing the opportunity, the Soviet Union moved beyond Poland to annex the Baltic states, Bessarabia, and northern Bukovina, significantly expanding its borders. Yet this expansion fostered a false sense of strategic security. Behind the scenes, however, intelligence reports carried alarming news. Soviet agents, border guards, and even foreign diplomats warned of growing German troop concentrations along the western frontier. He suspected the British of spreading disinformation to drag the USSR into war, and clung to Hitler's assurances that the massive German troop movements near the Soviet border were merely intended to keep aircraft out of range of British bombers. Even when the GRU and NKVD presented irrefutable evidence, troop concentrations and intercepted communications, Stalin dismissed much of it. Hitler himself had even sent Stalin a letter claiming that any German provocations would be the work of disloyal generals, urging Stalin not to respond with force, but instead to contact German officials through diplomatic channels. This reluctance to believe an invasion was imminent also stemmed from Stalin's profound distrust of his own military intelligence. The Great Purge of the late 1930s had decimated the Red Army and state security apparatus. Thousands of experienced officers, including most of the high command, had been dismissed, imprisoned, or executed. By 1941, a staggering 75% of Red Army officers had held their posts for less than a year. Experience had been replaced by obedience and fear, as a cautious and disoriented military hierarchy hesitated to deliver unwelcome news that might anger Stalin. Compounding these issues were serious flaws in Soviet deployment. The annexation of eastern Poland and the Baltics had shifted the USSR's western border 160 to 400 kilometers westward. Many fortifications along the old border were now obsolete, while Soviet divisions stationed in newly occupied territories were dangerously exposed. Airfields, barracks, and command centers lay vulnerable to immediate attack, as construction of new defensive positions had been delayed or cancelled altogether. Worse still, the Red Army lacked a deep defense system. Rather than deploying forces in echelons, with successive fallback lines and strategic reserves, many Soviet units were This meant that any German breakthrough of the initial defensive line would encounter little resistance beyond it. These defensive shortcomings were not taken seriously, largely due to prevailing Soviet military doctrine at the time. The Red Army in 1941 was structured primarily for offensive operations, reflecting the belief that any future war would involve subduing neighboring states. Much of this confidence stemmed from the USSR's vast tank inventory. The brand new T-34 and KV tanks were among the best in the world, but they constituted only a small fraction of Soviet armored forces. The overwhelming majority consisted of obsolete, mechanically unreliable models like the T-26 and BT series. Thousands of these tanks were rendered inoperable due to a lack of radios, spare parts, recovery vehicles, and trained mechanics. Numerical superiority meant little without logistics or a robust support network. The Soviet Air Force faced similar problems. On paper, Stalin's air fleet was the largest in the world, but this quantitative edge masked serious qualitative weaknesses. The backbone of its fighter force consisted of outdated Polikarpov 115, Chaika, and 116 Ishak aircraft. Though effective in the Spanish Civil War and against the Japanese at Khalkhin Gol, they were now outclassed by the Luftwaffe's Messerschmitt Bf-109s. At dawn on June 22, 1941, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, the illusion of peace shattered amidst the thunder of war. Without warning, across a staggering 2,900-kilometer front, the Wehrmacht unleashed its full might against Soviet positions. Artillery barrages shook the earth, while wave after wave of Luftwaffe bombers filled the skies, crossing the border in relentless formations. Airfields, barracks, and supply. On that fateful day, the Soviet Air Force suffered catastrophic losses. Between 1,800 and 2,000 aircraft destroyed, many while still on the ground, never given a chance to take off. One pilot later recalled, "I pulled back the tent flap and saw planes with German crosses strafing our tents. Everyone rushed out and saw the dead and wounded in the neighboring tents. I threw on my flight suit, grabbed my logbook, and ran toward the hangar. The alert aircraft, neatly lined up, were already burning. The Red Army was caught completely off guard. Border units, lacking proper preparation or retreat plans, became easy prey. Communications collapsed within the first hours, leaving headquarters scrambling to grasp the situation, let alone respond effectively. Entire divisions lost command, or were encircled before they could even assemble. In the Kremlin, an ominous silence reigned. For nearly half a day, Stalin issued no official orders. Despite numerous warnings, his anti-capitalist paranoia, skillfully exploited by Hitler, led him to believe reports of German attacks were provocations designed to sabotage the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. On the front lines, initiative among officers was paralyzed. Years of purges had left the officer corps cautious and fragmented, unwilling to act without explicit directives from above. As the invasion deepened into Soviet territory, commanders faced an agonizing dilemma: resist or wait for confirmation. General Rodion Malinovsky later recalled asking, "Can we open fire if the enemy invades our territory?" The reply, "Do not succumb to provocations and do not open fire." Yet even amid the chaos, pockets of Soviet resistance flared. One of the first serious obstacles for the Germans, Germany's 45th Infantry Division, expected to capture the complex within hours, but instead became mired in brutal close-quarters fighting, cut off from command and deprived of clear orders. The fortress defenders, turning its ruins into a labyrinth of improvised strongpoints, were joined by nurses and civilians. With no hope of reinforcement, they heroically held out for 8 days against artillery, flamethrowers, and airstrikes. Further north, in Lithuania, the Soviet 2nd Tank Division launched a desperate counterattack against the German 6th Panzer Division east of Raseiniai. Most Soviet tanks were quickly destroyed, but some heavy KV-2s inflicted significant damage on lighter German panzers. In one notable episode, a single KV-2 cut off a critical German supply route, holding it for nearly 2 days. Its crew withstood everything, from anti-tank guns and artillery to satchel charges, before the tank was finally disabled. Though isolated, this action proved that, when properly employed, Soviet armor could outmatch the Germans tactically. Back in the Kremlin, the silence persisted. For hours after the invasion began, no official directives were issued. Stalin, overwhelmed by indecision, remained convinced the massive assault was merely a provocation by rogue German generals. He continued forbidding his commanders from crossing the border and ordered them to avoid any action that might escalate tensions. Even as German divisions flooded Soviet territory, Stalin kept trying to reach Berlin by phone, convinced Hitler would rein in his army. Eventually, Stalin began to confront reality, but remained absent from public view. He tasked Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov with delivering the state's official announcement. In a radio address on the afternoon of 22nd June, Molotov declared that the next day, Stalin quietly convened the Politburo and issued his first concrete orders: the creation of the Stavka, the general headquarters, under Marshal Semyon Timoshenko. Defensive lines were drawn. The Soviet Union was now fully at war. In the weeks that followed, the Soviet Western Front desperately tried to halt the German blitzkrieg, but the Red Army's disorganized defense nearly led to total collapse. Massive encirclements at Bialystok and Minsk trapped 4 entire armies. By July 9th, over 341,000 Soviet troops had been killed, gone missing, or taken prisoner. Material losses included thousands of tanks, artillery pieces, and aircraft. The situation in the south was no better. By early August, German and Romanian forces had advanced deep into Ukraine, reaching the Dnieper River and trapping 2 more Soviet armies in the Uman pocket. By early August, the situation along the Eastern Front remained dire. Behind the front lines, where the Luftwaffe reigned supreme, Soviet infrastructure suffered relentless bombardment. Factories, supply depots, and critical transportation hubs were devastated by continuous air raids. The few surviving rail lines became clogged with retreating troops, streams of refugees, and broken-down equipment, creating unimaginable chaos. Ammunition depots and airfields under enemy fire had to be abandoned in haste. The scale of the catastrophe forced the Soviet state to launch an unprecedented emergency operation. Key industrial plants were dismantled and evacuated eastward by rail. Even under constant German air attacks, the Soviets managed to relocate their industry beyond the reach of advancing troops. The increased distance from the front lines gave Soviet factories the breathing room needed to ramp up production of vital war material, ammunition, vehicles, and aircraft. In the Kremlin, Soviet leadership gradually. After 10 days of public silence, Stalin finally addressed the nation by radio on the 3rd of July. Gone was the language of diplomacy. Abandoning his formal tone as General Secretary, he called on citizens to defend the motherland, form partisan detachments behind enemy lines, and prepare for a long, brutal war. A month later, Stalin quietly assumed the role of Supreme Commander-in-Chief. As the Red Army began achieving more successes on the battlefield, Stalin's public profile grew. As Supreme Commander, he placed the defense of the entire USSR squarely on his shoulders. By mid-July, the Red Army was exhausted and bleeding, but not broken. As German forces advanced toward Moscow, the Soviets managed to stabilize the front enough to halt their advance near Smolensk. From early July, Marshal Timoshenko threw every available resource into stopping the German breakthrough. By month's end, Army Group Center succeeded in encircling the city and several Soviet field armies, but at a heavy cost. Not only did significant numbers of troops from the 19th and 20th armies break through back to Soviet lines, but the delay disrupted the German timetable for Operation Barbarossa, further straining their already fragile logistics. By late August, the Red Army was ready to strike back. West of Smolensk, Soviet forces under General Georgy Zhukov launched a successful counteroffensive near the town of Yelnya. Though costly and of limited strategic value, the operation provided a crucial morale boost. It marked the first time Soviet troops had forced the Germans into retreat. While major battles raged along the main front, resistance also began to coalesce in occupied territories. In the forests and villages of Belarus, Ukraine, and Western Russia, isolated soldiers, political officers, armed with little more than determination and minimal support, these early partisan units sabotaged railways, ambushed convoys, and carried out assassinations before vanishing back into the woods. By late summer, coordination with the NKVD improved, and partisan detachments became more structured and integrated into broader NKVD operations. Though they couldn't stop the German advance, their actions forced the Wehrmacht and SS to divert precious resources to secure rear areas, further straining German supply lines. Meanwhile, other branches of Soviet intelligence worked quietly in the shadows. Cryptanalysts of the NKVD under Sergei Tolstov successfully decrypted Japanese diplomatic communications, leading Soviet leadership to conclude that Japan would not attack the USSR. Meanwhile, Red Army codebreakers began intercepting messages exchanged between the Romanian High Command and General Erich von Manstein's forces in Ukraine, providing a broader understanding of the strategic situation. By late summer 1941, frontline Soviet commanders reported an unexpected shift in German activity. Armored units that had been advancing directly toward Moscow were diverting north and south. The Soviet High Command realized the Germans were no longer focused solely on the Central Front. In the south, Red Army commanders warned of a massive buildup of enemy forces targeting Kiev, but Stalin refused to authorize a retreat. Instead, the Southwestern Front mounted a valiant yet ultimately futile defense of Ukraine, resulting in its encirclement and destruction. Total losses amounted to nearly 760,000 men, with over 486,000 killed or missing. General Mikhail Kirponos, commander of the Southwestern Front, also perished in combat. Despite these catastrophic losses, while the Southern Front collapsed, the Central Sector remained quiet, granting the Soviets precious time to form new armies, regroup their defenses, and continue evacuating industry eastward. In the north, defenders of Leningrad held the line against combined forces of Army Group North and Finnish units in Karelia, which reached the city's outskirts by September. Germany's 4th Panzer Group spearheaded the assault but failed to break through. Instead, the Wehrmacht encircled Leningrad, initiating a siege that would last 872 days. Within the city, Red Army troops established a formidable defensive perimeter, significantly reinforced by naval units from the Baltic Fleet and over 135,000 members of the People's Militia. Civilians were issued rifles and immediately deployed to frontline positions. Those who remained in the city soon endured unbearable suffering. Starvation, relentless bombardment, and disease claimed hundreds, then thousands of lives daily. With the city entirely cut off, relief efforts were extremely difficult. Nevertheless, Soviet forces maintained a fragile but vital supply route across Lake Ladoga, the famed Road of Life. This narrow corridor allowed small convoys of supplies to reach the city whenever the lake froze. Though insufficient to meet all needs, these deliveries prevented total collapse throughout the 872-day siege. Meanwhile, the renewed German offensive toward Moscow triggered panic among defenders, a situation Stalin was determined to quash before it spiraled out of control. Since the invasion began, Red Army leadership had been in constant flux. Senior commanders who failed to follow Stalin's directives faced demotion, dismissal, or even execution. This ruthless policy was starkly demonstrated in July with the execution of General Dmitry Pavlov, commander. In late October, the consequences of failure were again made clear when 25 previously arrested officers were summarily executed near Kuybyshev and Saratov. Stalin's harshness reflected his determination to eliminate weakness at one of the war's most critical junctures. The Stavka could not afford incompetent leadership. Delays on the Central Front gave Moscow's reinforced defenses time to form new armies, reorganize logistics, and dig extensive defensive lines around the capital. Stalin appointed General Georgy Zhukov to oversee the city's defense, while hundreds of thousands of reservists and recruits were mobilized nationwide. Several divisions from the Far East were redeployed to bolster the front, though most units defending Moscow were newly formed, reconstituted, or drawn from existing reserves. By early autumn, the Red Army around Moscow was no longer fragmented and reactive. It was dug in, reinforced, and preparing for the coming battle. During these tense months, the changing seasons added new pressure. Autumn brought the infamous Rasputitsa, Russia's seasonal mud, which clogged roads, bogged down vehicles, and slowed all movement along the front. Though miserable, these conditions were far more manageable for the Soviets than for the overextended Germans. Defensive work continued under grueling circumstances as reinforcements and supplies trickled forward. On the home front, the USSR received vital assistance from Western allies thanks to the efforts of Soviet ambassador Maxim Litvinov. In October 1941, the first Lend-Lease Protocol took effect. Though limited in scale at this stage, Initial shipments delivered urgently needed raw materials, boots, trucks, and food. Supplies arrived via the Arctic route to Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, where the Soviet Navy played a crucial role in escorting, unloading, and protecting cargoes under. Even as ice thickened and the Luftwaffe patrolled overhead, ship crews and dock workers labored tirelessly to get supplies to the front. Though modest, these deliveries provided a crucial morale boost. By late November, the Rasputitsa froze solid, bringing a new set of challenges. Temperatures plummeted and the front ground to a halt. Soviet troops still suffered from supply shortages, leading to malnutrition, ammunition deficits, frostbite, and even gangrene. However, lessons from the Winter War had taught Soviet commanders to respond swiftly. Red Army transport units employed everything: trains, trucks, horse-drawn carts, reindeer sleds, and even mule caravans to deliver essential supplies from rear depots. The climate offered no inherent advantage, but the Soviets' shorter supply lines allowed them to adapt far more effectively. By early December, Soviet intelligence confirmed that German units were overstretched, undermanned, and incapable of further advance. Months of combat had exhausted the Wehrmacht, and its own logistical failures had strangled its momentum. German forces now stood just kilometers from Moscow's outskirts, exhausted and vulnerable. The Stavka saw its chance. Within days, the Red Army quietly completed its preparations. Over 1 million Soviet troops were assembled across the Western, Kalinin, and Bryansk fronts, with fresh rifle divisions, artillery units, and tank brigades brought to full combat readiness. On December 5, 1941, the Red Army launched a decisive counteroffensive. The initial blows caught the Wehrmacht completely off guard. Coordinated, determined Soviet divisions struck across a broad front, deliberately targeting the enemy's exposed flanks. Over the following weeks, they pushed German forces back 100 to 250 kilometers from the capital. Towns such as Belev, Klin, and Kalinin were swiftly liberated in rapid succession. Morale among Soviet soldiers soared. For the first time since June, the Red Army was dictating the pace of war, seizing the initiative from the enemy. Yet victory was incomplete. German units managed to dig in and establish solid defensive lines, and the front soon stabilized. Nevertheless, the psychological shift was immense. Moscow had been saved from imminent capture. The myth of German invincibility, so carefully cultivated, was shattered. Within the Soviet Union, this triumph became a powerful unifying force, rallying the population against a common threat. Propaganda portrayed the defense of Moscow as irrefutable proof of the Soviet people's extraordinary resilience and Stalin's strategic genius. In reality, it was a brutal, improvised campaign paid for with staggering bloodshed. Since June, the Red Army had suffered over 4.5 million casualties, including 2.3 million soldiers captured and condemned to horrific fates in German POW camps. The price of survival was truly incomprehensible. Yet, against all expectations and predictions, Operation Barbarossa had failed. Moscow still stood, unconquered and defiant. The Red Army, having withstood the fiercest onslaught in modern history, had weathered the storm and altered the course of the war. On the 6th of August 1945, at 8:01 a.m., the world was shaken by an explosion that, in mere seconds, claimed the lives of countless Japanese civilians. That morning became one of the most tragic and harrowing moments in the history of the land of the rising sun. People were heading to work as usual, children were on their way to school, and everyday life bustled through the streets and homes. Suddenly, however, an object appeared in the sky, only to crash to the ground moments later, triggering a colossal explosion. Thick smoke filled the air, a massive fireball engulfed everything, and destruction stretched as far as the eye could see. For an instant, it seemed as if the sun itself had descended upon the earth. At the epicenter of this horrific event, temperatures soared to between 3,000 and 4,000 degrees Celsius. Then, on 9th August 1945, at 11:02 a.m., another devastating blow struck Japan. In the aftermath, Japan was forced to surrender, bringing an end to the Second World War. Thus, humanity encountered for the first time the terrifying destructive power of the atomic bomb, and witnessed the horrifying conclusion of the deadliest conflict in human history. This global war itself had roots in the First World War, raising critical questions. How did it begin? Why did history repeat such a catastrophic conflict? Why is Adolf Hitler widely regarded as the chief instigator of the Second World War? How did Hitler, Nazi ideology, precipitate such a global disaster? And why did the League of Nations, established precisely to preserve world peace, suffer such a catastrophic failure? Known also as the Global War, the Second World War unfolded on an unprecedented scale, drawing in all the world's major powers. Like the First World War, it split the globe into two opposing camps. But whereas the earlier conflict pitted the Allies against the Central Powers, the war was described as total, largely because it involved civilian populations directly. Previously, non-combatants were typically spared from active hostilities, but this conflict showed no mercy. Civilians contributed extensively to national war efforts, leading governments to view ordinary citizens as integral parts of their military machinery. Armies ruthlessly bombed homes, hospitals, shelters, and public spaces to eliminate those supporting the war effort. Every nation mobilized all available resources: economic, industrial, scientific, aerial, and ground forces against its enemies. Historians disagree on the exact start date. Some cite September 1st, 1939, while others point to the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War in 1937. The conflict ended with the atomic bombings of August 1945 and Japan's formal surrender. An estimated 60 to 80 million people perished, including roughly 50 million civilians and 25 million military personnel, making it the deadliest war in human history. The world divided into two major alliances. The Allies included the United Kingdom, France, the United States, the Soviet Union, China, Poland, Yugoslavia, and Greece. The Axis powers comprised Germany, Italy, and Japan. Notably, Italy had fought alongside the Allies in the First World War, but switched sides due to post-war grievances. Before the First World War, Germany was a powerful, confident nation with a robust economy and formidable military, convinced of its inevitable victory. Yet the Allied powers, the Entente, decisively defeated the Central Powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire. The victors imposed harsh terms, particularly on Germany. By late 1918, Germany was a shattered, partitioned state with no choice but to accept the Entente's demands. The war devastated its economy, impoverished it. Deep political, social, and economic upheavals followed. Society split along class lines, unemployment soared, disease spread, and many died of starvation. The government lacked both authority and funds, and foreign powers, especially France, seized key resources. The Treaty of Versailles, signed on 28 June 1919, formalized Germany's defeat with humiliating terms. France, sharing a border with Germany, pushed for the harshest penalties, massive reparations amounting to £6.6 billion, demilitarization of the Rhineland, and the war guilt clause, assigning sole blame to Germany. The Rhineland, a strategically vital buffer zone, was to remain permanently free of German troops. These conditions sparked widespread outrage among Germans, fostering a burning desire for revenge. The new Weimar Republic, having no alternative, signed the treaty, thereby earning public resentment and blame for the nation's suffering. As a result, Germany lost all its overseas colonies, 10% of its population, 13% of its territory, 75% of its iron ore, and 26% of its coal reserves. Meanwhile, the League of Nations, founded in 1919 to prevent future wars, proved ineffective. Lacking its own military and undermined by non-participation, the US never joined, and withdrawals, including Germany and the USSR, it failed to stop aggression. Its collapse became a key factor enabling the Second World War. Germany's post-war economic woes were compounded by reparations. Hyperinflation ensued, people needed wheelbarrows of banknotes to buy bread, children played with bundles of cash, and the currency became nearly worthless. In response, the US introduced the Dawes Plan in 1924, stabilizing the economy until 1928. But the 1929 Wall Street crash triggered a global depression. American aid ceased, delivering a double blow to Germany. By 1932, industrial output had dropped by 40%, and desperate citizens marched with signs reading, "Willing to do any work." Public trust in the Weimar government evaporated. Adolf Hitler exploited this chaos. Once an aspiring artist from an ordinary family, he rose by harnessing popular despair. Through charismatic speeches, mass rallies, and relentless propaganda, he promised to overturn the Versailles Treaty, restore Germany's glory, and exact revenge. His Nazi party gained massive support, and on the 30th of January 1933, President Hindenburg appointed him Chancellor. Hitler then pushed through the Enabling Act, granting him dictatorial powers and transforming Germany into a totalitarian state. He swiftly reshaped the nation, withdrew from the League of Nations in 1933, remilitarized the Rhineland in 1936, annexed Austria in 1938, the Anschluss, and occupied Czechoslovakia. To justify invading Poland on the 1st of September 1939, the Nazis staged a false flag attack using German soldiers dressed as Poles. Britain and France, bound by treaty to defend Poland, declared war on the 3rd of September, joined by Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and Canada. Italy and Japan, though former Entente allies, now sided with Germany. Italy felt betrayed after the First World War, its territorial demands ignored, its economy worsened, fueling resentment toward the Allies. Initially, Hitler secured a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union, agreeing to jointly invade and partition Poland. Both powers attacked in September 1939 and divided the country. Outraged, Britain and France rejected Hitler's subsequent peace overtures, ensuring the war's continuation. As Germany expanded westward, the Soviet Union also seized territory, occupying eastern Poland, then the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and invading Finland. This aggression led to the USSR's expulsion from the League of Nations, further exposing the organization's impact. On the other hand, Hitler's ambition to seize ever more territory continued to grow, culminating in the German invasion of Denmark and Norway in April 1940. The primary objective was to secure iron ore supplies from Sweden, which the Allies were attempting to disrupt. In fact, The Allied powers had actively sought ways to halt these shipments, including plans to cut off the flow of Swedish iron ore to Germany, but their efforts failed. Germany swiftly overran both Denmark and Norway. This success, however, heightened German concerns about France's ongoing involvement in the war. Rather than launching a direct assault, Germany devised a strategy reminiscent of World War I, attacking France through Belgium. Italy, aligning itself with Germany, declared war on France on 10 June 1940. By 14 June, German and Italian forces had reached Paris, compelling France to surrender. Just 8 days later, France formally signed an armistice with Germany, acknowledging defeat. Germany's rapid victory over France, achieved in mere weeks, was a stunning military feat that sent shockwaves across the globe. Fear of Hitler spread rapidly. No nation wished to provoke him. His name became synonymous with terror, yet Britain refused to yield. Rejecting Hitler's peace overtures, Britain stood firm, prompting the outbreak of the Battle of Britain in July 1940. The Royal Air Force proved formidable. World War II undoubtedly stands apart in the annals of human history as the largest and most destructive conflict ever waged. Like a merciless whirlwind, it swept across every continent, leaving behind millions of shattered lives and shaping the world we know today. Of World War II, we embark on a journey through pivotal events, turning points, and the fates of individuals who determined the outcome of this global drama. Our story begins in the 1920s. At that time, 6 great powers dominated the international stage, but 2 stood out unmistakably as true global superpowers, both of which would later join the Allied cause. Great Britain, mistress of the seas, ruled the largest empire in history, its mighty navy commanding the oceans without rival. The United States, meanwhile, was the wealthiest nation on Earth and the financial hub of the planet. Yet in 1929, the world changed beyond recognition. The global economy collapsed into the depths of crisis, and both Britain and the US effectively withdrew from the world stage. In this chaos, nationalist governments sprang up worldwide like mushrooms after rain, most prominently in Germany and Japan. Their new leaders harbored grand ambitions to build empires from which they could draw resources and elevate themselves to superpower status. Crucially, they were prepared to go to war to realize this vision. In stark contrast, the policies of Britain, France, and the United States were bent on avoiding war at all costs. The US passed neutrality laws, obliging it to stay out of any future conflict, while Britain pursued a strategy famously known as appeasement. Though widely criticized, here in the World War II galleries, you can see the Anglo-German Declaration signed by Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain and Adolf Hitler, a document drafted after the Munich Conference, where Britain and France agreed to Hitler's annexation of German-speaking regions of Czechoslovakia in the hope of preserving peace. Chamberlain genuinely believed this agreement would secure peace for our time. Less than a year later, however, he would declare war on Germany. This new era of conflict had actually begun in 1931, when Japan invaded Manchuria and soon became embroiled in a full-scale war with China. Japanese forces advanced rapidly, but the vastness of Chinese territory and fierce resistance denied them lasting control. By 1939, Japan's military resources were exhausted. During this time, Japanese troops committed countless atrocities against civilians they deemed racially inferior. Up to 20 million Chinese perished during World War II. Meanwhile, in Europe, Germany began rebuilding its military might and expanding its territory, first the Rhineland, then Austria, and in 1938, the Sudetenland. It was at this moment that Hitler signed the aforementioned Anglo-German Declaration, assuring the world his ambitions were satisfied. Yet the following year, he annexed the rest of Czechoslovakia, an act that proved decisive. Despite their military unpreparedness, Britain and France now pledged to defend Poland. When Germany invaded in September 1939, Europe was plunged into total war. Then, in a shocking turn, the Soviet Union joined forces with Germany to invade Poland from the east. Though communist Soviets and fascist Germans were ideological enemies, they temporarily set aside their differences in 1939 to 1940 to redraw the map of Europe. The Soviets occupied the Baltic states. Meanwhile, Germany captured Denmark and Norway before achieving one of the war's most stunning victories. Using advanced blitzkrieg tactics, German forces overran France and the Low Countries in just 6 weeks. Britain now stood dangerously exposed. During the evacuation from Dunkirk, British troops escaped aboard small civilian vessels, but left behind nearly all their heavy equipment. It seemed the German war machine was unstoppable, and Britain stood alone, isolated and vulnerable. Yet this was not entirely true. Britain received crucial support from its empire and dominions, from the United States and from governments in exile based in London. Germany expected Britain to surrender, but to Hitler's dismay, the new British Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, resolved to fight on. Britain still held key defensive advantages: the English Channel as a vital barrier, the Royal Navy, though stretched thin, remained the world's largest, and the Royal Air Force possessed a sophisticated air defense network and modern fighter aircraft. Together, they kept Germany at bay and thwarted any invasion. Britain remained in the war. It was then that Germany, Japan, and Italy formalized their alliance, becoming the Axis powers. At that moment, their prospects appeared promising. Beneath the surface, however, serious problems festered. Italy's attempt to build a new Roman Empire in North Africa and the Balkans floundered. Its invasions of Greece and Egypt ended in failure. Germany's newly acquired European territories were blockaded by the Royal Navy, and critical supplies dwindled. In fact, Germany faced such severe shortages of food and oil that its pact with the Soviet Union was the only thing keeping it afloat. #! At META, quote, pause, quote, colon, quote, sex, quote, colon, 2.0. Similarly, Japan's 1940 occupation of French Indochina, aimed at cutting off Chinese supply lines, triggered furious reactions from the United States, was already shaping the war's course. Japanese brutality in China had outraged American public opinion, shifting sentiment decisively. In response to Japan's move into Indochina, the US imposed an embargo on oil and steel exports. When Britain and the Netherlands followed suit, Japan suddenly lost access to 94% of its imported oil. At the same time, the US was rapidly expanding its military capacity. Though still neutral on paper, it was already supplying vital war materiel exclusively to the Allies. The Lend-Lease Act soon formalized this support, enabling the free transfer of aircraft, ships, food, and clothing. This flood of American aid became a formidable challenge for the Axis. Under mounting pressure, both Japan and Germany faced existential threats. Japan risked running out of oil and losing the war in China, while Germany feared the growing power of its old rival, the Soviet Union. Stalemate was no longer an option. In 1941, both powers chose to gamble everything. Despite their vulnerabilities, they escalated the war in a desperate bid to seize the resources they needed. In June 1941, Germany betrayed its Soviet ally and launched the largest invasion force in military history into the USSR. Victory required a swift, lightning campaign, but Nazi ideology dismissed Slavic peoples as racially inferior, leading to a catastrophic underestimation of Soviet resilience. Hitler famously declared, "We need only kick in the door and the whole rotten structure will collapse." This arrogance would prove fatal. The Soviets mobilized on an unprecedented scale, relocating entire factories beyond the Ural Mountains to sustain war production, churning out weapons like the M30 howitzer to repel the invaders. Soviet citizens sacrificed their lives in staggering numbers. Ultimately, 25 million perished in what they called the Great Patriotic War. Germany needed a quick victory. By December 1941, the German advance stalled just miles from Moscow. Their grand gamble had failed. Almost simultaneously, Japan launched its own offensive, not against the Soviets, but toward resource-rich Southeast Asia. Recognizing that such a move would inevitably draw the US into the war, Japan struck first, with a surprise attack on the US Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. The assault succeeded, and Japan swiftly seized control of the territories and resources it coveted. Believing Americans to be soft and unwilling to endure heavy losses, Japanese leaders hoped fierce defense of these gains would force the US to negotiate. Instead, the attack united the United States, Britain, and the Soviet Union in a common resolve. Only the unconditional surrender of the Axis would be acceptable. After Pearl Harbor, American isolationism vanished overnight. Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin agreed on a strategy of relentless attrition, on land, sea, and in the air, leveraging their overwhelming advantages in manpower, material, and industrial capacity. The ungainly-looking B-24 Liberator bomber, on display nearby, embodied this industrial might. At its peak, the Willow Run plant in Michigan produced one B-24 every 63 minutes. The tide of war was turning. By 1942, Allied codebreakers had penetrated German and Japanese ciphers, enabling critical victories. At the Battle of Midway, US aircraft sank 4 Japanese carriers, crippling Japan's offensive naval power. On the Eastern Front, Germany's last desperate push to capture the Caucasus oil fields was shattered at Stalingrad, the war's bloodiest battle, where Soviet forces encircled and annihilated an entire German army. The Axis had gambled on quick triumphs. Instead, they found themselves trapped in a war of attrition they could not win. Now the Allies set out to convert the so-called Battle of the Atlantic was not a single clash like Trafalgar, but a grueling, years-long struggle. Germany deployed U-boats to starve Britain into submission, sinking millions of tons of Allied shipping, losses that peaked in 1942 during what German submariners called their second happy time. But the Allies turned the tide. They replaced losses with mass-produced Liberty ships, 3 every 2 days at peak output, and refined convoy tactics with better naval escorts. Technological innovations followed. Long-range aircraft like the Liberator closed the Atlantic air gap. Sonar and radar tracked submarines, and weapons like the Hedgehog mortar destroyed them. By 1943, the Allies had decisively won the Battle of the Atlantic, tightening a noose of blockade around the Axis. As Japan tried to ferry resources from its new empire back to the home islands, American submarines and aircraft mercilessly hunted its convoys. Fuel shortages became critical, forcing Japan to shorten pilot training, a fatal flaw that left its aviators easy prey for better-trained Allied crews. Allied forces now launched coordinated offensives, island hopping across the Pacific toward Japan, liberating Ukraine and knocking Italy out of the war. These advances brought them within striking distance of the Axis heartlands, enabling devastating air campaigns. British and American air forces subjected Nazi Germany to round-the-clock bombing, the RAF by night flattening urban centers, the US Army Air Forces by day precision striking industrial targets. Losses were heavy. Here you can see the tail section of a German Bf-110 night fighter flown by ace Heinz Wolfgang Schnaufer, who shot down 121 unescorted British bombers. Yet the bombing campaign forced Germany to disperse aircraft production across countless small factories, sacrificing efficiency. Luftwaffe fighters were lured into the air by decoy bomber formations, escort fighters. In this war of exhaustion, the Allies prevailed. American bombers also unleashed firestorms on Japan, using incendiary weapons to reduce entire cities to ashes. Hundreds of thousands of Axis civilians perished in these strategic bombing campaigns. 1944 also marked the peak of the Holocaust, the Nazi regime's monstrous campaign to exterminate Europe's Jews. 6 million Jews were starved, shot, or worked to death in a grotesque system that fed Germany's warped war economy. That summer, the Allies landed in Normandy on D-Day, beginning the liberation of Western Europe. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union launched Operation Bagration, a colossal offensive that shattered German forces in the east. Both campaigns succeeded spectacularly. The Allies not only outnumbered the Germans in troops and tanks, but also enjoyed superior logistics, supplying their armies with trucks, while the Axis still relied heavily on horse-drawn transport. Allied leadership had learned the lessons of modern warfare. Early in the war, the Germans had empowered frontline commanders with significant autonomy, a doctrine that delivered stunning success in the 1940 campaign against France. For comparison, Stalin appointed himself Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Soviet forces. His epaulets are displayed here. However, as the war progressed, Stalin increasingly trusted the counsel of his generals, a shift that led to improved military outcomes. Meanwhile, Hitler moved in the opposite direction. He became ever more convinced of his own strategic genius. "I walk the path dictated by Providence with the confidence of a sleepwalker," he declared. Hitler repeatedly denied his field commanders requests for strategic withdrawals, a policy that had catastrophic consequences for the German army. As a result, the Allies steadily gained ground. The war's outcome was essentially decided, yet the most striking manifestation of this refusal was the self-sacrifice of young Japanese pilots ordered to crash their explosives-laden aircraft into Allied naval vessels, a tactic known as kamikaze attacks. This relentless determination to fight to the death stemmed from a deep-seated belief that surrender was dishonorable. Consequently, suffering and bloodshed continued unabated. Adolf Hitler pinned his hopes on German Vergeltungswaffen, vengeance weapons, such as the Phi-1 rocket displayed here. He believed the destruction and civilian casualties inflicted by these weapons would terrorize Allied populations and compel their leaders to sue for peace. This, however, was a grave miscalculation. Vast resources diverted to fee weapon production came at the expense of urgently needed tanks and fighter aircraft. Moreover, tens of thousands of forced laborers perished under horrific conditions in underground factories while building these weapons. In stark contrast, the Allies invested heavily in developing an entirely new, era-defining weapon of decisive impact, the atomic bomb. By May 1945, crushed between advancing forces from the east and west, Germany was forced to capitulate. Japan, however, fought on until the United States dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the Soviet Union invaded Manchuria. It then became unmistakably clear that further resistance was futile. In August 1945, World War II ended in Allied victory. The Allies possessed overwhelming advantages in natural resources and population, fundamental pillars of total war. Yet this superiority alone did not guarantee victory. Through indomitable spirit and tenacious resistance, they overcame early setbacks to persevere. They coordinated a vast strategic framework and, often through painful experience, mastered the demands of modern warfare. They also successfully mobilized their populations for immense effort and sacrifice. The peoples of the Allied nations demonstrated unwavering resolve and resilience, whether fighting the Axis powers, manufacturing the countless items required by mechanized warfare, or serving in numerous support roles. On Victory Day, Churchill addressed crowds in London with the words, "This is your victory." The Second World War was undoubtedly the largest, most destructive and bloodiest conflict in human history, leaving an indelible mark on every continent, including even distant Antarctica. Fighting erupted across the globe, from the fields of China and France to the exotic shores of Hawaii, icy Iceland, scorching Somalia, picturesque Sri Lanka, the harsh Arctic, and countless other regions. Warfare unfolded in trenches, on horseback, in the boundless skies, beneath ocean depths, and, for the first time in human history, even reached into outer space and involved nuclear weapons, forever transforming humanity's understanding of war. This global conflict radically reshaped the world order. Powerful European empires, British, French, Dutch, and others, never fully recovered from the blows they sustained. The remainder of the 20th century came to be dominated by two new superpowers, the United States of America and the Soviet Union, which dictated the geopolitical landscape for decades. In Asia, the war ultimately led to the triumph of the Chinese Communist Party, the dramatic division of Korea into two spheres of influence, and the birth of India as an independent nation. This raises several natural questions. When exactly did this monumental event take place? What were its key phases? And who were the main adversaries on the battlefields? Answering these questions is essential to understanding modern history. The precise start date of the Second World War depends on one's perspective. The conflict stemmed from deep-seated ambitions to expand empires, seize territory, assert dominance, accumulate wealth, and control resources. Three dictatorships, Germany, Italy, and Japan, collectively known as the Axis powers, aggressively expanded their domains throughout the 1930s. Germany sought dominance in Europe. Japan and China had already been locked in fierce combat since 1937, and some historians regard this as the true beginning of the war. The United States was effectively drawn into the war in the Pacific in December 1941, following Japan's surprise attack on the American fleet at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Thus, for Americans, the war began in 1941. However, Europeans, Canadians, Australians, Indians, and residents of other European colonies, which constituted the vast majority of the world's population at the time, marked the war's start in September 1939. That month, Adolf Hitler, Germany's dictator, invaded Poland. In response, numerous countries declared war on Germany, marking the official beginning of the Second World War in Europe. The war's end is somewhat clearer. Germany and Japan suffered crushing defeats and were occupied in 1945. But why is September 1939 so pivotal? In Europe, Hitler's Nazi Party had seized power in Germany, dismantling democratic institutions and establishing a totalitarian regime. Under his rule, political opponents, Jews and other minorities were persecuted and concentration camps were built. Hitler's central goal was territorial expansion, specifically reclaiming lands lost after Germany's defeat in the First World War in 1918. In 1938, he annexed Austria and then seized parts of Czechoslovakia. Yet, his ambitions stretched far beyond. He dreamed of a vast Eastern Empire encompassing Ukraine's fertile farmland and the oil fields of the Caucasus. Claiming that Western Poland had historically belonged to Germany, Hitler targeted it next. To secure his eastern flank, he signed a non-aggression pact with Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin in August 1939. Secretly, they agreed to invade and partition Poland between them. On September 1st, 1936 2.0. Hitler assumed Britain and France would tolerate this, as they had reluctantly accepted the annexation of Austria and parts of Czechoslovakia over the previous 2 years. But the invasion of Poland was the final straw. They declared war on Germany. Hitler was now embroiled in another world war. What now? He reportedly asked his foreign minister. Britain and France were soon joined by their vast empires: Canada, India, Nigeria, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, and many others, all now drawn into the conflict. Events unfolded rapidly. Germany and the Soviet Union swiftly divided Poland. British and French forces offered little effective aid. A minor French incursion into Western Germany advanced only a few miles before retreating once victorious German troops returned from Poland. The Soviets fared poorly in their own invasion of Finland, suffering a humiliating setback, though they later seized a small portion of Finnish territory in 1940. At sea, German U-boats and warships targeted British shipping in what became known as the Battle of the Atlantic, a campaign that lasted until the war's final days. Just hours after hostilities began, a German submarine sank the passenger liner Athenia. Meanwhile, any German naval vessel venturing into open waters was hunted down. The British Royal Navy famously sank the German cruiser Admiral Graf Spee off the coast of South America. On the European continent, however, a tense lull, dubbed the Phony War, prevailed. Both sides watched each other across the Franco-German border. In Britain, more civilians died in road accidents due to blackout conditions than soldiers did in combat. But this stalemate shattered in April 1940. Both the Allies and Germany moved to invade Norway to secure its vital resources, particularly iron ore and oil shipped through the port of Narvik. Germany swiftly overran Denmark in hours and launched a naval invasion of Norway, evading the British fleet partly thanks to poor weather. Allied attempts to reinforce Norwegian forces failed. By late May, the last Allied troops and the Norwegian royal family were evacuated. The defeat sparked political crisis in Britain, leading to the collapse of the government and the rise of a new Prime Minister, Winston Churchill. Churchill had barely assumed office when, on the very day he moved into 10 Downing Street, German forces launched a massive invasion of Western Europe. Huge German armies poured across the borders of Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. What followed was one of the most dramatic military collapses in history. Employing tanks, aircraft, and motorized units in a revolutionary tactic later dubbed Blitzkrieg, Lightning War, the Germans achieved a stunning breakthrough. While Allied forces advanced into Belgium, expecting a repeat of the static trench warfare of World War I, the Germans struck unexpectedly through the Ardennes forest, a region most strategists considered impassable for large armored formations. This surprise maneuver split the Allied armies in two. Within 10 days, German forces reached the English Channel, cutting off all northern Allied troops in Belgium from the main French army to the south. Trapped, British and French forces retreated to the coastal town of Dunkirk. In a desperate evacuation, the Royal Navy mobilized not only warships but also civilian vessels, fishing boats, pleasure craft, river barges, to rescue soldiers directly from the beaches, as port facilities had been heavily damaged. The British initially hoped to save 45,000 men over 2 days. But Hitler unexpectedly ordered his advancing panzers to halt, concerned about overextended supply lines and unsuitable marshy terrain near Dunkirk. In just 1 week, an astonishing 340,000 Allied troops were rescued, many calling it a miracle. Britain had saved its army, though it left behind nearly all its heavy equipment. Seizing the moment, Italy, Hitler's Axis partner, declared war and invaded southern France. After Dunkirk, German forces turned south and crushed the remaining French army. Within weeks, France fell. Hitler visited Paris for propaganda photographs. Germany now dominated Western and Central Europe. Inspired by Churchill's defiant speeches, Britain and its empire resolved never to surrender. Hitler now faced a British problem. He had to either force Britain into peace or destroy it entirely. Otherwise, the British would continue harassing him while he turned east to realize his ultimate ambition, conquering the Soviet Union and building a vast German empire. Hitler ordered preparations for an invasion of Britain while using the Luftwaffe to bomb the country into submission. Thus began the Battle of Britain, the first major campaign fought almost entirely in the air. German bombers initially targeted Royal Air Force, RAF, airfields and infrastructure, aiming to achieve air superiority before launching mass terror raids on cities. But the RAF proved remarkably resilient. Hurricanes and Spitfires fiercely contested every raid. German bomber losses mounted to unsustainable levels. The British employed a pioneering radar system to detect incoming raids and direct fighter squadrons with unprecedented efficiency. As summer wore on, the RAF seemed invincible. Frustrated, the Germans shifted tactics in early September, bombing London in hopes of breaking civilian morale. This marked the start of the Blitz, sustained aerial bombing of British cities. Yet by mid-September, it was clear the Luftwaffe had failed. The RAF remained a potent force, and the cost of bombing London was too high. Hitler admitted he, without neutralizing the RAF and the Royal Navy ready to annihilate any invasion fleet, he shelved plans for a cross-channel invasion. Night bombing of cities continued, but Operation Sea Lion was indefinitely postponed. While Britain fought for survival at home, it also battled Italian forces in the Mediterranean, where colonial territories clashed in North and East Africa. British forces successfully liberated Italian-occupied Ethiopia, but fighting in Libya and Egypt proved far more grueling and prolonged. 1941 became a decisive year as Axis and British forces clashed with increasing intensity in North Africa. Meanwhile, Italy's ill-fated invasion of Greece in late 1940 collapsed into humiliating retreats, forcing Mussolini to beg Hitler for help. The Führer could not let his allies' failure tarnish the Axis image, so he invaded the Balkans, swiftly occupying Yugoslavia and Greece by April 1941. But this diversion cost the Axis precious time and resources, just as they were preparing for their most ambitious operation yet, the invasion of the Soviet Union. In June 1941, Hitler shocked his former ally Stalin by launching Operation Barbarossa, the largest military invasion in history. Nearly 4 million Axis troops, 3,500 tanks, over 8,000 vehicles, thousands of aircraft, and more than 500,000 horses surged across the Soviet frontier. The Red Army was caught completely off guard. Millions of Soviet soldiers were killed or captured. Most prisoners perished in horrific conditions. Even Stalin's own son died in German captivity. By December, German spearheads stood on the outskirts of Moscow. But fierce Soviet resistance and the brutal Russian winter halted the advance. The Soviets then launched a powerful counteroffensive, pushing the Germans back from the capital. Hitler had believed that by kicking in the door, the entire rotten structure. Instead, Soviet forces retreated but did not break, setting the stage for a protracted and catastrophic war of attrition. As German troops closed in on Stalin's capital, a sudden attack erupted on the other side of the world. Japan, locked in a war with China and desperate for victory, urgently needed raw materials such as rubber and oil, which were abundant in Southeast Asia, particularly in places like Malaya. Japanese military planners anticipated that the United States would oppose any invasion of these territories. Consequently, they decided to launch a preemptive strike to neutralize the US Pacific Fleet, thereby securing a free hand to seize the resources they coveted. In early December 1941, 6 Japanese aircraft carriers steamed toward the Hawaiian Islands. On December 7, 1941, they launched their attack. Bombs and torpedoes rained down on the US at Meta, quote, pause quote, colon, quote, sex, quote, colon, 2.0, Pacific Fleet, headquarters at Pearl Harbor on the island of Oahu. 8 battleships were sunk or damaged, and 2,500 Americans lost their lives. President Roosevelt called the day a date which will live in infamy, and declared war on Japan. Remarkably, Adolf Hitler then declared war on the United States. America thus entered the conflict against both Japan and Germany, merging the wars in Europe and Asia into a truly global conflagration. Simultaneously with the Pearl Harbor assault, Japanese forces invaded British-controlled Malaya, followed by Indonesia and the Philippines. Within months, all these territories had fallen under Japanese control. The year 1942 proved pivotal. It began with Axis advances, but ended in devastating defeats. Japan expanded its reach across Asia and the Pacific, capturing Burma, advancing toward India's borders, and even bombing Australia and Ceylon, now Sri Lanka. Meanwhile, German and Axis forces surged through Ukraine into southern Russia, reaching. However, their offensive stalled amid brutal urban combat as they struggled to secure the city. That same summer, Japan suffered a catastrophic naval defeat. Having broken Japanese naval codes, the Americans laid a trap near Midway Island. US carrier-based dive bombers sank 4 Japanese aircraft carriers, delivering a crippling blow to the core of Japan's naval power. The tide of war had turned. A similar shift occurred in North Africa. After a dramatic Axis advance deep into Egypt threatened Britain's entire Middle Eastern position, British forces counterattacked at El Alamein in October and pushed the Axis back, a turning point that began a long retreat. Days later, American troops made their first appearance in the European theater, joining British forces in landings in Morocco and Algeria. This move threatened to trap Axis forces between the advancing British army from Egypt and the new Allied front in the west. In November 1942, Soviet forces launched a massive counteroffensive against the Germans at Stalingrad. Within days, the German Sixth Army was encircled. Despite desperate resistance, the last remnants surrendered in February 1943, a crushing defeat for Nazi Germany. In 1943, the Allies intensified their aerial campaign over Europe. Night after night, fleets of bombers struck German cities and industrial centers. In a daring May raid, British bombers breached key dams in the Ruhr Valley, disrupting hydroelectric power and water supplies in Germany's industrial heartland. On the Eastern Front, Germany launched its final major offensive near Kursk. However, British intelligence, having decrypted German communications, provided Stalin with detailed intelligence. The Soviets constructed formidable defensive lines that inflicted horrific losses on the attackers before launching a powerful counteroffensive that in the Atlantic, Allied navies, British, American, Canadian, and others, developed effective tactics to counter the U-boat threat. In a series of decisive engagements, they sank German submarines in such numbers that German admirals suspended all submarine operations. The U-boats would never regain the upper hand. By spring 1943, Axis forces in North Africa surrendered. In July, the Allies invaded Sicily, the first foothold on Axis home territory. Later that month, Italian dictator Benito Mussolini was deposed and arrested. In early September, Allied forces landed on mainland Italy. Although Italy agreed to surrender, German troops swiftly took control of the country, forcing the Allies into a grueling, slow advance up the Italian peninsula. In the Pacific, the United States shifted to the offensive, executing a two-pronged, island-hopping campaign. One thrust moved through the South Pacific, securing New Guinea and nearby islands. The other advanced through the Central Pacific, capturing the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. The Axis was in full retreat. Victory was no longer within their grasp. As Germany's situation deteriorated, its genocidal campaign against European Jews and other targeted groups accelerated. Millions were murdered in industrialized death camps across the shrinking Nazi empire. By 1944, the noose tightened around the Axis powers. The Soviet Union launched a series of massive offensives involving millions of soldiers, steadily driving Axis forces westward through brutal, large-scale battles. By year's end, Soviet troops had crossed into Germany itself. Meanwhile, in the Pacific, the US inflicted successive defeats on Japan. Much of its navy was destroyed in major sea battles like the Philippine Sea and Leyte Gulf. American forces methodically seized key islands, Saipan, Tinian, and Guam, establishing air bases from which long-range bombers could strike the Japanese. In a desperate and largely ineffective measure, Japan launched incendiary balloons toward North America. One such device killed 6 civilians in Oregon, the only US mainland casualties of Axis action during the war. Japanese forces also attempted an invasion of India, but were decisively halted at the battles of Kohima and Imphal and forced into retreat. On June 6, 1944, D-Day, American, British, Canadian, and Allied forces launched the long-awaited invasion of Western Europe. Within 24 hours, some 150,000 troops landed in Normandy. Paratroopers dropped behind enemy lines, while the bulk crossed the English Channel in over 7,000 vessels to storm the beaches. Fierce resistance from German defenders in fortified bunkers made progress agonizingly slow on some sectors, but by day's end, the Allies had secured a foothold. Over the following days, vast quantities of troops and equipment poured ashore. German reinforcements rushed to Normandy, triggering a brutal battle of attrition. Not until early August did the Allies break out decisively, sweeping across northern France and liberating Paris by month's end. Victory seemed imminent. The Allies then attempted an ambitious airborne operation to seize bridges over the Rhine at Arnhem, but the Germans, though weakened, fought back fiercely and thwarted the plan. The war dragged into another horrific winter. In December, Hitler launched his last major offensive through the snow-covered Ardennes forest in Belgium and Luxembourg. Though the attack created a bulge in Allied lines, it failed to achieve a breakthrough. Reinforcements flooded the region, and the Battle of the Bulge ended in yet another German defeat, one that cost them irreplaceable troops, tanks, and fuel. All these events culminated in 1945. Yet the Axis powers fought on to the bitter end, inflicting immense, unnecessary... When the snows melted in spring, Allied forces surged through northern Italy, completing its liberation. On the Western Front, retreating Germans blew up one of their largest dams to flood the countryside and slow the Allied advance. But by March, Western forces had crossed the Rhine and pushed deep into Germany. By April, they stood just 50 miles from Berlin. In the east, the Soviets advanced relentlessly through Poland and eastern Germany. With nearly 2.5 million troops, they overwhelmed German defenses. Stalin, desperate to reach Berlin before the Western Allies, urged his generals forward, and they succeeded. By late April, Berlin was encircled. On 30 April, Hitler married his longtime companion Eva Braun, then killed her and committed suicide. Admiral Karl Dönitz, his short-lived successor as Führer, surrendered unconditionally on May 7th. The war in Europe was over. Some 43 million people had perished. 2/3 of Europe's Jews had been exterminated. Cities lay in ruins, cultural treasures destroyed, and the continent was left shattered. Japan, however, continued to resist. Its cities burned, its empire in ruins. American forces drew ever closer to the home islands. After horrific battles on Iwo Jima and Okinawa, where Japanese defenders employed suicidal but futile tactics, plans were drawn up for a full-scale invasion of Japan itself. But then, the United States stunned the world. A single aircraft dropped the most powerful weapon ever created, the atomic bomb. This wonder weapon was the product of a massive, secret American scientific and industrial effort, the Manhattan Project, to harness atomic energy. A successful test in July 1945 turned a stretch of New Mexico desert into glass. In August, President Harry S. Truman, having assumed office after Roosevelt's death in April, authorized the use of the bomb to. On the 6th of August, Hiroshima was obliterated. 3 days later, Nagasaki suffered the same fate. Hundreds of thousands were killed or grievously wounded. Simultaneously, the Soviet Union finally entered the Pacific War. The day after Hiroshima, Stalin launched a massive invasion of Japanese-held Manchuria. Faced with overwhelming force on two fronts, the Japanese government capitulated. The formal surrender ceremony took place on September 2, 1945, aboard an American battleship in Tokyo Bay. World War II was over. The world that emerged was irrevocably transformed. In Europe, Eastern territories fell under Soviet communist control, redrawing the geopolitical map. Germany, once Europe's powerhouse, was split. The East occupied by the Soviet Union, the West by Western democracies. The United States, now a nuclear superpower, assumed global dominance, eclipsing the war-exhausted British and French empires. In Asia, Japan underwent sweeping reconstruction under American occupation. Korea, like Germany, was divided, the South aligned with democracies, the North under communist rule. Vietnam, having shaken off French colonial authority during the war, entered a new phase of conflict as France attempted to reassert control. China, ravaged by years of warfare, became the stage for a renewed civil war, which by 1949 resulted in communist forces taking control of the mainland. We still live in a world profoundly shaped by the consequences of World War II. Its echoes continue to resonate through the politics, borders, and alliances of our time. In May 1940, Nazi Germany launched a massive offensive on the Western Front. Despite the combined forces of France, Great Britain, Belgium, and the Netherlands significantly outnumbering the Germans in manpower, artillery, and tanks, and despite the French army being widely regarded as one of the finest in the world, German forces stunned the world by achieving a crushing victory over the Allies in just 6 weeks. This raises a natural question. How did Germany manage such a decisive and rapid triumph? When Germany invaded Poland in 1939, Britain and France declared war. Yet the Western Allies remained largely passive observers, while German and Soviet forces crushed Polish resistance. Meanwhile, German Chancellor Adolf Hitler was already planning his next move. He was in a hurry. His temporary pact with the USSR might not last, and the Allies were not yet ready for full-scale war. On September 27th, Hitler informed the High Command of his intention to attack France within a month. Most German generals, including Wilhelm Ritter von Leeb, were stunned. General von Leeb voiced his concerns. The French won't be caught off guard. They know full well that if the Germans strike, it will be through Belgium. Therefore, they will be on high alert. Our losses will be enormous. An attack on France cannot be carried out as it was in Poland. It will be extremely costly and bloody. Hitler ignored these warnings and ordered planning to begin for an offensive aimed at seizing neutral Belgium and the Netherlands and occupying enough of northern France to establish a springboard for an assault on Britain. The original attack date was postponed to November 25th. Army Chief of Staff Franz Halder swiftly prepared a cautious plan centered on a main thrust through central Belgium. Hitler, however, expressed disappointment, declaring, "This is just the old Schlieffen plan, with a strong right wing along the Atlantic coast." Negotiations between army planners and Hitler dragged on for months, during which the offensive was delayed 29 times. Increasingly, Hitler favored concentrating Germany's relatively few armored and motorized divisions for a breakthrough through the densely forested Ardennes region, aiming to cut off Allied forces should they, as expected, advance into Belgium. The army leadership considered this approach excessively risky. Unknown to Hitler, General Erich von Manstein also advocated an Ardennes route for what would later become known as the Sickle Cut plan, but the army command rejected it. Then, in January 1940, a German Messerschmitt Bf 108 Typhoon carrying the invasion plans crashed in Belgium, forcing the Germans to revise their strategy again. Finally, on February 24, 1940, the final plan was approved, one that modified Manstein's original double envelopment concept. Under it, Army Group B would pin Allied forces in the north, while the Southern Army Group A would spearhead the attack through the Ardennes, cross the Meuse River at Sedan, and race toward Abbeville, where the Somme meets the sea. It was a daring plan, requiring valuable armored units to navigate treacherous, narrow forest roads and advance with dangerously exposed flanks. General Fedor von Bock, commander of Army Group B, voiced his misgivings to Halder. "You'll be crawling 10 miles from Sedan for the following. You'll be the plan and well-informed Detli in this appearing the most of example of this. You'll be crawling 10 miles from the Maginot Line with your breakthrough flank exposed, hoping the French will just sit and watch. You're cramming masses of tanks onto the sparse roads of the Ardennes as if air power doesn't exist. And then you expect to push all the way to the coast with a 200-mile-long open southern flank where the bulk of the French army is stationed." Meanwhile, the French and British were also making plans. The French and British planners trusted the impregnability of the Maginot Line and expected a German thrust through neutral Belgium and the Netherlands. However, the Dutch and Belgians refused to coordinate detailed plans for Franco-British forces entering their territory, hoping to avoid provoking Germany. Nevertheless, this scenario remained central to the Allied Plan D. The best French units and the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, were to enter the Netherlands if Germany attacked, attempting to halt them along the Dyle River, the Albert Canal, and fortresses like Eben-Emael. Plan D was itself risky. The Allies would lack the initiative, advancing to meet an enemy offensive, while their hinge, the Ardennes, was left lightly defended, as they deemed it impassable for large armored formations. French intelligence reports had flagged the Ardennes as a potential axis of attack, yet the High Command took no action. There was no strategic reserve either, as the French 7th Army was committed to advancing into the Netherlands, a politically expedient but militarily dubious move. On the eve of battle, the Germans fielded 2.8 million men, 7,500 artillery pieces, 4,000 aircraft, and 2,700 tanks and self-propelled guns on the Western Front. Only 16 of their 157 divisions were motorized. The Allies, including still neutral Dutch and Belgian forces, had 3.7 million men, 14,000 guns, 3,000 aircraft, and 3,700 tanks. The Germans began their offensive with approximately 3,700 tanks. While the Germans pinned their hopes on their audacious Sickle Cut plan, the Allies pursued an ill-defined scheme to advance into the Netherlands. On May 10, 1940, German forces launched Operation Gelb, a campaign that shocked not only. They swiftly crossed into the Netherlands aiming to create the impression that the main thrust was directed there, even using soldiers disguised in Dutch uniforms to seize bridges by surprise. Despite these ruses, German airborne landings at Dutch airfields largely failed due to Dutch resistance. Nevertheless, overall Dutch opposition was limited. On 14th May, the Luftwaffe bombed the port city of Rotterdam to intimidate the Dutch into surrender, a tactic that succeeded. Around 800 civilians were killed, though in the ensuing chaos, the Dutch government mistakenly believed the death toll was 30,000, and much of the city was destroyed. The government fled, and the Dutch army capitulated on 15th May. Belgian forces also retreated rapidly, though several units, unaware of the retreat order, held off German tanks for hours, a lesson Allied commanders overlooked amid the confusion. As Franco-British troops began moving late that evening, their advance along roads clogged with refugees was painfully slow. The Belgians had hoped Fort Eben-Emael would stop the Germans, but despite fierce resistance against German paratroopers and glider troops, the attackers prevailed by 11th May. Farther south, in the strategically vital Ardennes, the Germans advanced but encountered serious difficulties. Blown bridges and roadblocks delayed tanks, causing massive traffic jams stretching 250 kilometers behind the front. Only then did the French grasp the true scale of the Ardennes offensive. Local commanders had requested reinforcements days earlier, but none came. Now, French Commander-in-Chief Maurice Gamelin hastily dispatched 3 divisions. Some Allied commanders feared their armies might be trapped in Belgium, but Gamelin assumed German horse-drawn artillery would take 9 days to reach the Meuse, and that it was on the 12th of May, while a major tank battle raged at Hanout, where 630 German tanks routed a French force of 470, German units reached the Meuse farther south. General Erwin Rommel's 7th Panzer Division and Heinz Guderian's 19th Corps prepared to cross. A grim omen came when French units facing Guderian retreated without fighting. Many German tanks were relatively light, Panzer I, II and 38T models, but they arrived en masse and with the element of surprise. Oberstleutnant Hermann Balck noted the mindset of some French prisoners. The French are performing terribly. When asked why they are fighting us, prisoners reply, because England and the rich want war. We are not waging war, they are waging it on us. Their eyes burn with hatred when they speak of England. The French have never been this bad. On the 13th May, German infantry and reconnaissance cavalry crossed the Meuse at Dinant and Sedan. The French were overwhelmed by the speed of the German advance. As one captured French general admitted, "You're too fast for us, that's all." Even before the crossing, rumors spread among French troops that the Germans were already behind them, triggering panic and flight in some units. German success stemmed not only from the armored thrust through the Ardennes, but also from overwhelming air power. The Luftwaffe relentlessly attacked Allied columns, though both sides suffered heavy aerial losses. Aircraft like the Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber pounded French defenses along the Meuse before ground troops crossed. German tanks crossed the river on the 14th, but incurred losses. Some units were reduced to a quarter of their strength and ran low on fuel and ammunition. French forces prepared to counterattack the still fragile bridgeheads. Failure to do so would leave half the Allied armies and their best motorized units cut off in the north. On May 10th, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain resigned, replaced by Winston Churchill. Days later, French Premier Paul Reynaud recalled General Maxime Weygand from Syria to assume command and appointed Charles de Gaulle as Undersecretary of National Defense. But he also brought in World War I hero Philippe Pétain as Deputy Premier, though Pétain believed the war was already lost and blamed Britain for starting it. Reynaud desperately requested 10 additional British fighter squadrons be sent to France. Churchill wanted to comply, but the British cabinet, fearing for home defense, agreed to only 4. Some in London had lost faith in the French army, especially after Gamelin admitted he had no strategic reserve. On 15th May, the Germans broke out from their bridgeheads and advanced 65 kilometers by evening. Gamelin finally recognized the danger and ordered Allied forces in Belgium to retreat. General von Bock wanted to exploit his Army Group B's advantage in Belgium, but Army High Command feared it might jeopardize the sickle cut. Both army groups halted for 3 days to keep northern Allied armies trapped in the developing cauldron and allow infantry to catch up and secure flanks against expected French counterattacks, a concern foreseen in Manstein's original plan. Yet, Allied commanders failed to capitalize on this pause. When a French general admitted he didn't know how to fight tanks, British General Henry Pownall lost composure. Good God, how awful to be allied to such a temperamental nation. However, the battle at the village of Stonne revealed the true power of French armor and explained the German command's hesitation. There, a Char B-1 BIS tank commanded by Captain Pierre Bilotte destroyed 11 Panzer IIIs, 2 Panzer IVs and 2 anti-tank guns. An extraordinary feat, arguably one of the greatest despite Bilotte's heroism and the delay he caused. By 20th May, the 2nd Panzer Division reached the coast at Abbeville. Many French soldiers were caught off guard or shell-shocked by relentless air raids. Lieutenant Alexander Steinberg, witnessing the scene, describes streets littered with the wreckage of the shattered French army, disabled vehicles, burnt-out tanks, abandoned artillery, a seemingly endless trail of destruction. Over 1 million British and French troops were now trapped north of the Somme, and the RAF had lost a quarter of its strength. The Allies desperately attempted a two-pronged counterattack against the German flanks, but command confusion reigned, and the Germans advanced with astonishing speed. Anglo-French forces did launch an effective strike near Arras on 21st to 22nd May, involving Matilda tanks, but the battered Germans repelled it. Allied forces then began a fighting retreat toward the port of Dunkirk for evacuation, a British decision that many French viewed with outrage. Fearing further counterattacks from the south, von Rundstedt urged Hitler to halt the advance on Dunkirk. On 24th May, Hitler agreed. This decision later sparked fierce debate. During the war, Hitler tried to obscure his error, claiming he wanted to spare Britain humiliation to facilitate peace talks. After the war, von Rundstedt claimed Hitler gave the order, but this was false. In reality, von Rundstedt issued the halt order himself, but told subordinates it came from Hitler to ensure compliance. Why then did von Rundstedt stop the tanks before Dunkirk? His decision was based on several strategic considerations. First, he wanted to give his armored units time to regroup and prepare for potential counterattacks from Dunkirk. Second, he needed his infantry to reach the Somme line. Third, Panzer Commander von Kleist believed the terrain around Dunkirk was unsuitable for effective tank operations. Moreover, von Rundstedt wanted the Fourth Army to consolidate its position in Arras before launching an assault on Dunkirk. Finally, von Rundstedt, Hitler, and the Naval High Command all agreed that a rapid evacuation of the British Expeditionary Force, BEF, was impossible. This meant there was no need to expend precious Panzer III or IV tanks on Dunkirk, when they could instead be deployed against the French in the south, especially since Germany had already lost 600 tanks. German command expected artillery and the Luftwaffe to destroy the Allied forces trapped in the pocket, after which the Fourth Army would finish them off. However, the German pause was not the sole reason the BEF managed to escape. On 25th May, British troops captured a German staff car containing documents detailing the locations of upcoming German attacks. Lord Gort immediately dispatched reinforcements, preventing the Germans from cutting off the bulk of British forces from Dunkirk, an action that likely saved the BEF. Operation Dynamo, the evacuation of the BEF and French troops from Dunkirk, began on 26th May, followed the next day by the BBC's appeal for civilian vessels to assist. Chaos reigned on the beaches and aboard the ships as German aircraft relentlessly bombed the defenseless men below. Quartermaster Frank Harrell, among the wounded, recalled, "I got onto a boat just after 7 in the evening, and during embarkation there was an air raid. The ship was hit, and I ended up in the water. There were about 30 of us in the water. Because of my injured leg, I could only dog paddle, but I stayed afloat and made it back to the beach to wait for another chance." Around Dunkirk, British and French units fought determined rearguard actions to hold back the Germans. In total, roughly 700 British and 160 French vessels of all kinds evacuated 193,000 British and 145,000 French soldiers. Approximately 88,000, mostly French troops who had defended the evacuation corridor, were forced to surrender. German aircraft sank 20 Allied warships and damaged dozens more. The rescue of the BEF became even more remarkable given the sudden capitulation of the Belgian army on 28th May, which occurred without prior consultation with the British or French. King Leopold made the controversial decision to surrender and become a German prisoner. Although the Allies had not planned to evacuate Belgian forces, they were outraged. French Premier Paul Reynaud called the king a swine, and former British Prime Minister David Lloyd George denounced his actions as a model of treachery and cowardice. The collapse of the Allied front exacerbated tensions in London and Paris. Generals Weygand and Pétain pressured Reynaud to seek a separate peace with Germany, but he refused. Cologne 2.0. British Foreign Secretary Lord Halifax proposed peace negotiations through neutral Italy, but Churchill would have none of it. "Even if we are defeated, we will be no worse off than if we stop fighting now. We must avoid being dragged into the abyss with France." With the BEF and the most effective French units either evacuated or captured and stripped of their heavy equipment, German attention turned to the remaining French forces. South of the Dunkirk tragedy, the front line ran along the Somme and Aisne rivers, where the Germans had already established several bridgeheads. The bridgehead at Abbeville posed a serious threat to the remaining ports vital for supplying the Second British Expeditionary Force. Despite the obvious risks, Winston Churchill ordered 300,000 fresh British troops sent to France, aiming, as he put it. General Alan Brooke, however, expressed deep skepticism. "You cannot give feelings to a corpse, and the French army is effectively dead." Yet a spark of resistance still flickered among the French. On 27th May, the French 7th Army attacked the Abbeville bridgehead. Units from Charles de Gaulle's division and Manstein's corps took part. French B-1 BIS tanks caused panic among some German units, but several German 88mm anti-aircraft batteries, skillfully deployed in a ground role, halted the fragmented Allied armored assaults and held the bridgehead. On June 5th, the Germans launched Operation Rot, Red. Their strategic aim was to swiftly cross the Somme and Aisne rivers and drive south to crush the French army before it could reorganize. In the first phase, 3 armies of Army Group B were to advance to the Seine, Oise, and Aisne near Paris. Then, Army Groups A and B would deliver the main blow east of Paris toward Troyes and Saint-Dizier. In the third phase, Army Group C would breach the Maginot Line near Saarbrücken and, in the fourth phase, cross the Rhine at Colmar. By this point, the Germans had twice as many divisions as the Allies. Weygand urged French troops to fight to the death, stressing that France's fate depended on the coming battle. He also introduced a new defensive tactic to counter deep German armored thrusts. French units constructed hedgehogs, fortified villages, and forest positions designed for all-around defense. Their purpose was to pin down German infantry while Allied tanks engaged German armor as it broke through. Initially, these hedgehogs proved effective, as noted in the diary of Luftwaffe General von Richthofen. What seemed a success this morning turned out to be nothing. The French are stubborn and resilient. They've fortified every village. Our tanks drive through, but the French lie low. The infantry can't keep up with the tanks, so the tanks just roll on without them. The infantry can't advance against the circular defenses of villages. That's how everything gets stuck. Fierce fighting erupted south of the Somme on June 5th to 6th. Many French soldiers, heeding Weygand's call, fought to the last. In some places, Germans executed French African colonial troops after they surrendered. Overall, during the campaign, SS and Wehrmacht units killed at least 3,000 French African soldiers and nearly 200 British and French prisoners, and committed several massacres of civilians, such as at Vingt and Oigny. During one such massacre of African troops, a German officer explained his actions to a French counterpart. An inferior race does not deserve to fight against a civilized race like the German. Nevertheless, on June 6th, the Germans broke through along the Chemin des Dames, crossed the Aisne, and also crossed the Somme in 2 places. Allied units along the Somme estuary retreated to the Bresle River. German tanks again demonstrated their speed, outflanking the new Allied position by nightfall. On July 7th, General Hermann Hoth's tanks reached the crossroads at Forges-les-Eaux, splitting the French 10th Army in 2. Hoth aimed to push toward the Seine and Rouen, but his superiors feared for his flanks as Allied resistance was holding back German infantry. Rommel, however, ordered his 7th Division to race toward the Seine without waiting for permission, a pattern of aggressive improvisation by German commanders throughout the campaign. The French had blown up the bridges in Rouen, but Hoth's breakthrough triggered a general retreat that shattered Allied morale. The Germans noted that even French armored units, which could have posed a serious threat, avoided combat. As reported near Haute-Épine, the regiment encountered several isolated enemies. Some crews abandoned their vehicles without fighting. On 9th June, the second phase of Operation Rot began. Here too, the Germans found many French soldiers fighting tenaciously. Army Group A reported effective French artillery fire and organized defenses. But other French units were disintegrating, as one French staff officer observed, "A stunned and exhausted herd, a chaotic mix of units, regiments and services. It's not so much a matter of morale. These men are disoriented. They don't know what's happening to them. The sight of an aircraft terrifies them." Soon, German forces surged forward like an unstoppable tide, breaking through Allied lines on all fronts. Guderian's armored columns raced south from the Aisne, enveloping French units, while Manstein's infantry divisions crossed the Seine. The Ninth Army reached the Marne and crossed it successfully the next day. Recognizing the hopelessness of the military situation, British command decided to evacuate the 200,000-strong 2nd British Expeditionary Force. Weygand declared the war lost and insisted on seeking peace with Germany. Reynaud, however, firmly rejected the proposal, urging continued resistance. "You mistakenly see Hitler as Wilhelm I, a respectable gentleman who took Alsace-Lorraine from us and left it at that. But Hitler is Genghis Khan, a merciless conqueror." On June 14th, German troops entered Paris, coinciding with the start of the 3rd and 4th phases of their offensive. On June 16th, Verdun, the symbol of French resilience in World War I, fell. German forces reached the Loire River and the Swiss border, and the French army was utterly disorganized and defeated. Politically, the situation for the Allies was dire. On June 10th, Italy declared. By 16 June, most French cabinet ministers favored an armistice, and Pétain threatened to resign if Reynaud did not request one, a move that would fatally undermine the government. Reynaud appealed to President Roosevelt for help, but received only sympathy. London proposed a Franco-British union to continue the war, but Pétain saw it as a British plot to seize French colonies and called it a marriage with a corpse. He also sought peace to prevent a potential communist uprising. As a result, Reynaud resigned, Pétain became prime minister, and the next day requested an armistice. Some Frenchmen, like de Gaulle, sought to continue the fight. Broadcasting from England, he urged his countrymen to resist. Few heard him that day, but that would soon change. While armistice negotiations were underway, Mussolini decided he wanted an Italian victory before the war ended. On 21st June, 22 Italian divisions attacked in the Alps, but just 6 French divisions held them back. To bolster Italy's prestige, the Germans sent air and ground forces to strike the French from the rear, and fierce fighting erupted in the mountains on June 23rd to 24th. Finally, on June 25, 1940, the armistice took effect. The Battle of France lasted 46 days and claimed the lives of 2,900 Dutch, 7,500 Belgians, 12,500 British, and 59,000 French soldiers, as well as 45,000 Germans and 1,250 Italians. Nearly 30,000 French, Dutch, and Belgian civilians died, and 8 million became refugees. Over 2 million French and Belgian soldiers were taken prisoner. The scale of Germany's victory is evident in material losses. The Germans lost 1,800 aircraft compared to the Allies' 3,020. 839 German tanks were destroyed versus 3,300 Allied tanks. Immediately after the campaign, debates erupted over the General Gamelin blamed soldiers for cowardice. De Gaulle argued the army had been misused. Pétain claimed the nation was spiritually weak. An officer, historian, and future resistance member Marc Bloch emphasized the incompetence of the High Command. Ultimately, the Allies were defeated on the battlefield because they failed to respond effectively to the speed and power of concentrated German armored formations. They underestimated the effectiveness of tactical air support, could not coordinate to exploit German mistakes, and suffered from internal divisions and declining morale. Germany's victory shocked Allied governments and publics, including neutral America, which re-evaluated its global security strategy and was a welcome surprise at home. German propaganda hailed it as a blitzkrieg of tanks, an image that endures today, though infantry fought the majority of the battles. German leaders, overestimating their own capabilities and military strength, now grew overconfident. With Hitler's prestige at its peak, few dared challenge his decisions. They ignored their own errors, such as exposed flanks and ammunition shortages, because they had gotten away with them. France was lost, but the war was not over. Britain was determined to fight on, as were de Gaulle's Free French. Germany had already begun its next offensives, the skies over England filled with German aircraft, and strategists in Berlin turned their gaze eastward. Less than 5 years after the Battle of France, the situation for Nazi Germany had reversed dramatically. American, British, and Free French forces were crossing into Germany and approaching the Rhine, while the Red Army prepared to cross the Oder and storm Berlin, the Reich's capital, where Hitler hid in his bunker. D-Day stands as a defining moment in world history, a pivotal turning point in the Allies' victory over the Nazi regime. Countless books have been written and numerous films made about this fateful day, yet most portray events exclusively from the Allied perspective. But what did D-Day look like through German eyes? What missteps led the Wehrmacht to defeat? Let us step into the chaos of June 6, 1944, not as liberators, but as defenders on the crumbling edge of an empire. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the air over Omaha Beach in Normandy hung thick with smoke and the acrid stench of gunpowder. The relentless thunder of artillery and desperate cries of men echoed across blood-soaked sand. Behind Corporal Heinrich Falk, a young Wehrmacht soldier crouched behind a crumbling concrete bunker, the English Channel churned with Allied landing craft, disgorging wave after wave of troops onto the shore. As the invaders surged forward, Falk's mind raced. How did it come to this? Why didn't we see it coming? Just days earlier, on June 3rd, Falk had stood in a dimly lit German command bunker near Pas-de-Calais, listening as officers debated the likely invasion site. Maps of the French coast sprawled across a heavy table, studded with red and blue pins marking potential Allied landing zones. Oberleutnant Klaus Reinhardt, a hardened officer with a cold intellect and an even colder heart, paced the room. His boots clicked against the concrete floor like a metronome counting down to catastrophe. He declared, jabbing a finger at Pas-de-Calais. It's the shortest crossing from England, the logical choice. Falk shifted uneasily by the door. Barely 20, he looked young, but his eyes betrayed the weight of war. He'd seen enough to know that logic often crumbles in battle. But what if they don't, sir? He ventured cautiously. What if they choose Normandy? Reinhardt stopped dead and fixed Falk with a steely glare. The beaches are too exposed, the terrain too difficult. The Allies aren't fools, Falk. They strike where we least expect them, but their very kit are not inventions.
The beaches are too exposed, the terrain too difficult. The Allies aren't fools, Falk. They'll strike where we least expect them. The Allies know that we least where. They created where we were share, from anyone who's seen it hence.
The Allies aren't fools, there's we least expect them, but where we are strongest.
Falk nodded, unconvinced. He'd heard the whispers. The Allies were feeding false intelligence, suggesting an attack on Calais while planning the real blow elsewhere. And as it turned out, his doubts were profoundly justified. Since March 1944, the Allies had waged an elaborate deception campaign, Operation Fortitude North, designed to convince the Germans of an imminent invasion of Norway. It succeeded brilliantly, diverting vital German troops and resources away from France. Emboldened, they launched Operation Fortitude South, using double agents like Juan Pujol Garcia, codenamed Garbo, to feed fabricated reports to German intelligence. Garbo, network of fictional spies, claimed a massive buildup of the 1st United States Army Group, FUSAG, a phantom force supposedly commanded by the formidable General George S. Patton. Based in southeast England, FUSAG existed only through inflatable tanks, dummy landing craft, and fake radio traffic. The Germans swallowed the bait whole. In May 1, 1944, the Allied Supreme Headquarters in London buzzed with frenetic energy. Maps covered every surface, marked with arrows and front lines heavy with history. At the center stood General Dwight D. Eisenhower, Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force, his gaze sweeping the room. Beside him, Colonel David Strangeways, the mastermind behind Operation Bodyguard, the overarching deception plan, allowed himself a knowing smile. "They've taken the hook, line and sinker," he told Eisenhower. And they had. Back in the German bunker, Reinhardt's certainty mirrored that of the entire Nazi high command. Patton would lead the main assault on Pas de Calais, the narrowest point of the Channel. For weeks, Garbo had flooded German handlers with hundreds of...
Even after D-Day began, he insisted the Normandy landings were a feint and the real attack was still coming at Calais. So trusted was Garbo that the Germans awarded him the Iron Cross. Unaware, he was one of MI5's most effective double agents under the Double Cross system, a brilliant counterintelligence operation that turned nearly every German spy in Britain into a British asset. As a result, just 2 days before D-Day, much of the German command remained convinced the true invasion would strike Calais, not Normandy. On June 4th, soldiers of the 352nd Infantry Division labored along the Normandy coast, stringing barbed wire, planting mines, and erecting massive concrete obstacles. This division, among the most experienced and well-equipped in the Atlantic Wall, had fortified Omaha Beach with interlocking fields of fire designed to annihilate any landing force. Sergeant Erich Bauer, a veteran whose face was etched like a weathered cliff, barked at Falk to stop daydreaming and clean the machine guns. Falk obeyed, but a deep dread clung to him. No matter how strong their defenses, something terrible was coming. Soon. The Atlantic Wall itself was a colossal undertaking. Ordered by Hitler in Directive No. 40, March 1942, its construction began in late 1941 under the Organisation Tod, which mobilized 500,000 workers, many of them forced laborers. Concrete, steel and timber were stripped from across occupied Europe. Thousands perished from exhaustion, starvation or Allied bombing. By 1944, over 15,000 bunkers lined the coast, along with millions of mines, steel hedgehogs, wooden stakes and massive coastal batteries, like the 155mm and 210mm guns near Cherbourg. Calais, the narrowest channel crossing, received special attention with more than 2,000 bunkers erected. Yet the wall was never finished. Sections remained Still, Normandy, especially Omaha, was heavily defended, precisely because the 352nd Division had been moved there in secret, unbeknownst to Allied intelligence. On June 4th, under grey, oppressive skies, Falk scanned the horizon from his bunker. In the command post, Reinhardt grew increasingly uneasy. Conflicting reconnaissance reports gnawed at him. "What if they outsmarted us?" he muttered, staring at the map. "What if they..." We're going somewhere else." The phone rang sharply. "Reinhardt," he answered. A calm voice replied, "We've intercepted an encrypted message. The Allies are attacking, but we don't know where." He slammed the receiver down. Damn them all. The question haunting every German commander was simple yet decisive. Where will the Allies strike? The answer would determine the fate of the Third Reich, but consensus was impossible. Exclamation point at meta, quote, pause, quote, colon, quote, sex, quote, colon, 2.0. At the heart of the confusion lay a bitter strategic rift between Germany's two top Western commanders, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt and Field Marshal Erwin Rommel. Von Rundstedt, headquartered near Paris, insisted the Allies would target Pas-de-Calais, the logical, shortest route. They'll come where we strongest, but they never had to move it down. They were we strongest, he argued, because they must. Rommel, inspecting Normandy's beaches from his chateau at La Roche-Guyon, disagreed. They'll strike where we works, weakest, makes themselves, he warned, and they do it soon. Even Hitler wavered on. At his Berghof retreat, torn between intuition and doubt, he received contradictory intelligence on June 5th. One report claimed Normandy was a diversion. Another, based on the same intercepted Allied signals that unsettled Reinhardt, hinted at imminent invasion, but without a location. Convinced by his own instinct, Hitler declared, "The Calais, Normandy, we'll do it. Normandy's not then for his set," he warned. They love the works out the lookout. For consider, Hitler dead friendly being quickly. Normandy they compared of them. Involved improved to make it, the blessed positions to provide the business premier. From hard colon, Normandy discussed in a age, they all 50. Meta, Pause, 6, 2.0. Yet that night, in hushed conversation with his inner circle, he admitted, "What if I'm wrong? What if they were cleverer than we thought?" As the night wore on, contradictory orders began to ripple through the German chain of command. At 10 p.m. on the 5th of June, Rommel left La Roche-Guyon to visit his wife in Germany for her birthday. Convinced the weather was too foul for an invasion, he had nonetheless ordered his troops to remain on high alert and even authorized the deployment of his formidable panzer reserves near the coast, though this met with resistance from higher command. As Rommel headed for Germany, the storm along the beaches intensified. The wind howled like a banshee, and thick sheets of rain lashed the shoreline. Then, the tempest began to subside. By midnight, the rain had stopped and the clouds parted, revealing a sliver of moonlight. Heinrich felt a chill run down his spine. Something was about to happen. But before it did, the Allies launched their final, masterful deception operation to mislead the Germans about the invasion site. On the night of June 5, 1944, a fleet of small vessels and aircraft dropped thousands of aluminium strips, known as window, to simulate a massive invasion fleet heading toward the Pas-de-Calais. Simultaneously, a small team of paratroopers released dummy parachutists and played recorded battle sounds to further confuse the enemy. Around midnight, the 1st Allied paratroopers, members of the US 101st and 82nd Airborne Divisions and the British 6th Airborne Division, began landing behind enemy lines to seize key positions. Their mission? Secure vital roads, bridges and towns to block German reinforcements from reaching the beaches. The Germans had anticipated such airborne assaults, and casualties among the paratroopers were high. Yet their chances of success remained substantial. Meta, Pause, 6, 2. German coastal radar stations in the English Channel began detecting unusual activity, registering numerous targets. Command dismissed these reports, assuming they were Allied decoys or minor air raids. Then, around 2 a.m., alarming messages arrived confirming Allied paratrooper landings behind the front lines in Normandy. General Erich Marx, commander of the 84th Corps stationed in the region, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He ordered his troops to mobilize at once and urgently messaged both Rommel and von Rundstedt, demanding reinforcements. While the Nazi high command remained paralyzed by indecision, the first waves of Allied landing craft reached the Normandy coast at 4 a.m. The scale of the invasion was now undeniable, yet German leadership remained frozen. Von Rundstedt, still convinced the Normandy landings were merely a diversion and that the main assault would come at Pas-de-Calais, delayed committing his reserves. On Omaha Beach, Heinrich awoke to the sound of distant explosions. He leapt to his feet, grabbed his rifle, and at that moment Bauer burst into the bunker. "They're here!" Bauer shouted, his voice a mix of fear and resolve. "The Allies are landing!" Heinrich's heart pounded as he took position behind the machine gun. Through the narrow slit of the bunker, he saw the horizon lit by flashes of light. The sea teemed with ships, their silhouettes dark against the pre-dawn sky. The first wave of landing craft hit the beach, disgorging hundreds of Allied soldiers onto the sand. Heinrich squeezed the trigger. The machine gun roared to life, mowing down men as they struggled through the surf. The air filled with the cries of the wounded and dying, and the thunderous roar of artillery. Allied troops inched forward across the open beach, slowed by relentless fire. Casualties were staggering. Entire units pinned to the sand or stranded in shallow water, caught in the crossfire of Heinrich and his comrades. But decisive help was already on the way. At 5 a.m., a massive Allied naval bombardment began. Bombers targeted German coastal defenses along Normandy, bunkers, artillery emplacements, and beach obstacles. The main invasion fleet approached the shore. In this initial bombardment, more than 1,000 bombers dropped roughly 13,000 bombs on German positions, though many missed their targets due to poor visibility. The large-scale assault was unmistakably underway, but German high command remained paralyzed. Von Rundstedt, still clinging to the belief that Normandy was a feint, hesitated. Rommel, hundreds of kilometers away in Germany, desperately tried to return to the front. At 6 a.m., von Rundstedt finally accepted reality and contacted General Alfred Jodl, head of Hitler's operations staff. Jodl refused to wake the Führer and denied the request, stating, "The Führer believes the main attack will come at Calais. We must not rush." He added, "The Führer must not be disturbed." On the battlefield, the intensity of combat escalated. At 6:30 a.m., the first major wave of Allied troops landed on Omaha Beach. The US 1st and 29th Infantry Divisions met fierce resistance from the German 352nd Infantry Division. Hundreds of soldiers were cut down by machine gun and artillery fire before even reaching the sand. Many Sherman DD tanks sank in the rough seas or were disabled by the beach obstacles, leaving the infantry without armored support. At 7 a.m., a second wave landed, only marginally more successful. Without tank support, the infantry relied on their own weapons and sporadic naval gunfire. Engineers desperately tried to clear paths through the obstacles, only to be mowed down. Yet despite the carnage, staggering losses, and slow progress, the Allies pressed forward relentlessly. To Heinrich and his comrades defending the beach, it seemed like an endless tide of enemy troops washing ashore. Their sheer numbers and determination began to wear down the defenders. Heinrich's hands grew slick with sweat as he reloaded the machine gun. The bunker floor was littered with spent casings. His mind had numbed from the horror unfolding around him. Bauer shouted orders beside him, but Heinrich couldn't hear, his voice drowned out by the chaos. Though the Americans had already suffered over 2,000 casualties and the beach was strewn with dead and wounded, by 8 a.m., small groups of Allied soldiers began breaking through. Using grenades, Bangalore torpedoes, and sheer grit, they cleared key bunkers and started climbing the bluffs overlooking the beach. The Germans resisted fiercely, but their resolve was waning under the Allies' relentless pressure. At 9 a.m., the 2nd Ranger Battalion stormed the cliffs at Pointe du Hoc, neutralizing German artillery that had been devastating Allied forces on the beaches below. Naval gunfire, directed by forward observers on the beach, pounded German positions, silencing critical bunkers and enabling infantry to advance. As Allied artillery continued to suppress enemy strongpoints, foot soldiers gained ground. At 9:30 a.m., the observation post where Heinrich and Bauer were stationed took a direct hit from a heavy shell. The blast hurled Heinrich to the ground. Dazed and ears ringing, he struggled to his feet. Nearby, Bauer lay motionless, a dark stain of blood spreading beneath him. "Bauer!" Heinrich screamed, crawling to his comrade. Bauer's eyes were glassy, his breath shallow. "Get out of here, Falk," he rasped. "It's over." Heinrich shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "I can't leave you." But Bauer was already gone. There was no time to grieve. Around 10 a.m., fresh Allied reinforcements began landing. Destroyers moved closer to shore, delivering direct fire support. The tide of battle had decisively turned, as the Allies secured a foothold on the beach. German defenders, despite their fierce resistance, were running dangerously low on ammunition and manpower. Some began surrendering. The Allies pushed inland, establishing a beachhead. Incredibly, it wasn't until 10 a.m., 10 hours after the invasion began, that Adolf Hitler was finally informed of the situation. His initial reaction was disbelief. "This can't be the main attack," he insisted. "It's just a trick." He initially refused to authorize the deployment of the 12th SS Panzer Division and the Panzerlehr Division, two of Germany's most powerful armored units, demanding confirmation. Under pressure from his advisors, he eventually relented and gave the order. But their advance was severely hampered by overwhelming Allied air superiority, which subjected their columns to relentless bombing and strafing. By the time the surviving elements reached the front, the Allies were firmly entrenched, and the 29th Infantry Division was advancing toward Vierville-sur-Mer. The chance to repel the invasion had been irrevocably lost. For Heinrich, it was too little, too late. By 10:30 a.m., he was alone on the beach, his comrades either dead or fled. Allied tanks rolled ashore, infantry advanced steadily, and naval guns from destroyers like the USS McCook and HMS Talleyrand pounded German positions, silencing bunkers and clearing the way inland. Heinrich knew it was only a matter of time before they overran his post. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. "I won't run," he resolved. "I won't surrender. I'll fight here to the end." Further inland, at 11 a.m., the 1st Infantry Division. By noon, fighting reached its peak intensity. German snipers and machine gun nests inflicted heavy casualties on advancing troops. At 2:30 p.m., German resistance received a significant boost. The 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, some 20,000 strong and equipped with Panther and Panzer IV tanks, entered the battlefield. Bolstered by armor, the Germans launched a coordinated counterattack. Elements of the 352nd Infantry Division, supported by the 12th SS, fiercely assaulted Allied positions in Colleville-sur-Mer and Vierville-sur-Mer. The fighting was brutal, with heavy losses on both sides. Yet the Allies held the advantage of naval artillery and air support, which helped repel the German counteroffensive and slowly tipped the balance in their favor. By 4 p.m., the Allies had consolidated their positions and beaten back the German assault. The 1st Infantry Division captured Colleville-sur-Mer, the 29th held Vierville-sur-Mer. The 2nd and 5th Ranger Battalions had fully neutralized the German artillery at Pointe du Hoc, at great cost. As evening approached, the momentum of the battle was unquestionably with the Allies. They had secured the Omaha beachhead and were pushing inland, linking up with airborne units and establishing defensive perimeters. The Germans, despite their tenacious resistance, were critically depleted in both men and supplies. In a command bunker, Reinhardt cursed the dead phone in his hand. Before the lines were cut, he'd been told the 12th SS Panzer Division was on its way. He knew it was too little, too late, but also that its arrival was the last hope of holding the beach. Suddenly, the bunker door was blown off its hinges by a massive explosion. The blast hurled Reinhardt across the room, slamming him into the wall and leaving him a crumpled, broken heap. By the time Allied soldiers crossed by midnight, the beach was littered with the bodies of both Germans and Allies. Heinrich lay among them, his rifle still clutched in his hands, eyes open and fixed on the sky. The Allies had secured Normandy. Their victory marked a turning point in the war. For the Germans, it was the beginning of the end. The tide had turned, and there was no going back. On D-Day alone, over 156,000 Allied troops from the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, and other nations landed on the Normandy coast. Approximately 50,000 German soldiers were stationed along the shoreline to oppose them. The invasion involved a staggering armada of over 7,000 vessels, including 4,000 landing craft. To support the infantry, the Allies deployed specialized armor, such as the amphibious Sherman DD tanks, Churchill AVREs, armored Royal Engineer vehicles equipped with mortars for destroying bunkers and clearing obstacles, and Sherman, Crab, flail tanks fitted with rotating chains to detonate mines and clear safe paths through beach defenses. Air cover was provided by more than 11,000 Allied aircraft, which dropped over 13,000 bombs on German positions. The Luftwaffe, once a formidable force, was by D-Day a pale shadow of its former self. Only a handful of German planes reached the battlefield that day, quickly overwhelmed by thousands of Allied aircraft dominating the skies. On June 6th, the Allies flew over 14,000 sorties. The Luftwaffe managed only about 300. When the dust settled, Allied casualties on D-Day totaled approximately 10,000, with over 4,000 confirmed dead. German losses were estimated between 4,000 and 9,000. In the days following D-Day, the Allies, having secured their beachheads, pushed deeper into France despite fierce German resistance. The German High Command, now fully aware of the crisis, scrambled to reinforce. But the initiative... This marked the beginning of France's liberation and the relentless march toward the fall of the Third Reich. For soldiers on both sides, the battle stood as a harrowing testament to the brutal reality of war. It served as a reminder that, in the end, the highest price is paid not by generals and politicians, but by ordinary people on the ground, fighting and dying for ideals they may not fully understand. For Heinrich Falk and countless others who fell on both sides of that blood-soaked beach, their sacrifice, their fear, and their courage are now only memories, swallowed by the relentless river of time. Yet, had the German High Command responded more swiftly and with better coordination, the outcome of the battle, and with it, the fate of the entire world, might have been entirely different. In the early hours of December 16, 1944, as freezing air pierced the Ardennes forest, 3 German armies, numbering over 200,000 men, launched a surprise counteroffensive. They struck weakly held Allied positions in a desperate bid to reverse the course of the war in Europe. This bloody confrontation, later known as the Battle of the Bulge, raged for an entire month and became one of the fiercest engagements of World War II, before the Allies finally halted the German advance. Yet the question of whether the outcome might have been different remains a subject of historical debate. By the second half of 1944, Nazi Germany's strategic and military situation had deteriorated sharply. The Allied landings in Normandy and the Red Army's summer offensive had liberated vast occupied territories, depriving German war industries of vital resources. In September 1944, Reich Minister of Armaments and War Production Albert Speer estimated that Germany had enough resources to sustain war for only another year. Amid this crisis, a group of officers attempted to assassinate Adolf Hitler on July 20, 1944, but he miraculously survived. Convinced that only a successful Western counteroffensive could restore internal control and reclaim military initiative, Hitler pressed forward with plans for a bold strike. Meanwhile, the Western Allies, after their rapid advance across Western Europe, faced severe logistical constraints. They decided to pause major offensive operations temporarily to regroup and replenish supplies. On the Eastern Front, Soviet forces had crossed into German territory for the first time in October, but the Germans managed to halt their momentum. The Red Army was now preparing a winter offensive to break through German defenses in Poland. In Germany, radical measures and full-scale mobilization under the Total War campaign allowed the Nazi regime to... It was a desperate effort, but even under relentless Allied bombing, German factories produced more tanks and artillery pieces in 1944 than ever before. From the German perspective, however, morale and training levels among new units were generally poor. Veteran instructor Günter Koschorek noted in his diary on the 9th of October, "The rabble were supposed to train in our company consists of a mix of elderly ethnic Germans from Eastern Europe and naval personnel who, due to a lack of ships, are being retrained as armored infantry." Manpower shortages meant that new German divisions had significantly reduced combat strength. While a typical US division numbered over 13,000 men, the average German division by late 1944 had dwindled to just 9,000. Equipment was often obsolete or inadequate, and artillery batteries relied on a hodgepodge of mostly captured Soviet guns. Despite their poor quality and being Germany's last reserves, these forces gave Wehrmacht commanders the breathing room needed to develop Hitler's offensive plans. By September 1944, Hitler was determined to attack, and on the 16th of September, he first discussed the idea with his generals. He ultimately chose what became known as the Grand Solution, overruling most of his generals who favored a more limited operation toward Aachen and Liège. Hitler's plan envisioned a large-scale thrust through the Ardennes, aimed at cutting off all Allied forces in Western Germany and the Netherlands, and capturing the strategically vital port of Antwerp. German planners selected the Ardennes not only because it was lightly defended by American troops, but also because the Wehrmacht had achieved a stunning breakthrough there in 1940. The first phase of the operation called for crossing the Meuse River, followed by a northward drive to seize Antwerp. Significantly, plans for the second phase remained vague, with no concrete strategy. Hitler hoped the offensive would shatter Allied morale and compel Britain and the United States to accept a negotiated peace, allowing Germany to shift all forces eastward. Most of his generals were deeply skeptical. After the war, Gerd von Rundstedt wrote of his doubts. "If we had reached the Meuse, we should have dropped to our knees and thanked God, let alone attempted to reach Antwerp." The plan was hastily drawn up, leaving Chief of the Operations Staff Alfred Jodl no time for a proper assessment of American forces in the area, leading to a serious underestimation of enemy strength. Although many German units carried fuel for only 30 to 40 kilometers, Jodl expected armored spearheads to cover nearly 200 kilometers to the Meuse in a single day. This meant the success of the entire operation hinged on capturing Allied supply depots along the way. Weather was another critical factor in German calculations. The offensive depended on poor conditions to ground the Allies, overwhelming air superiority. 3 German armies participated in the attack. The strongest was the 6th SS Panzer Army under Josef Dietrich, comprising all remaining SS Panzer divisions, equipped with 500 tanks and over 1,000 artillery pieces. Its mission was to cross the Meuse and capture Antwerp. Hasso von Manteuffel commanded the 5th Panzer Army, with 400 tanks, tasked with establishing a front line around Brussels. Finally, Erich Brandenberger's 7th Army, the weakest of the 3, largely non-motorized and tankless, was to advance into Luxembourg and southern Belgium and establish defensive positions against the expected counterattack by Patton's US 3rd Army. The 7th Army's weakness was a major flaw in the plan, leaving the entire operation's left flank vulnerable from the outset. A collapse in this sector could nullify any gains made farther north. German commanders recognized. Altogether, the Wehrmacht assembled over 200,000 men in 29 divisions, including 9 panzer divisions. Yet even internal Wehrmacht assessments acknowledged that most of these divisions were of low combat readiness. Facing them were the US 1st Army's 5th Corps under Leonard Jarrow and the 3rd Army's 8th Corps under Troy Middleton. The Allies in the region faced their own challenges. To support the 1st Army's push toward the Ruhr dams and Patton's planned thrust into the Saar, General Omar Bradley had dangerously overextended American forces in the Ardennes sector. Additionally, many units stationed there were cavalry groups, light, highly mobile formations ideal for pursuit but ill-suited for static defense or forest combat. The US Army had not yet adequately transitioned from its rapid summer offensives to the more static autumn conditions. Roughly 80,000 American troops were stationed in the Ardennes. Thus, 3 German armies stood ready to strike 2 unsuspecting American corps. And, when forecasts predicted poor weather, the Germans set their plan in motion. Throughout November and early December, they moved troops and supplies under deep secrecy, operating only at night. No cooking fires were lit, and no daytime movements occurred. 2.0. German reconnaissance aircraft flew low over deployment areas at night to monitor progress, spot unauthorized lights, and mask engine noise. Although Allied intelligence detected some signs of German buildup, the warnings were either delayed or dismissed, leaving US forces unprepared. The secrecy imposed further logistical problems. Fearing detection, much of the materiel was unloaded too far from the front. Hitler and his generals prioritized security over supply. When the offensive began, the Germans had only about 15,000 tons of artillery ammunition, yet they required 1,200 tons per day, meaning the operation would exhaust its ammunition in just 10 days. Motorization shortages also plagued the advance. 17-year-old artilleryman Emil Frie, serving in a rocket battery, later recalled, "Often, one truck pulled 3 launchers. Sometimes they even hitched a VW Kübelwagen used by the unit commander. The whole convoy looked more like a circus than a dangerous military unit." Across the front line, American soldiers were resting. Colonel Daniel B. Strickler remembered, "It was considered a quiet sector, as there had been no aggressive combat on either side since the initial breakthrough to the German border in September. Yet some soldiers noticed odd activity. One reported, "We're constantly hit by reconnaissance patrols. All night, as soon as it gets dark, they start firing to drown out the noise of heavy equipment, tanks moving into position and so on. Something's happening." There was no more quiet time for the Americans. On 15th December, German units received their final orders. 17-year-old former sailor Friedrich Schmeske recalled that night. "The peaceful silence of the bunker gave way to restless murmuring. Some comrades fell into wild euphoria. Then we had a hot meal, which some grimly called our last meal. Some men turned to alcohol to lift their spirits. Hand grenades, Panzerfausts, and extra rifle ammunition were distributed, and we were to lie down fully dressed. We were supposed to be woken at 4 o'clock, but it wasn't necessary, as no one slept." At dawn on December 16th, a massive German artillery barrage heralded the grand offensive. Following the storm of shells, German infantry surged for American soldier Charlie Haug, an involuntary witness, described the scene. "We lived through perhaps the worst nightmare of our entire army careers. Horrific screams and shouts came out of the darkness, sounds you could barely imagine. The Germans were attacking, they yelled like wild Indians." In the northern sector, German forces immediately encountered serious difficulties. Despite fielding 4 panzer divisions, they failed to capture the Elsenborn Ridge, their initial objective. Dense forests severely restricted road use, causing traffic jams and hampering movement. Premature commitment of reserves in a bid to break through only worsened the situation. In the central sector, however, the Germans achieved significant gains on the first day. Stretched thin, American units could not hold, and Manteuffel's tanks broke through nearly the entire line. The southern sector yielded mixed results. Lead elements of the 7th Army crossed the Our and Sauer rivers in assault boats with minimal losses. But acute shortages of bridging equipment and accurate US artillery fire left the bulk of the 7th Army stranded on the eastern banks. When the first day's fighting finally subsided, one soldier wrote home, "Everywhere lies a tangle of shell-shredded tree trunks, signs of prolonged close combat. Rifle fragments, bayonets, shattered helmets, unexploded grenades, shell splinters, displaced sandbags, broken stretchers, half-empty boots and gloves, and shreds of uniforms and gear." By the evening of the 16th of December, Allied headquarters still viewed the German attack as a limited operation. The true scale became clear only the next day, when the Wehrmacht launched 2 special operations. The first, Operation Stösser, was an airborne drop aimed at seizing key road junctions and bridges ahead of the main advance. Poor coordination with ground forces and insufficient preparation time meant only they spent 3 days hiding in the forest with little food or water, waiting in vain for support. Survivors eventually dispersed and by 20 December made their way back across the front lines. The second operation, codenamed Operation Greif and led by Otto Skorzeny, involved troops disguised in American uniforms, infiltrating behind Allied lines to sow chaos, changing road signs and cutting telephone lines. However, US forces quickly identified and captured most of these teams, executing nearly all of Skorzeni's men. German legal advisors had assured Skorzeny beforehand that wearing enemy uniforms was permissible as long as no weapons were used, a theoretical justification that held little weight in practice. Throughout history, armies have routinely executed enemy soldiers caught in their own uniforms. Operation Greif was officially terminated on the evening of the 17th of December, when a frustrated Skorzeny received permission to deploy his remaining men as a regular brigade. Thus, the Germans launched their desperate offensive. Initial military results were mixed, but wherever they advanced, German troops committed war crimes. The most infamous unit was Kampfgruppe Peiper. Its commander, Joachim Peiper, enraged by delays in his unit's timetable, orchestrated a series of mass executions. His men shot 19 prisoners in Honsfeld, 59 in Büllingen, 44 in Stoumont, and another 58 in Lignoville. Finally, on December 17th near Malmedy, they murdered nearly 100 American POWs rather than escort them to the rear. Civilians also feared the Germans' return. The German-speaking population of eastern Belgium had enthusiastically welcomed reunification with Nazi Germany in 1940. But treated as second-class citizens, they grew increasingly weary of German rule as the war dragged on. Nevertheless, in 1944, some pro-German sentiments still lingered. There are even reports that local ethnic Germans, the situation in Luxembourg was markedly different. Resentment toward the German occupation erupted when the occupiers introduced conscription and forced labor in 1942. By 1944, many Luxembourgers had joined the resistance and, leveraging their knowledge of German, gathered intelligence that they passed on to the Americans. In French-speaking Belgium, the population wholeheartedly welcomed the Allies in September. When vengeful members of the German security services returned in December, many families fled westward. On December 20th, Allied Command held an emergency meeting and decided to place American forces north of the German breakthrough under British command, specifically under Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery's 21st Army Group. Lieutenant General Omar Bradley, commander of the US 12th Army Group, was deeply disappointed but reluctantly complied. Overall, this reorganization enabled the Allies to deploy reinforcements to the front more swiftly and effectively. Within a week, 250,000 American troops and elements of the British 10th Corps arrived in the threatened sector. By 23 December, the German offensive had begun to stall as the element of surprise faded. The Wehrmacht lacked the logistical capacity and motorization needed to sustain supply over increasingly extended lines. German propaganda films exaggerated the number of tanks to mask this weakness. Yet in the Ardennes, the army relied on 40 times more horses than tanks. On December 23rd, when the skies finally cleared after weeks of overcast weather, the situation for German forces deteriorated sharply. Allied fighter bombers immediately unleashed devastating attacks on German columns, forcing them to move only under cover of darkness, thereby sacrificing the mobility, and poorly equipped German infantry suffered heavy casualties from American artillery fire, while tanks were often forced to assault towns alone, a role entirely unsuited to their design. The German offensive peaked on Christmas Eve. Although momentum had already begun to wane by the 24th of December, the Battle of the Bulge was far from over. As early as December 20th, German forces had successfully encircled Bastogne, a vital Belgian transport hub, trapping roughly 15,000 American soldiers. Private Joseph Sajak, caught in the encirclement, later recalled, "Early Tuesday morning we were surrounded and the Germans started tightening the noose. All day they pounded us with mortar, artillery and machine gun fire. Men were losing their minds. There was no organization, no way out. We were all terrified." The Germans had initially planned a swift, surprise capture of Bastogne, but this failed when US command, recognizing the town's strategic importance, swiftly dispatched the 101st Airborne Division, an impressive display of tactical agility. Orders were issued on the 17th of December, and within 2 days, over 3,000 trucks delivered 12,000 American troops and essential supplies to Bastogne. Initial German probing attacks proved unsuccessful, prompting a fateful decision to split their forces, while 2 panzer divisions pressed westward. The 26th Volksgrenadier Division remained to continue the siege. After the war, Panzer Commander Fritz Bayerlein lamented this choice. "One of the greatest mistakes was not immediately capturing Bastogne with a concentrated assault by all our forces after the initial plan failed. Had we done so, it would certainly have fallen." Lacking sufficient artillery ammunition to suppress the American defenders, the Germans resorted to bluff on 22nd December. Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe famously responded with a single word: nuts. That same day, Patton's Third Army began its northward march toward besieged Bastogne, though it remained uncertain when relief would arrive. The first tangible support came on December 23rd, when 240 Douglas C-47 transport planes dropped over 230 tons of supplies into the town. In the following days, German attacks grew increasingly desperate but futile, while Patton's relief force drew ever closer. Patton's army broke the siege on the 27th of December, punching through the disintegrating and starving German 5th Parachute Division. American tanks rolled straight through enemy positions, firing all weapons, and made contact with the surrounded paratroopers. German counterattacks against the narrow relief corridor failed. The US Third Army then advanced beyond Bastogne and linked up with the First Army advancing from the north at Houffalize on the 16th of January, marking the end of the Battle of Bastogne. In this clash, fought in a town of just 4,000 civilians at a 7-road junction, 20,000 Americans, including 4,500 from the 101st Airborne alone, and 25,000 Germans lost their lives. Yet, the Battle of the Bulge extended far beyond the dramatic siege of Bastogne. Once strategic initiative returned to the Allies, American forces launched counteroffensives to reclaim lost ground, backed by overwhelming firepower. Artillery and fighter bombers systematically reduced German-held villages to rubble before US ground troops cleared them of resistance. German morale began to collapse under relentless pressure. Those still fighting grew increasingly desperate, sometimes forcing civilians or prisoners to dig trenches or build fortifications. On January 1st, US forces committed a war crime. Following the Sergeant John Feig described the scene. "I know some of our guys lined up German prisoners in fields on both sides of the road, about 25 or 30 in each group. They were mowed down with machine guns. We were committing the same crimes we now accuse the Japanese and Germans of. I turned away and walked up the hill." That same day, the Germans launched another special operation, Operation Bodenplatte, this time with the Luftwaffe. All available fighter aircraft on the Western Front were ordered to simultaneously attack Allied airfields and destroy enemy planes on the ground. Shortly after dawn, around 1,000 German aircraft took to the skies. Pilots were awed by the scale. I was stunned myself. The sky was full of planes. Civilians stood frozen. As we flew over the front, soldiers stopped to watch in admiration. We all flew low. But the euphoria was short-lived. Luftwaffe Chief Hermann Göring issued brutal orders. Anyone who returns without effectively attacking an enemy airfield or fails to find it must immediately take off again and attack once more. This proved catastrophic. Pilots on second sorties lost the element of surprise. Poor coordination with ground forces led to numerous friendly fire incidents, and fuel shortages, exacerbated by long flight distances, further undermined the operation. In total, the Germans lost over 300 aircraft. The Allies lost 260, but could quickly replace them. Germany could not. Fighting continued through early January as Allied forces slowly but steadily advanced against stubborn German resistance. On January 10th, Germany's High Command finally acknowledged defeat, ordering 3 panzer divisions withdrawn from the Ardennes and redeployed to Hungary. From 12th January, when the Red Army launched its massive Vistula-Oder offensive, Germany was forced to shift all available reserves eastward, stabilizing the Eastern Front just 70 kilometers from Berlin, though Soviet advances soon outran their own supply lines. From this point, remaining German units in the Ardennes were reduced to fighting rearguard actions. On 28 January, the US Army officially declared the Battle of the Bulge over. Casualties and consequences were staggering. The Americans suffered approximately 8,600 killed, 21,000 missing, and 47,000 wounded. An additional 20,000 non-combat losses, mainly frostbite and trench foot, were recorded. German losses included around 15,500 killed, 27,500 missing or captured, and 42,000 wounded. Over 2,500 Belgian and 500 Luxembourgish civilians also perished, most executed by marauding German soldiers or security personnel. Another 1,000 civilians died in Allied air raids on occupied villages. Towns and villages across the region were devastated. Years were needed to rebuild infrastructure, recover soldiers, remains, and clear unexploded ordnance. The Ardennes offensive ended in clear German defeat after a month of brutal combat. But did the German battle plan ever stand a chance? It suffered from fundamental flaws. Supplies were insufficient and stockpiled too far from the front. Most participating units learned of the attack only the night before, leaving no time for reconnaissance, forcing them to assault blindly. These factors reveal the growing paranoia of German leadership, which prioritized secrecy over proper preparation. Another critical error was assigning the best German units, the Waffen-SS divisions under Dietrich, to the northern sector, where Allied resistance was strongest. This defied basic military doctrine, which dictates reinforcing success where resistance is weakest to exploit breakthroughs and encircle the enemy. This misallocation was partly political. After the July 1944 assassination attempt, Hitler distrusted the regular army and placed his faith in the Waffen-SS. Yet the SS suffered from poor planning and ideologically driven assumptions, leading to inefficient use of their troops. Even with better leadership, success depended on factors beyond German control, such as unfavorable weather and the capture of Allied fuel depots. It remains unclear how Germany, far less motorized than the Allies, ever expected to seize these depots before the Americans. By late 1944, the German army, composed largely of conscripts equipped with outdated weapons and crippled by logistical shortages, could not sustain a prolonged offensive. Its war industry, drained of resources, could not replace losses. Most decisively, once the skies cleared, Allied air supremacy shattered German supply lines and provided critical close air support to ground troops. Given these realities, the German offensive was doomed from the outset and never had a realistic chance of success. The Battle of the Bulge was a complete tactical and strategic failure. The Nazis grossly underestimated both American combat strength and resolve, while overestimating the Wehrmacht's capabilities. The Ardennes offensive merely wasted Germany's last reserves, prolonged the war slightly, and accelerated the Red Army's advance on Berlin. After the battle, Western allies regrouped and launched their final major offensive on the Western Front, the Rhineland Campaign, in February and March 1945. In the Battle of the Rhine, combined British and American forces pushed across Germany's western border toward the mighty Rhine River. To overcome this last major natural barrier before Germany's heartland, the Allies orchestrated a large-scale amphibious assault coupled with the war's largest single-day airborne operation. World War II is undoubtedly one of the most significant and tragic events in human history, seemingly well documented and thoroughly understood. Yet hidden within its depths are astonishing facts that cast new light on this colossal conflict. Presented here are 50 such revelations, uncovering unexpected dimensions of the war that forever reshaped our world. 50. The war before the war. The 1930s found the world still haunted by the fresh memories of World War I's devastation, with most Western nations deeply reluctant to engage in another conflict. Nevertheless, events unfolded in such a way that war became unavoidable, as the future Axis powers were already actively pursuing their expansionist agendas. Imperial Japan, for instance, had been steadily extending its territorial reach for years, culminating in the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War in 1937. This protracted conflict between China and Japan continued until the end of World War II, prompting observers worldwide to seriously reconsider the scale of Japanese imperial ambitions. Yet, Japan was not the only Axis power aggressively preparing for war. 49. The propaganda offensive. Unlike Japan, Germany in the 1930s, still reeling from the catastrophic aftermath of its defeat in World War I, logically should not have been ready for another major conflict. However, this did not deter the Nazi leadership. On the contrary, they leveraged economic hardship as a powerful tool to mobilize the population. While Adolf Hitler orchestrated a massive global public relations campaign, capped by hosting the 1936 Olympics, he simultaneously accelerated Germany's rearmament. The 1930s saw colossal investments by the Nazi regime into the military-industrial complex, which left much of the world stunned by the Wehrmacht's formidable strength when it began its lightning advance across Europe. Interestingly, however, the Nazis were not always known by that Nazi, but more like Nazos. Today, the term Nazi is universally synonymous with absolute evil. Yet, during the party's early days, as it disseminated its virulent ideology, its members officially called themselves the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Even Nazis wasn't their preferred nickname. They referred to themselves as Nazos. So where did the now ubiquitous term Nazi originate? It was coined by journalist Konrad Haiden, who derived it from a Bavarian word meaning foolish or simple-minded. Remarkably, the Nazis appear to have missed the derogatory undertone entirely. 47. A stolen symbol. As the Nazis spread their influence across Europe, they emblazoned their military hardware with the swastika, a symbol that soon became synonymous with terror and evil. This horrified many for whom the sign held profoundly positive spiritual meaning. Though its traditional orientation differed slightly, the swastika was originally an ancient religious symbol, its name derived from the Sanskrit word for hooked cross. Commonly associated with fertility and good fortune, it appeared across ancient civilizations worldwide, from Greece to India. Many who once used it in sacred rituals now advocate for its complete removal from public life due to its painful association with Nazism. 46. Fire the death ray. Rumors of a Nazi death ray capable of shooting down aircraft with radio waves prompted public concern and turned attention to Robert Watson Watt, a pioneering British radio engineer. When asked whether such a weapon was feasible, Watson Watt concluded it was not. Yet his research proved invaluable. By the late 1930s, his work led to major breakthroughs in radar technology, greatly aiding British forces in detecting German aircraft and submarines. A pinky promise? Desperate to avert war, European governments made significant concessions to Adolf Hitler. Most notably, territorial sacrifices forced upon Czechoslovakia, whose leaders weren't even invited to the Munich conference. Hitler solemnly pledged to honor the agreement, until it no longer served his interests. The final straw came with Germany's invasion of Poland, which crossed Britain's declared red line. On September 3, 1939, Britain declared war, marking the official start of World War II. 44. Scapegoat? For decades, historians have fiercely debated the legacy of Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain, whose name became synonymous with the policy of appeasement. Critics argue he granted Hitler every concession without gaining anything in return, while defenders insist he acted in good faith and that Europe was genuinely shocked by Hitler's ruthlessness. Regardless, his political fate was sealed swiftly. His own party ousted him before the next general election, and Winston Churchill succeeded him as Prime Minister. 43. The Dark Pact. Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin seemed diametrically opposed, one leading a fascist regime, the other a communist revolution. Yet both shared a deep hostility toward Western democracies. Just months before Germany invaded Poland, the two powers signed a non-aggression pact that secretly outlined how they would divide Eastern Europe. Like most of Hitler's agreements, however, this one proved fleeting. At this stage, the conflict had not yet escalated into the truly global war it would soon become. 42. Under the boot. At the war's outset, Poland displayed extraordinary courage and resilience, but its forces faced two vastly superior enemies determined to crush resistance. During the September to October 1939 invasion, the Polish army was nearly annihilated. 70,000 soldiers were killed. On the Eastern Front, fighting against the Soviets was equally brutal. Poland lost 50,000 troops, while Soviet casualties numbered fewer than 1,000. Surprisingly, international reaction to these events was far from unified. 41. War or phony peace? Although Britain declared war after Germany's invasion of Poland, the front lines remained distant, and early British actions lacked urgency. The Royal Air Force largely dropped propaganda leaflets over Germany, a phase later dubbed the phony war. In both Britain and the still neutral United States, many citizens opposed involvement in another European conflict, favoring isolationism. Yet not all Axis initiatives met with immediate success. 40. Defeat in the North. Seeking strategic advantage in Scandinavia, the Soviet Union invaded Finland. But the Finns, with their expertly trained troops and world-class snipers, exploited their snowy terrain to devastating effect. Soviet forces were soon forced into retreat, a humiliation that led to the USSR's expulsion from the League of Nations. Though Finland eventually signed a peace treaty under pressure, the stage was being set for the war's largest front. 39. Good Lord. Hitler's march across Europe alarmed his neighbors, many of whom hoped he would eventually be satisfied. But in 1940, he crossed an undeniable line, invading France by bypassing the Maginot Line through Luxembourg and Belgium. German forces advanced with unprecedented speed, using tanks and air power in a devastating blitzkrieg that shattered French defenses and triggered one of history's largest refugee crises. 38. Chaos at Dunkirk. As German troops closed in on northern France, hundreds of thousands of Allied soldiers, many British, found themselves trapped. With insufficient naval resources and land routes dubbed the Miracle of Dunkirk, the operation rescued over 300,000 troops in just 8 days, using a flotilla of more than 800 vessels, many crewed by civilians. Yet the crisis was only beginning. 37. A relentless tide. By 1940, France, Belgium, and the Netherlands had fallen under Nazi occupation, triggering a mass exodus. Over 8 million civilians fled their homelands, seeking refuge in Allied or neutral countries. Many ended up in overcrowded displaced persons camps, struggling to survive. Despite harsh conditions, some refugees joined Allied forces to fight back. Meanwhile, on the home front, life under Nazi rule grew increasingly oppressive. 36. Holy War. Hitler, a narcissist obsessed with universal adulation, was infuriated to find that Catholic schools in Germany displayed images of Jesus, not him. His persecution of Catholics intensified, eventually targeting Pope Pius XII, who condemned Nazi atrocities toward the war's end. Hitler even consulted a general about occupying the Vatican and assassinating the Pope, but the horrified general instead warned Italian authorities. Few institutions escaped Nazi attempts at destabilization. 35. Money, money, money. To weaken Britain's ability to wage war, Hitler devised an unusual economic weapon, counterfeit currency. In 1939, he ordered concentration camp prisoners to forge British pound notes, producing the equivalent of $132 million, over $6 billion today. Though the influx caused brief market instability, it failed to trigger the hyperinflation and chaos Hitler had hoped for. Not all his schemes succeeded. 34. Shocking, simply shocking. Obsessed with purifying German culture, Hitler condemned anything he deemed degenerate. Books were burned, and artists labeled unpatriotic were arrested. To ridicule modern art, the regime organized an exhibition of degenerate art, displaying over 650. Ironically, it drew far larger crowds than state-approved Nazi art galleries, exposing the public to creative expression the regime sought to suppress. 33. The perfect baby? Hitler's obsession with Aryan racial purity extended to propaganda featuring blonde, blue-eyed children, despite his own dark hair and Austrian origins. In 1935, he launched a nationwide search for the ideal Aryan infant, led by propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. In a twist of irony, Goebbels selected a photograph sent by anti-Nazi photographer Hans Ballin, depicting a dark-haired Jewish baby. Ballin's act of sabotage succeeded brilliantly, forcing the child's family to flee to Latvia to escape persecution. Art, it turned out, could be a potent weapon of resistance. 32. The Great Dictator. Across the Atlantic, US entry into the war faced strong opposition. Isolationist sentiment ran deep, and media coverage of Nazi atrocities was often limited. One notable exception was Charlie Chaplin, the silent film legend. Despite studio reluctance, he self-funded his satirical masterpiece, The Great Dictator, a bold anti-Nazi statement. Hitler reportedly fumed at the ridicule, but another famous figure was working on the opposite side. 31. The Pilot. Though the America First movement had complex roots, many of its members sympathized with Nazi Germany. Among them was Charles Lindbergh, the famed aviator of German descent and one of America's most celebrated heroes. His isolationist stance gave the movement credibility, and polls even suggested he could have been the Republican nominee to challenge President Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1940. In the end, he decided not to run. A celebrity with no political experience running for president, at the time, the very idea seemed utterly absurd. Yet war was soon to escalate and open new fronts. 30. Taking to the skies. After France fell, a ground invasion of the fortified island nation posed a formidable challenge, so Hitler focused instead on bombing the British into submission. However, this proved far more difficult than anticipated thanks to the Dowding system. Developed by Air Chief Marshal Hugh Dowding, this network of reporting and coordination enabled the British to respond swiftly to aerial attacks. It streamlined communication between ground observers and pilots in the air, foiling many Nazi raids, though not all of them. 29. On the run. When the Blitz descended upon London and other English cities, everyone had a role to play in survival. Many men went off to war, while women stayed behind to carry out essential duties. As for children, many parents refused to keep them in urban areas. A single stray bomb could wipe out an entire family, so children were often sent to live in the countryside, either with relatives or with willing host families. It was this very evacuation that inspired C.S. Lewis' famous novel The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. Yet, at the outset, Britain appeared a clear underdog. 28. Outnumbered. Britain had never before fought a large-scale air war, and its initial air fleet was far from the world's most impressive. At the start of the conflict, the Royal Air Force possessed roughly 3,700 aircraft, fewer than half of which were high-speed fighters. By contrast, the Luftwaffe fielded nearly 4,200 planes in total, including over 1,000 fighters and almost 1,000 bombers. This numerical advantage allowed Germany to strike Britain more frequently, hoping to break its resistance. Reality, however, turned out very differently. 27. The Victor. Though the island nation suffered heavy losses, including one brutal day when it lost 39 aircraft and 14 pilots, Britain's defensive system. Ultimately, Britain endured and held firm, while Germany suffered significantly heavier losses during the Battle of Britain. The British lost over 1,500 aircraft, more than 500 aircrew, and over 1,000 additional casualties. In contrast, Axis forces lost hundreds more planes and suffered more than 3,000 fatalities. And once again, the war was poised to shift. 26. New fronts. It was mid-1941, and Germany's bombing campaign against Britain had failed to force a surrender. Naturally, Hitler's ideal next move was to open a vast and brutal new front in the war. On June 22, 1941, German troops invaded the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa. Why did Hitler take such a risk, widely regarded as the war's greatest strategic blunder? His obsession with race drove the decision. Russia possessed vast lands, which Hitler believed would make ideal territory for German settlers, displacing the Slavic peoples he deemed racially inferior. This was not the only time Hitler deliberately plunged into conflicts that objectively offered him no benefit. 25. A costly declaration. This moment entered history as one of World War II's most infamous and humiliating episodes. Seeking to prevent US interference in its Pacific expansion, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, delivering a devastating blow to the American naval fleet. In response, the United States immediately declared war on Japan. Even those who had previously opposed American involvement in the war now rallied behind the cause, but not for the European theater they preferred. Their choice was taken from them when, almost immediately after Pearl Harbor, Germany, demonstrating solidarity with its Japanese ally, declared war on the United States. Thus, Hitler created yet another powerful enemy destined to appear on Europe's battlefields. American troops were already en route, though in wartime, death could strike far from the heat of combat. The first casualty. Who was the first American soldier to die in World War II? Surprisingly, it wasn't in battle. His name was Robert M. Losey, a native of Iowa who served as an aeronautical meteorologist. In 1940, during the German invasion of Norway, he was working as a military attaché. While evacuating American diplomats, he was killed in a bombing raid, becoming the first US serviceman to die on the European front. This occurred more than a year and a half before the attack on Pearl Harbor. One American unit wore a uniform that could provoke a very awkward reaction. 23. Not that uniform. The 45th Infantry Division consisted entirely of Americans from Oklahoma, New Mexico, Colorado, and Arizona, regions with large Native American populations. This influenced the division's choice of insignia, a proud eagle emblazoned on a swastika. At the time, the swastika was a traditional symbol of good fortune among many native tribes, and no one saw anything problematic in it before the 1930s. Fortunately, no incidents of mistaken identity occurred when the unit deployed. Hitler love America? Being a dictator certainly had its perks, especially when you alone decided military priorities. Beyond building secret fortresses and compounds, Hitler preferred to travel in style aboard his personal train. This mobile complex featured a conference room, bedroom, and dining car. Originally, it was named America. Needless to say, once American forces became a genuine threat, the name grew deeply ironic, and in 1943 it was quietly changed to Brandenburg. 2.0. Some changes, however, seemed less consequential. 21. No hamburgers here. America has long been a cultural melting pot, with generations of immigrants entered the war against Germany. Many were surprised to discover how many everyday words had German roots. The most famous example, the humble hamburger, renamed in many places as the Liberty steak. Of course, it was the exact same dish, making the rebranding somewhat pointless. Liberty fries with your Liberty steak, anyone? Food and drink, oddly enough, played a meaningful role in wartime morale. 20. I need my Coke. During the war, American industry focused on producing essentials, ammunition, armor, supplies, and soda? Coca-Cola was immensely popular among US troops, and the company showed its support by opening bottling plants in North Africa. This allowed millions of bottles to be shipped across the Mediterranean to soldiers in the field, boosting morale and cementing Coca-Cola's status as a global brand for decades to come. But the tide of battle was turning and growing bloodier by the day. 19. The deadliest battle. Hitler made a catastrophic error by invading Russia. Napoleon might have warned him, never invade Russia. Neither side, however, was prepared for the unprecedented brutality that unfolded on the Eastern Front. Despite initial successes and numerical superiority, German forces inflicted staggering losses on the Soviets. By the war's end, the USSR had suffered a shocking 21 million casualties. Yet fighting on home soil with vast manpower reserves, the Soviets inflicted devastating damage in return. 80% of all German wartime casualties occurred on the Eastern Front. As the war turned against him, Hitler grew increasingly paranoid. 18. Death among the ranks. Hitler was surrounded by influential advisors, but he disliked hearing unwelcome counsel. He frequently lashed out at those who dared contradict him, expelling them from the party. Even elite Nazis like Werner von Braun found themselves sidelined in the war's final days. Most notoriously, Hitler executed a staggering 84. Admittedly, many were involved in plots against him. But can one really blame someone for conspiring when survival is at stake? Especially when that person is close to a leader many believed was steering the nation toward ruin. Indeed, Adolf Hitler, dictator of Nazi Germany, narrowly escaped assassination by his own inner circle. 17. Operation Valkyrie. In the final year of the war, many in Hitler's military entourage viewed him as increasingly unstable and damaging to Germany's war effort. He even continued purging his own scientists. Led by Klaus von Stauffenberg, a group of Nazi insiders devised a plan to kill Hitler using a bomb at his secret headquarters. But a last-minute change in seating meant the blast only wounded Hitler. Most conspirators were swiftly executed. Even the famed General Erwin Rommel was implicated, leading to the abrupt and tragic end of his military career. Some of Hitler's plans were truly bizarre. 16. Beatles in Britain. Early in the war, the Nazis explored unconventional attack methods, one of them decidedly more many-legged. Nazi command considered using the Colorado potato beetle, a notorious crop pest, as a biological weapon. The idea was to drop millions of these insects onto British farmland, destroying food supplies and starving the island into submission. The plan was ultimately abandoned for a simple reason. It proved impractical to collect the 40 million beetles required. Still, there were some lines even Adolf Hitler refused to cross. 15. Even evil has standards. Nazi scientists worked diligently to develop deadly biological weapons, including advanced strains of typhus and cholera. When presented to Hitler, however, he rejected them, and most projects were shelved. What caused his objection? Despite having no qualms about murdering millions of civilians, Hitler was a World War I veteran who had witnessed the horrors of chemical. That experience may have left a deep psychological scar, creating an unexpected moral contradiction. Yet far more powerful weapons were still in development. 14. The Nazi atomic bomb. One of the war's most persistent rumors was that the US barely beat the Nazis to the atomic bomb. In truth, the Nazis were nowhere near completing a nuclear weapon. That doesn't mean they made no progress, however. They possessed uranium, and with Japan capable of reaching the US mainland, a plan emerged to strike the West Coast with a conventional bomb packed with uranium. The scheme was never carried out, and German uranium eventually fell into American hands. Meanwhile, across the ocean, development was accelerating. 13. The Canadian bomb? Canada entered the war long before the US, joining the Allies while America remained neutral. It even launched its own atomic bomb project, jointly with Britain, called the Tube Alloys Program. Eventually, it merged with the American Manhattan Project to speed development, with both sides pledging full information sharing. But the US broke that promise, and it would be another 7 years before Britain successfully tested its own atomic bomb. And the first bomb ever detonated wasn't used in combat. 12. Let's go. The hope was that the atomic bomb would end the war with a single, overwhelming strike against the Axis powers. Enormous resources had been poured into its creation, and the Allies needed to be certain it worked before deployment. The first successful test took place in the New Mexico desert, an immense triumph that horrified one of its chief architects. J. Robert Oppenheimer famously quoted from an ancient Hindu scripture, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Yet the first 2 bombs dropped in war had a similar yet different. The first 2 nuclear weapons ever used in combat, and still the only ones to date, were nicknamed Fat Man and Little Boy. But their names and sizes weren't the only differences. They employed entirely different mechanisms. Little Boy used uranium-235 fission, while Fat Man, 40% more powerful, relied on plutonium. Now, for some truly shocking wartime revelations. 10. A. Good? Hitler? William Patrick Stewart Houston appeared to be an ordinary British man. Raised in Liverpool, he eventually immigrated to the United States and served in the US Navy. But he harbored a secret. His father was Alois Hitler Jr., Adolf Hitler's half-brother. He not only fought for the United States against the empire of his fanatical uncle, but was also awarded the Purple Heart after being wounded in combat, yet another noble German-American who contributed to the Allied struggle against the Axis powers. The Nazis employed all manner of unusual tactics to fund their war effort, though, in truth, many of these were simply conventional methods of wartime financing. 9. Who was Max Heiliger? The Nazis. Persecution of the Jewish people stemmed primarily from Adolf Hitler's obsession with racial pseudoscience, yet they never hesitated to profit from it. They systematically looted money, gold, and jewels from arrested and deported Jews. However, as many countries barred the Nazis from their banking systems, the SS created a bank account under the alias Max Heiliger, enabling them to covertly transfer assets and circumvent financial sanctions. In some respects, the threat posed by the Nazi killing machine outlived the regime itself. 8. Unholy ground. The Bergen-Belsen concentration camp was a place of brutal suffering and mass death. Though not an extermination camp in the strictest sense like others, rampant disease and a catastrophic lack of medical care claimed countless lives. When Allied forces liberated the camp in 1945, typhus was so widespread that they made the grim decision to burn the entire site to the ground to prevent further contagion. Yet even amid such horror, heroes emerged whose actions brought light to those darkest of times. 7. The rescuers. In most Nazi-occupied countries, Jewish communities were swiftly rounded up, deported, or murdered. Denmark, however, proved an exception. After quickly surrendering to German forces and accepting occupation, the Danes, lack of overt resistance, granted them a degree of autonomy. This reprieve bought them precious time, until the Nazis finally moved against Danish Jews. Seizing the opportunity, the Danish people orchestrated a mass rescue, smuggling the overwhelming majority of their Jewish population across the Öresund to neutral Sweden, thereby saving thousands of lives. Sometimes, all it takes is one good person to alter the course of history. 6. Sergeant Edmunds, heroism. The Nazis were notorious for violating the laws governing the treatment of prisoners of war, especially when it came to Jewish soldiers. When capturing American troops, they often demanded that Jewish personnel be identified for transfer to concentration camps or execution. But they hadn't reckoned with Master Sergeant Roddy Edmunds, a man of extraordinary courage. Ordered by a German officer to identify the Jewish POWs in his unit, Edmunds defiantly declared, "We are all Jews here." Though this act placed his entire unit at risk, the Nazis, fearing potential war crimes prosecution, backed down. Edmunds likely saved up to 300 lives and was posthumously honored as righteous among the nations by Israel. Some truths of war defy easy comprehension. 5. An old college try. Any Bostonian who'd fought the Nazis and heard their marching chants, "Why did the Nazi anthem Sieg Heil sound so strikingly similar to Harvard University's fight song?" The answer lies in the fact that the composer had once studied at Harvard. And amid the Nazis' countless atrocities, a minor case of musical plagiarism hardly ranked as a priority for anyone. For some, the war never truly ended, leaving deep and lasting scars. 4. The unfinished peace. Had the war not concluded when it did, thanks to Nazi Germany's collapse and the atomic strikes on Japan, a new front might well have opened, a Soviet invasion of Japan. Though this conflict never reached its full potential, the two nations technically remain at war to this day. No formal peace treaty was ever signed, and negotiations collapsed as recently as 2000 over disputed islands seized by Russia. Yet, even in the midst of slaughter, hope found a way to endure. 3. In the blood. World War II was the deadliest conflict in human history, yet it also saw more soldiers survive severe battlefield injuries than ever before. What made the difference? Advances in medical technology and one innovation in particular, blood transfusion. Though the practice existed long before, it was during this war that it was first systematically deployed on the front lines, saving countless lives and becoming a cornerstone of battlefield medicine. In the fog of war, reality often grew strange and unpredictable. 2. The parachuting Nazi. It was 1941, and Germany still believed victory was assured. So confident were they that they dispatched one of their highest-ranking officials to Britain to negotiate its surrender. 2. Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy, parachuted into Scotland expecting to return a hero. Instead, he was immediately arrested. Held as a prisoner of war until the conflict's end, he was later tried at Nuremberg, convicted of crimes against. Yet among the heroes of World War II were also unexpected names, some instantly recognizable. 1. The Big Guns. Is this a military roster or a Hollywood cast list? World War II's mass conscription brought many future stars into uniform. Among those who served, and in some cases paused their burgeoning film careers, were Walter Matthau, Peter Fonda, David Niven, and Christopher Lee. One conspicuously absent name? The quintessential American cowboy, John Wayne, who received a deferment due to a football injury. For readers eager to uncover more secrets from the war's final days, we recommend the article What really happened to Nazi leaders after World War II? Or its accompanying video.
December 17th, 1944. Deep Belgian night. At 5:30 a.m., the death rattle of a Tiger tank's engine echoed through the Hansfeld area before it gave its last gasp and fell silent. SS Obersturmbannführer Joachim Peiper, in frustration, slammed his fist against the armored hatch, creating a deafening metallic clang that resonated in the frosty air. Untersturmführer Weber, the tank's driver, desperately tried to revive the 700 horsepower Maybach engine, but to no avail. The fuel tank was treacherously empty. Hauptsturmführer Weber's voice, coming from his compartment, betrayed panic. Even the reserve tank was dry. Peiper exited his command tank, his boots crunching into the frozen Belgian ground. Around him lay a steel armada, the most powerful armored assault group the Wehrmacht had thrown into the heart of Operation Watch on the Rhine, better known as the Battle of the Bulge. 67 tanks, 149 half-tracks, and approximately 5,000 elite Waffen-SS soldiers, the pride of Germany, lay immobilized due to simple lack of fuel. Through the morning fog, Peiper discerned the outlines of an abandoned American position, Hansfeld, a strategically important supply hub for the US 99th Infantry Division. The Americans, in their hasty retreat, had left behind smoldering barrel fires, unfinished coffee in mugs, and, as if a twist of fate, rows of coveted olive-drab jerrycans filled with fuel, a generous gift from the very god of war. Driven by a mix of astonishment and anticipation, Peiper slowly approached the coveted jerrycans. His loyal adjutant, Hauptsturmführer Hans Grüler, deftly opened one and, after a sniff, exclaimed, "Gasoline! Obersturmführer! High-octane gasoline!" Peiper's soldiers, their spirits lifted, eagerly began refueling their combat vehicles. Peiper walked among the stacks, trying to gauge the extent of this unexpected fortune. The figures from the count were astonishing. 50,000 gallons. More than enough to fuel his entire battle group for a rapid breakthrough to the Meuse River. This quantity could have been enough to turn the tide of the entire offensive. At this single depot, the Americans had left more fuel than most German divisions received in 6 months. However, as Peiper stood amidst this abundance, watching his soldiers pour American fuel into the German tanks, a bitter realization descended upon him like the heavy morning fog. If the Americans could afford such wastefulness, if they could abandon without regret what Germany would have guarded with entire divisions, then the outcome of this war was predetermined. Germany had not merely made a tactical miscalculation, Germany had fundamentally misjudged the power and resources of its adversary. 6 months before the tragic events at Hansfeld, specifically in June 1944, Albert Speer, who served as Minister of Armaments and War Production in Hitler's government, presented a report to the Führer strongly recommending an immediate halt to all offensive operations. The reason was the systematic destruction by Allied air forces of German synthetic fuel production plants, a vital resource for the Wehrmacht. For example, the Leuna plants, which produced 175,000 tons of fuel in April, could only yield 5,000 tons by September. A similar situation was observed at other facilities, such as the hydrogenation plants in Pörlitz, Bleckhammer and Brux, which were operating at less than 10% capacity. The figures presented eloquently testified to the impending defeat. During 1944, the United States managed to extract 1.8 billion barrels of crude oil. In contrast, Germany, including all synthetic production and captured Romanian fields, produced only 33 million barrels, less than 2% of American output. Thus, the Third Reich was attempting to wage modern, mechanized warfare based on logistics more suited to the age of horse-drawn transport. While the American army was literally awash in oil, Major Friedrich Seemann of the Wehrmacht's Logistics Command estimated that 4.5 million gallons of fuel would be needed to reach Antwerp during the Ardennes offensive. Hitler allocated 5 million gallons, but due to transportation issues, only half reached the front lines. Ultimately, the German High Command gambled on capturing enemy supplies, which was more a sign of desperate weakness than strategic strength. While American engineers laid a network of oil pipelines across France under the code name Pluto, which stood for Pipeline Under the Ocean, the American Army also organized the Red Ball Express, a colossal system of truck convoys that daily delivered approximately 12,500 tons of various supplies to the front lines. By the end of 1944, American forces stationed in Europe consumed a colossal 1.2 million gallons of fuel daily, while receiving 1.4 million gallons. They were not only sustaining current operations, but also building strategic reserves in preparation for further battles. Joachim Peiper, by no means lacking strategic thinking, was at 29 years old one of the youngest regimental commanders in the Waffen-SS, a recipient of the Knight's Cross with oak leaves and swords. He had endured the harsh schooling of the Eastern Front, where he learned that in modern warfare, fuel often held greater value than ammunition itself. His battle group was designated as the Schwerpunkt Vernichtung, the focal point of the entire Ardennes offensive, on which special hopes were placed. 2 days before the offensive began, on December 14th, Peiper attended a final briefing in Tondorf. General Sepp Dietrich, commander of the 6th SS Panzer Army, laid out the situation with stark clarity. You will only have enough fuel to reach the Meuse if you capture American supplies. Peiper's battle group was allocated 31,000 gallons of fuel, providing a combat range of only 50 miles. However, the distance to the Meuse was 65 miles. Thus, the offensive plan itself inherently contained the mathematics of defeat, casting doubt on the success of the entire operation. In the run-up to the December 16th offensive, Commander Peiper demonstrated extreme meticulousness in planning. His instructions were clear and unambiguous. Tanks were to move in single file to minimize fuel consumption. For stops exceeding 5 minutes, engines were to be immediately shut off. The capture of American fuel depots was declared a priority, overshadowing even tactical considerations. The stark contrast with the American approach was striking. On the same day, Captain James Rose, of the U.S. 743rd Tank Battalion, whose positions were located just 20 miles from Peiper's column's starting point, made a diary entry. Received fuel replenishment 7,125 gallons. This is the third delivery this week, and our tanks are overflowing. December 16th, 1944, 5:30 a.m. A powerful German artillery barrage, marking the start of Operation Watch on the Rhine, consumed more ammunition in 2 hours than the Wehrmacht had allocated for entire campaigns at the beginning of the war. However, even behind this impressive barrage lay serious problems. Peiper's column began its advance at 7 a.m., already behind schedule. The roads, which German maps had marked as high-speed thoroughfares, turned out to be narrow country lanes, often unpaved. After the German breakthrough, armored columns surged deep into the Ardennes forests, but soon encountered difficulties. Equipment designed for the vast Russian steppes proved ill-suited for the narrow, winding roads of the Ardennes. Resulting traffic jams hampered the advance, forcing the columns to move at a snail's pace. Piper's first objective was Lanzerath, where his forces unexpectedly met resistance from a small American reconnaissance platoon. 18 American soldiers held up a powerful German armored column for nearly 10 hours, an unpleasant surprise for the attackers. During this delay, Piper's tanks idled, consuming precious fuel. When Piper's column finally broke through and reached Hansfeld at dawn on December 17th, it had covered only 20 miles, consuming 40% of its fuel in the process. At this rate of advance, fuel would run out long before reaching the Meuse River. Interestingly, the American supply depot at Hansfeld was not a strategically important facility. It served as a forward supply point for the 99th Infantry Division and was classified as a Class 3B depot, a temporary refueling station. However, to the Germans' surprise, the amount of fuel found there exceeded a month's supply for an entire German panzer division. Hauptsturmführer Hans Grüler later recalled, "We stumbled upon entire pyramids of jerry cans, each containing 5 gallons of gasoline. They were stacked up to 10 feet high and stretched for perhaps 650 feet, and most surprisingly, the Americans hadn't even attempted to destroy them. The captured fuel turned out to be high-quality aviation gasoline, skillfully blended with automotive fuel with an octane rating of 80 or higher." Notably, German equipment, particularly the finicky Maybach engines installed in Tiger tanks, was designed for fuel with an octane rating of 74. Paradoxically, the American gasoline proved too good for German machines, causing engine malfunctions. During the refueling process, Piper's soldiers made several significant discoveries. Sergeant Wilhelm Hoffmann, thanks to his English language skills acquired in his father's pre-war business, found invoices in the depot office. These documents detailed the long and complex journey of the fuel from Texas to New York, across the Atlantic to Liverpool, then across the English Channel to Normandy, and finally by truck for 400 miles to Hansfeld. Astonishingly, this journey of over 6,000 miles took only 6 weeks. I immediately reported what I saw to Obersturmbannführer Piper, Hoffmann recalled in a 1976 interview. He carefully examined the documents, then crumpled them and tossed them aside. Piper didn't say a word, but his face revealed everything. We both realized what this meant. Soon after, Private Ernst Kara came across a fresh issue of the Stars and Stripes newspaper from December 15th, dated just 2 days prior. The headline announced the opening of a new fuel pipeline connecting Cherbourg and Verdun, capable of pumping up to 300,000 gallons of fuel daily. This single pipeline alone could provide many times more fuel than Piper's battle group needed for the entire operation. To grasp the overwhelming significance of Piper's discovery, one must look at the fuel crisis that gripped Germany by the end of 1944. Starting in May, massive Allied bombing raids led to a catastrophic 90% drop in synthetic fuel production. The Luftwaffe, facing a severe shortage of aviation gasoline, was forced to ground its aircraft. Pilot training was drastically cut. Instead of the previous 250 flight hours, new recruits received only 60. The Kriegsmarine's surface fleet virtually ceased to exist. Submarines, in an attempt to conserve precious diesel fuel, were equipped with snorkels, allowing them to operate longer on battery power. On the home front, German citizens had not seen personal automobiles since 1942. Gasoline had become such a valuable resource that even the theft of a few liters on the black market became a subject of Gestapo investigations. Farmers were forced to return to using horse-drawn plows. At the very same time, the United States, with its untold reserves of black gold, accounted for 67% of global oil production. The East Texas oil field alone produced more oil than all of Nazi-occupied Europe. American oil refineries operated at full capacity, and Standard Oil even experimented with new petroleum products simply because they had an abundance of crude oil. After capturing the impressive 50,000 gallons of fuel at Hansfeld, Piper's armored columns surged forward like predators sensing prey. By midday on December 17th, they reached Bühlingen, where a new prize awaited them. Additional supplies, food, ammunition, and, most valuable of all, topographical maps indicating the locations of other American fuel depots in the vicinity. However, a careful study of the maps revealed a disturbing picture to the German officers. The Americans had vast fuel reserves scattered everywhere. Almost every major crossroads held a depot brimming with gasoline. The U.S. First Army alone held a colossal 3.5 million gallons of fuel in reserve. Piper, without losing a moment, continued his advance towards Ligneville, where his soldiers committed a monstrous war crime that went down in history as the Malmedy Massacre. 84 American prisoners of war were brutally murdered. Even this inhumane act was indirectly linked to the severe fuel shortage. Piper later justified his actions by claiming he could not afford to allocate precious gasoline for transporting prisoners to the rear. By the evening of the same day, Piper's spearhead reached Stavelot, where a large American fuel depot containing over 2 million gallons of fuel was located. This quantity would have been more than enough to sustain further advance to the Meuse and achieve the objective. However, as the first German vehicles appeared on the horizon, American engineers were already hard at work carrying out orders. Captain John Brewster of the 291st Engineer Combat Battalion had been timely warned of the enemy's approach. His mission was crystal clear and simple: at all costs, prevent the fuel from falling into enemy hands. In December 1944, at the height of the German offensive in the Ardennes, American engineers demonstrated resolve, depriving the enemy of valuable resources. The depot at Stavelot, holding 189,000 gallons of gasoline, became the scene of dramatic events. On December 17th, as Piper's vanguard approached the depot, Captain Brewster ordered the destruction of the supplies. Engineers laid gasoline trails between the stacks of jerrycans, and then Technical Sergeant Paul Solis threw a white phosphorus grenade. According to Solis, the explosion was instantaneous and colossal, a wall of fire erupting 100 feet into the air. Soon, the entire depot became a blazing inferno. Piper's arriving tanks saw a column of black smoke rising 1,000 feet. The fire raged for 3 days, destroying enough fuel to power Piper's entire division to Antwerp and back. Untersturmführer Weber recalled how a stunned Commander Piper, standing on his tank's turret, silently watched the flames, then uttered, "They can afford to burn 2 million gallons just to deny them to us. What are we doing here?" Throughout the Ardennes region, American engineers carried out similar operations to destroy fuel depots. At Trois Ponts, 1.1 million gallons were destroyed, and at Spa, 2.5 million gallons. In total, during the first week of the offensive, the Americans deliberately destroyed over 8 million gallons of fuel, an amount exceeding what Germany had allocated for the entire operation. These actions, though painful in terms of resource loss, played a crucial role in thwarting the German offensive plans. The Allied forces' incredible ability to consume millions of gallons of fuel daily was due to an unprecedented supply system that surpassed all German command's understanding. The legendary Red Ball Express became a symbol of this logistical might, delivering a colossal 412,000 tons of supplies, using a fleet of 6,000 trucks operating 24/7. Notably, each truck consumed about 40 gallons of fuel daily, and the total fuel expenditure for the Express exceeded the monthly supply for the German Army Group B. By December 1944, the motor transport service employed 230 companies operating on clearly defined routes, daily delivering approximately 20,000 tons of various goods, including 3,000 tons of fuel. Colonel James Snyder, the First Army's chief of logistics, highlighted the system's efficiency in his December 18th records. Yesterday's fuel receipts totaled 147,000 gallons. 1,923,000 gallons were issued, resulting in a net increase of 224,000 gallons in reserves. But an even more impressive element of the system was the pipeline network. Operation Pluto enabled pipelines to be laid directly across the English Channel, ensuring the transfer of up to 1 million gallons of fuel daily from Britain. This network continued to expand inland. The Cherbourg-Paris line supplied 800,000 gallons daily, and the Saint-Lô line 650,000 gallons. Ultimately, by December 1944, Allied forces in northwest Europe consumed 7.5 million gallons of fuel per day, while receiving 8.2 million gallons. This allowed them not only to sustain ongoing operations, but also to build up reserves in anticipation of new offensives. As Piper's battle group advanced deeper into Belgian territory on December 18th, the critical nature of the German army's fuel shortage became increasingly evident. At Schoppen, German forces captured another fuel depot, but these supplies proved insufficient. Approximately 5,000 gallons of gasoline were consumed in just 3 hours of intense fighting. Heavy Tiger tanks consumed a colossal 2.5 gallons of fuel per mile in combat, while Panther tanks used 1.5 gallons per mile. In the challenging terrain of the Ardennes, with its difficult roads and rugged landscape, fuel consumption increased by another 40%. Hauptscharführer Otto Dingler, responsible for maintenance in the 1st SS Panzer Regiment, noted with concern in his records. By midday on December 18th, we had consumed 67,000 gallons of fuel since the start of the offensive. We managed to capture about 55,000 gallons, which is clearly insufficient to cover our needs. We are facing a severe deficit. Thanks to enemy radio intercepts conducted as part of Operation Ultra, American command was aware of the critical fuel situation within German forces, particularly Piper's battle group. General Courtney Hodges issued a decisive order to all units: the enemy is in dire need of fuel. All gasoline supplies threatened by enemy capture must be destroyed to deny them the ability to continue their offensive. On the same day, American C-47 transport planes made 316 sorties, delivering much-needed supplies to the besieged town of Bastogne. Among other things, 160,000 gallons of fuel were delivered, an amount significantly exceeding the total fuel available to Piper's entire battle group. Thus, the Americans were supplying the encircled garrison with more fuel than was available to the attacking German forces. By December 19th, as Piper's unit encountered fierce resistance in the Stoumont area, the fuel shortage reached a critical point. Combat vehicles remained immobile, not due to enemy fire, but due to empty fuel tanks. Piper was forced to gather all remaining fuel, approximately 8,000 gallons, which was barely enough for one serious operation, either to advance or to retreat, but certainly not both. At the same time, Allied command was actively developing plans for January. Brigadier General Maurice Gilland submitted a request for a colossal 245 million gallons of fuel for upcoming operations. This request was approved instantly, without the slightest question or discussion. This contrast in approaches to fuel supply was striking. American military equipment was highly standardized, which significantly boosted efficiency. For instance, Sherman tanks consumed only 0.8 gallons of fuel per mile, while German Tigers guzzled a full 2.5 gallons. American trucks, even fully loaded, could travel 8 miles on a single gallon. The unification of parts simplified maintenance and repairs. In contrast, the German army used a vast array of equipment, both captured and indigenous, with widely varying fuel and maintenance requirements. French tanks needed certain lubricants, German Panthers others. Soviet trucks required completely different spare parts than German Opels. Each such complication exponentially increased already complex logistical challenges. On December 20th, an alarming signal reached Piper. Radio reports indicated that a fuel convoy destined for his unit had fallen victim to Allied airstrikes, making resupply impossible. At this critical moment, Piper gathered his commanders to discuss the dire situation. Sturmbannführer Werner Pürtka bitterly declared, "We probably have enough fuel for only 20 kilometers, and the Mars is a full 30 kilometers away." According to Hauptsturmführer Grüller, the Obersturmbannführer regretfully stated, "Gentlemen, we are facing an enemy who burns more fuel in a day than we have received for the entire operation just to deny it to us. What we captured in Hansfeld seemed like a miracle to us, but for them it's a negligible trifle. Under such conditions we cannot win." This bitter realization permeated the ranks of the German command. General Hasso von Manteuffel, who led the 5th Panzer Army, later wrote, "When I learned that the Americans had destroyed 8 million gallons of fuel to give us no chance of capture, I understood that the offensive was doomed to fail before it even began." Colonel Friedrich von Onder, captured on December 23rd, regretfully admitted to interrogators, "Your soldiers throw away chocolate, while my men haven't seen it in 2 years. You burn millions of gallons of fuel, and we count every liter. How can we fight against such unimaginable abundance?" By December 21st, Piper's misfortunes culminated in La Glace, where his battle group found itself tightly encircled by American forces. The tanks, once a formidable power, stood motionless like stone statues, devoid of the vital force of fuel. Around them the ring tightened, formed by units of the 31st Infantry Division, battle-hardened paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division, and the steel fists of the 3rd Armored Division. The American Armada, like an insatiable beast, consumed colossal volumes of fuel, 340,000 gallons on December 21st alone. Meanwhile, Piper desperately tried to conserve every drop, possessing a paltry 1,000 gallons. Private First Class Richard McKinney, like a chronicler of those days, wrote home, ironically remarking on the situation, "We have the Germans surrounded. Their tanks are dying of thirst. Our captain jokes that we are burning more fuel, heating our coffee than they have left for their vehicles. This episode vividly epitomized industrial warfare at its zenith. The redeployment of General Patton's Third Army northward, requiring 350,000 gallons of fuel solely for the move, seemed an inconceivable task for the exhausted German war machine. However, American logistics, like a finely tuned clockwork, met this unimaginable challenge in just 3 days. On December 23rd, the skies opened and a flood of sunlight poured onto the earth. Allied aircraft, like a flock of predatory birds, took to the air, performing about 2,000 sorties. Each aircraft, like an insatiable demon, devoured fuel at a monstrous rate, forcing the Luftwaffe to watch enviously from the ground, grounded for weeks. P-47 fighters, like fiery chariots, burned 300 gallons an hour, and B-26 bombers, like winged leviathans, consumed 200 gallons an hour. One day of these massive air operations consumed more fuel than all that Germany could allocate to its offensive, underscoring the chasm between the industrial capabilities of the two opposing sides. On the night of December 23rd, 24, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Piper abandoned his equipment and made a desperate attempt to escape. Of the impressive armada of 119 tanks and assault guns that had begun the offensive with such optimism, only 39 vehicles remained functional by then, and even they were unable to move. In a desperate effort to prevent the equipment from falling into enemy hands, the crews destroyed them using their last ammunition. Obergefreiter Heinz Goltz left a vivid account of those tragic events. We collected the last drops of fuel from all vehicles, probably gathering about 200 gallons. The Obersturmbannführer personally rendered his command tank unusable. Millions of Reichsmarks invested in this equipment turned to ashes due to empty fuel tanks. Of the 5,000 soldiers who went into battle as part of Piper's battle group, only about 770 returned. Despite this, they managed to advance 60 miles into enemy territory, capture several depots, and open the eyes of the German command to the scale of Allied logistical support. News of these discoveries made by Piper's group spread like wildfire through German headquarters. By December 26th, Field Marshal Walter Model received detailed reports on captured American supplies. Model's chief of staff recorded his reaction to the news. The Field Marshal reread the figures twice. 50,000 gallons in Hansfeld, 2 million burned in Stavelot, 8 million destroyed to prevent capture. After that, he said, "It seems we are fighting the wrong war." Hitler, informed of this on December 28th, categorically refused to accept reality. Albert Speer recalled, Hitler stubbornly insisted that all these figures were nothing more than propaganda. Even when shown photographs of burning Stavelot, he claimed they were just Hollywood special effects. However, ordinary soldiers perfectly understood the seriousness of the situation. Corporal Wilhelm Hoffmann wrote to his wife, "The Americans destroy more fuel daily than we receive monthly. They drive tanks like we march on foot. This war is lost." The fuel crisis that manifested during that period was merely a symptom of a deeper and all-encompassing reality. By 1944, the United States of America had reached the peak of its industrial might, accounting for 50% of all global production. Production lines operated at an incredible pace. New aircraft rolled off assembly lines every 5 minutes. Ships were launched daily, and tanks were produced every 7 minutes. Oil extraction statistics were astounding. The US extracted 1.8 billion barrels, while the Soviet Union extracted 110 million barrels. Germany, including synthetic production, 33 million barrels, and Japan only another 2. 6 million barrels. The Axis powers combined produced less than 2% of the oil extracted in America. After 1942, every major German offensive was constrained by fuel shortages, while American operations were supported by an abundance that German strategists could not even imagine. Lieutenant Colonel Chester Hansen recorded an eloquent episode that occurred on December 27th. A logistics officer reported that due to unfavorable weather conditions, fuel deliveries had dropped to 500,000 gallons per day. Concern arose, but soon someone noted that this amount exceeded the total volume of fuel allocated by Germany for the entire offensive. German prisoners of war captured in the Ardennes were not so much amazed by American firepower as by its extravagance. The sight of American soldiers discarding uneaten rations or using gasoline for heating had a demoralizing effect that surpassed the impact of artillery bombardments. Unterscharführer Reichel admitted during interrogation, "We knew your production figures in theory, but when we saw your soldiers throwing away more than we ever had, it became a reality. Every German who witnessed your indifferent abundance understood that the war was lost." This information spread through letters, despite censorship. Feldwebel Ernst Müller wrote, "The Americans wash their clothes in gasoline. They feed dogs chocolate. They have artillery salutes for Christmas. We cannot fight such endlessness." The psychological impact of this abundance undermined German notions of racial superiority. How was it that the Americans, whom Nazi propaganda branded as decadents, possessed untold riches, while representatives of the master race barely scraped by? This question ran like a red thread through the entire Nuremberg trials, where German commanders repeatedly pointed to logistics, or rather the catastrophic lack of fuel, as a key factor in their defeat. Field Marshal Keitel, testifying at the tribunal, admitted, "In 1940-41 we had operational superiority, but by 1944 we were unable to move troops due to an acute shortage of fuel, while the Americans moved entire armies like chess pieces on a board." Piper, convicted of atrocities at Malmedy, frankly stated, "Every decision we made after December 17 was made under the pressure of the fuel crisis. We could neither maneuver nor pursue the enemy, nor retreat in an organized manner. The Americans, on the contrary, enjoyed complete freedom of movement, while we counted every liter." General Guderian bitterly stated, "When Piper captured 50,000 gallons of fuel, it was of immense significance to him, but for the Americans it meant absolutely nothing. At that moment the war was lost." This story, like an epitaph, marks the twilight of the era of industrial warfare. Victory was forged not so much by the courage of soldiers on the battlefield as by the statistics of industrial production. The romantic aura of war dissipated in the Ardennes, buried under piles of empty fuel tanks. According to Dr. Richard Overy's calculations, by 1944, the ratio of industrial production between the Allies and the Axis powers in key categories exceeded 5,1. For petroleum products, this gap reached a staggering 50,1. Neither superior training nor brilliant tactics could overcome such a colossal advantage. America produced 324,150 aircraft during the war, while Germany produced only 119,907. American factories produced 88,410 tanks, German factories 46,857. But the most eloquent figure is the volume of oil processed. In 1944 alone, America processed 1.8 billion barrels. while Germany, with great difficulty, could extract only 33 million. December 24th, 1944, marked a turning point. As the remnants of Piper's group, abandoning 39 tanks, 70 half-tracks and 177 other vehicles, fought their way on foot through American defensive lines, the true scale of the disaster became evident. The capture of 50,000 gallons of fuel seemed like incredible luck, but it soon became clear that it was a drop in the ocean for an enemy who could afford to burn millions of gallons. Unterführer, analyzing the event of those days in 1975, recalled, "On the morning in Hansfeld, upon discovering the American fuel reserves, we rejoiced as if we had won the lottery. However, by evening, learning of the burning Stavelot, the realization of inevitable defeat set in. The Americans possessed such abundance that they could destroy what we were willing to die for. Our 50,000 gallons were insignificant, less than what one American armored division consumed in 2 days. It wasn't even 3 hours of work for the legendary Red Ball Express, just a margin of error in Allied daily consumption." Major General J. Lawton Collins later noted, "The Germans' desperate attempts to seize fuel exposed their fatal miscalculation. They naively believed that we valued fuel as highly as they did, considering it an indispensable resource. They were unaware that we had so much of it that we could afford to burn millions of gallons without jeopardizing our tactical advantage. Operation Wacht am Rhein collapsed, facing the relentless mathematics of industrial warfare. The offensive consumed about 2.8 million gallons of fuel, representing 40% of the total allocation, not counting captured reserves. At the same time, the American army expended 267 million gallons, almost 100 times more. The Wehrmacht lost about 100,000 soldiers, 800 tanks, and 1,000 aircraft. But the most devastating blow was the loss of illusions. Every German soldier who witnessed American abundance firsthand realized that Germany was not just fighting a war, but participating in an act of self-destruction. The tragic fate of Joachim Peiper, a commander who had endured the crucible of war, ended in 1976 in France at the hands of unknown assailants. But long before that, in 1967, in a conversation with historian Henry Lyman, he acknowledged the fateful role of the discovered fuel depot. According to him, had it not been for this discovery, the German forces would have had a chance to retreat with honor. But the suddenly revealed disparity in resources, where American reserves seemed like a bottomless ocean and German ones like meager drops, ultimately buried any hopes for victory. This episode vividly illustrates an immutable law of industrial warfare, where logistics play a decisive role, overshadowing tactical stratagems. The might of production crushes even the bravest courage, and an abundance of resources becomes an insurmountable factor before which devotion to ideals pales. Despite the fact that a German soldier in 1944 might have surpassed his opponent in training and experience, this was not decisive. The American war machine, fueled by colossal industrial power, surpassed Germany in its ability to produce and replace losses. This truth was reflected in every fuel can found in Hansfeld, in every gallon burned in Stavelot, in every kilometer of pipeline stretching across France. In the era of industrial warfare, victory is forged not so much by the genius of commanders as by the power of factories and oil refineries. In December 1944, at the height of World War II, Colonel Trevor Dupuy conducted astonishing calculations, demonstrating the colossal difference in supplies between the Allied armies and the Wehrmacht. It turned out that each American soldier received about 67 pounds of various supplies daily, while a German soldier made do with only 3 pounds. American soldiers accustomed to abundance sometimes complained about excessive waste, while for German soldiers, American abundance seemed simply unimaginable. 40 years after those memorable events in 1984, veterans from both sides met in the Belgian village of La Glace, where Piper's Tiger tank is still exhibited in the local museum, frozen at the very spot where it ran out of fuel. On December 23, 1944, former German tank crewman Karl Fortmann stood next to the tank with former Staff Sergeant Roy Anderson of the U.S. 30th Infantry Division. "We always wondered why you stopped," Anderson admitted. "We thought it was some kind of tactical maneuver." In response, Fortmann gave a bitter chuckle. "We stopped because our tanks were empty. You burned millions of gallons of fuel to keep them out of our hands. How could we fight you under such conditions?" Anderson paused for a moment, then said, "We never knew you had so little. We had so much, we didn't even think about it." In this short dialogue lies the whole truth of December 1944. One side measured its reserves in gallons, the other in millions. One fought for every can of oil, while the other burned entire oceans. The outcome of the battle was predetermined. German military archives provide irrefutable evidence of this. The War Diary of Army Group B for December 1944 contains the following entries. December 16th, offensive begins. Fuel reserves are only 70% of the minimum required level. December 17th, Piper's units capture 50,000 gallons of fuel. December 18th, several fuel depots destroyed by enemy attacks, over 5 million gallons lost. December 19th, units critically dependent on fuel supplies lose mobility. December 24th, Piper is forced to abandon his equipment due to complete exhaustion of fuel reserves. At the same time, the American First Army reported December 16th, reserve supplies total 3.7 million gallons. December 17th, 2.2 million gallons destroyed. December 18th, 1. 8 million gallons received. December 24th, reserve supplies total 4.1 million gallons. The Americans treated millions of gallons of fuel with astonishing indifference, while the Germans guarded every single canister. In addition to its significant volume, American fuel demonstrated undeniable technological superiority. U.S. refineries made breakthroughs in catalytic cracking, allowing them to produce high-octane fuel more efficiently than German hydrogenation technology. In particular, American 100-octane aviation fuel provided aircraft with a tangible performance advantage compared to German machines, which used 87-octane synthetic fuel. American engineers also developed unique additives that Germany could not replicate, such as tetraethyl lead, ethylene dibromide, and detergent additives. German engines, designed to run on lower quality fuel, often malfunctioned when using captured American gasoline. The fuel shortage profoundly affected every soldier's experience. Corporal Hans Müller noted on December 20th, marched 30 kilometers. No fuel for trucks which drive past abandoned American vehicles with engines running for heat. They leave the engines on. We walked in the snow. Medical services were paralyzed. Ambulances could not evacuate the wounded, and hospitals lacked fuel for generators. People died, waiting for transport that never arrived. Senior medic Dr. Wilhelm Kirsting testified, "We had excellent surgeons and supplies captured from the Americans, but no fuel for ambulances. People died who could have been saved if they had been transported just 10 kilometers. The triumphant march of American military might shattered Nazi propaganda, which portrayed US soldiers as weak and fragile warriors. German soldiers were indoctrinated with the myth of American weakness. Yet the reality proved entirely different. The US Army demonstrated a capacity for destruction that surpassed Germany's own capabilities. As recorded in Goebbels' diary entry of December 28th, the morale of German troops began a steady decline. Soldiers, contrary to official propaganda, reported American superiority, undermining the carefully constructed Nazi narrative. Despite censorship, the truth permeated the ranks of the Wehrmacht, and the myth of German invincibility crumbled under the pressure of American logistics and military might. The failure of the German offensive in the Ardennes became a turning point, stripping Germany of any hope for victory and forcing it into a desperate defense. General Jodl, speaking at the Nuremberg trials, admitted, "After the Ardennes, we realized that everything was lost. We had played our last card and found that the enemy held all the aces." Recognizing Germany's dire situation, the Allies concentrated their efforts on destroying the German fuel industry. By February 1945, Germany's fuel production had virtually ceased, leading to the paralysis of the Luftwaffe and a drastic reduction in the Wehrmacht's combat effectiveness. Deprived of the ability to maneuver, the German army transformed into a static force, doomed to gradual annihilation by the mobile Allied units. The spring of 1945 was marked by surreal scenes. German units surrendered not because of battlefield defeats, but due to a simple lack of fuel. Entire panzer divisions, unable to move, stood helplessly while Allied forces drove past them. Major General Fritz Bohlein recalled, "We had 42 combat-ready tanks, manned by experienced crews and supplied with ammunition. However, we only had about 80 gallons of fuel, which wouldn't have been enough to even reach the next town. Ultimately, we destroyed our tanks and went into captivity on foot." Meanwhile, the triumphant advance of American troops across Europe was hindered only by colossal traffic jams caused by the countless number of vehicles. The Third Army alone boasted a fleet of 15,000 machines. The fuel crisis that crippled Piper's battle group vividly illustrated how industrial power predetermined the outcome of World War II. Standing among captured jerrycans on that frosty December morning, Piper grasped a bitter truth. They were fighting an enemy whose losses were more than offset by inexhaustible resources. The stark figures spoke volumes. The Germans allocated 5 million gallons of fuel for their offensive, while the Americans destroyed 8 million gallons. The daily fuel consumption of the American army reached 7.5 million gallons. Piper's capture of 50,000 gallons in Honsfeld represented a meager 0.6% of daily American supplies. The Battle of the Ardennes claimed the lives of 19,000 American soldiers and perhaps around 100,000 German soldiers. It exhausted the Wehrmacht's last reserves, but its long-term significance lay in the German soldiers' realization of the unfathomable abundance possessed by America. Piper's discovery was not just about fuel, but about the very essence of industrial warfare. Victory was destined for whoever produced more oil, steel, and aluminum. Germany never stood a chance from the outset. The irony was that American soldiers, inventorying abandoned German equipment in Laglis, discovered 39 brand-new operational tanks left behind due to a mere lack of fuel. Major Robert Harrison's salvage report noted, fuel required 8,000 gallons, classification minimal, source local reserves, time 4 hours. What was an insurmountable task for the Germans, finding 8,000 gallons to save their best tanks, was of no concern whatsoever to the Americans. A minor request, fulfilled from local reserves, exceeded the peak supply of Piper's battle group. This was Piper's epiphany in Hunsfeld. It wasn't simply that America had more fuel, but that American abundance had reached such a scale that Germany's shortage became utterly irrelevant. The war was lost by Germany the moment American industrial potential gained momentum. Hunsfeld merely confirmed what had become evident as early as 1942. Germany was fighting a hopeless battle, measuring defeat in gallons, while America measured victory in oceans. The Tiger tank standing in the Largley's Museum with an empty fuel tank serves as a silent monument to how tactical superiority was defeated by logistical reality. Visitors often ask why such formidable machines were abandoned. The answer is simple: there was no fuel. March 17, 1943. Under the top-secret classification, in room 76 to 78 of the Berlin headquarters, an event unfolded that shook the very walls of the Abwehr. A folder of intelligence reports crashed onto the polished mahogany desk, and hot coffee from Admiral Wilhelm Canaris. His delicate porcelain cup spilled onto secret documents, whose discovery by the Gestapo would have inevitably led to severe retribution. This cannot be. The Americans are trying to feed us disinformation through their agents of influence, the Admiral exclaimed, disbelieving his own eyes. From the vast windows of the Abwehr headquarters, a view opened onto the Landwehr Canal, where Rosa Luxemburg's life had ended a quarter-century earlier. Now, in the hands of Germany's head of military intelligence, was a report that called into question not only Nazi propaganda slogans, but also the fundamental tenets of German military strategy. According to intercepted radio messages and agent reports from Mexico City, the Ford Motor Company's Willow Run plant was producing one B-24 Liberator bomber every hour at an incredible speed. The B-24 Liberator was an intricate design, comprising 1.5 million parts fastened by 450,000 rivets, including 30,000 individual components and assemblies. This 18-ton aerial giant rolled off the assembly line faster than German industry could produce the unpretentious Kübelwagen military vehicle. Major Friedrich Wilhelm Heinz, standing perfectly still before the Admiral's desk, had personally triple-checked the intelligence. Yet the numbers remained undeniable. At that moment, none of them realized they were witnessing the beginning of the most devastating failure in the history of modern warfare intelligence operations. This refers to the systematic inability of German intelligence services to comprehend, believe, and convey to the highest Nazi leadership the true scale of the United States industrial might. This fatal error predetermined the collapse of the Third Reich in the face of an unyielding mathematical reality. The failure of German intelligence to assess American industrial potential had begun 2 years earlier. In 1941, Luftwaffe General Karl Kohler presented Hermann Göring with reports received from military attaché General Friedrich von Boeticher in Washington. These documents claim that the American aviation industry was reaching a production level of approximately 2,000 aircraft per month. Göring, meeting this information with outright laughter, declared that Americans were only capable of producing refrigerators and razor blades, but certainly not combat aircraft. "The Americans are bluffing," Göring told Hitler at the Wolf's Lair in December 1941, just 4 days after the tragedy at Pearl Harbor. Their democratic system makes them vulnerable. Their multinational population reduces their effectiveness. Jewish influence corrupts them. They are utterly incapable of producing what they claim. By spring 1943, the German intelligence network spread across America, began reporting information that contradicted the established notions of Nazi racial doctrine and economic views. Information arrived from diverse sources: Mexican entrepreneurs sympathetic to Germany, Spanish diplomats, Swedish businessmen traveling through Detroit, and even intercepted letters from American workers addressed to relatives in neutral countries. All converged on one incredible assertion: Ford's Willow Run plant alone was producing more heavy bombers than all of Germany's aircraft factories combined. Oberstleutnant Nikolaus Ritter, who headed the Abwehr's Air Intelligence Department, Fremde Luftwaffen, spent 3 weeks meticulously analyzing the incoming data. As a former Lufthansa pilot who had spent 10 years in America before the war, Ritter understood the United States' industrial potential better than many German officers. In the 1920s, his Manhattan apartment windows overlooked the construction of the Chrysler Building. He had witnessed Americans erect the world's tallest building in less than 2 years. Within the highest echelons of the German Navy, an ominous forecast was brewing. Admiral Ritter reported to Canaris, "If the presented data is accurate, and I have no reason to doubt its authenticity, then Germany's fate in this war is sealed. All that remains is to await the inevitable, for it is a matter of time and relentless mathematics." The information reaching the Admiral forged its path through complex and risky routes. Georg Nikolaus, the experienced head of a key Abwehr network based in Mexico City, skillfully established contacts with American entrepreneurs who regularly traveled between Detroit and Mexico's rich oil fields. These businessmen, unaware of the hidden danger, casually shared their impressions and observations, not realizing that their informal table conversations were being meticulously recorded by German agents. On February 3, 1943, a reception was held in Mexico City within the German-Mexican Trade Association, attended by American oil magnate Harold Morrison. Under the influence of a considerable amount of tequila, Morrison enthusiastically recounted his recent tour of the Willow Run plant. This tour had been organized by Ford to demonstrate the facility's impressive capabilities in fulfilling government contracts to potential investors. In one of the reception rooms, where the fates of the world were being decided, Morrison, unaware that his words were being absorbed by Wolfgang Blau, a German spy disguised as an Argentine businessman, began his story. What he had seen, he claimed, surpassed all imagination. Before him was a conveyor line stretching for many miles, and a building so colossal that clouds formed inside it, occasionally raining. 42,000 workers toiled in this giant factory, including thousands of women, among them African-American women, engaged in creating the most complex machine ever seen by humankind. Morrison, engrossed in his narrative, grabbed a pencil and began sketching a diagram on a simple napkin. The bomber, he explained, had 2 bomb bays, each capable of holding up to 4,000 pounds of explosives. 4 powerful engines, each delivering a 200 horsepower, provided it with incredible speed and payload capacity. Production was organized on the principle of assembling individual sections, which Ford called sub-assemblies, much like rivers merging into a single mighty current. Wing sections arrive from one direction, fuselages from another, and tail sections from a third. All converged at strictly defined points along the conveyor line, forming a complete unit. Blau, striving to maintain a casual demeanor, inquired whether such complex processes led to frequent breakdowns and production delays. Morrison merely laughed in response. He reminded Blau that Consolidated Aircraft had initially been skeptical of Ford's idea, claiming that planes could not be built like cars. However, Ford had managed to break down the bomber assembly process into 60,000 individual operations. Each worker performed the same task repeatedly, honing their skill to perfection. A woman who had been preparing breakfast for her children yesterday was today deftly installing hydraulic lines in the aircraft's tail. Training took only a few days, not months, as was previously the norm. Perhaps the most comprehensive intelligence seeped through Spain, led by Francisco Franco. Colonel José Hungría, serving as the Spanish military attaché in Washington, maintained trusted connections with American aircraft manufacturers. Secretly, he transmitted intelligence to Germany in exchange for tungsten supplies, vital for Spanish industry. In March 1943, Hungría attended a reception at the Argentine embassy, where he had the opportunity to meet Charles Sorensen, head of Ford's production department and the visionary behind the Willow Run plant. Sorensen, confident he was conversing with a representative of a neutral power, a potential buyer of aircraft after the war, freely shared the information about the plant's capabilities. "Colonel," Sorensen stated, unaware that his every word would reach Berlin within 2 weeks. "When I first visited Consolidated's San Diego plant in 1940, they were assembling B-24s outdoors, under the blazing sun, and each one was different from the last, taking 180,000 man-hours to build. I knew we could do better." The Hungarian engineer Hungría persisted, demanding details and explaining it as his professional interest as a military specialist. Sorensen, brimming with pride over his achievement, readily agreed. "One night in a hotel room in San Diego, I sketched out the entire production process. We would build bombers on the automobile production principle. Instead of workers gathering around a stationary aircraft, we would move the aircraft along a line of stationary workers. Each worker would perform a specific set of tasks repeatedly, perfecting their skill through repetition. The Spaniard inquired if there would be labor force issues with such production complexity. "We've established a training center where 8,000 workers are trained weekly," Sorensen replied. "Women make up 40% of our workforce. They excel over men in intricate work thanks to their smaller hands, which allow them to reach difficult places and greater patience for monotonous tasks. We have African American workers operating complex equipment. We also have 16-year-old youths responsible for logistics. Democracy, Colonel, means utilizing all available human resources. Through Swedish, Argentine, Japanese and Turkish channels, German intelligence relentlessly received confirmation of Willow Run's impressive production rates. In March 1943, Swedish engineer Erik Lundberg, who visited the plant, reported, "The plant operates with an efficiency that surpasses European understanding. It has 1,600 specialized machines, many designed for a single operation. Capital investment is colossal, possibly reaching $200 million just for tooling." Independent confirmation also came from Japanese commander Toshikazu Omi in an encrypted message to Tokyo, intercepted by German intelligence. This single plant produces more aircraft per month than the entire Japanese aviation industry. By April 1943, German intelligence had accumulated exhaustive data from 17 independent sources confirming the scale of production. The figures were astounding. Willow Run alone at its peak produced 650 B-24 bombers per month, and overall American production of these aircraft exceeded 1,400 units monthly. June saw Admiral Canaris's desperate attempts to obtain direct confirmation from the United States, leading to the launch of Operation Pastorius. This operation involved the clandestine deployment of a group of saboteurs to American soil using a submarine. One of the two four-man teams was led by George John Dash, a man who had spent 2 decades in America before returning to Germany just before 1939. His secret instructions, received personally from Canaris, mandated gathering intelligence on the scale of American aircraft production before undertaking any acts of sabotage. Early in the morning of June 13, 1942, Dash's group landed on the coast of Amagansett, Long Island. They secretly infiltrated the shore from the U-202 submarine shortly after midnight. However, just a few days later, tormented by the moral dilemmas of his mission and the realization of America's enormous industrial potential, Dash decided to surrender to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. During interrogations, Dash revealed information that astonished his American captors. He stated, "Canaris himself admitted to me that the High Command in Berlin distrusted your production capacity figures. They believed the information about the Willow Run plant was merely propaganda. He needed photographs, precise personnel data, supply reports, irrefutable evidence that would force Goering to acknowledge the reality." A tense silence hung in the room as FBI Special Agent Charles Landman, with doubt in his voice, uttered, "Do they really refuse to believe we can produce a bomber every hour?" In response, Dash merely gave a bitter chuckle. "Agent Landman, believe me, I know American industry firsthand. I've seen your car factories churn out vehicles. I tried to convey a simple idea to them. If Ford could produce a car every minute before the war, then producing a bomber every hour during wartime is well within their capabilities." But my words were dismissed as defeatist sentiment. On April 20th, 1943, Adolf Hitler's 54th birthday, Admiral Canaris personally presented the compiled intelligence to Hermann Goering at his luxurious hunting estate, Karinhall, north of Berlin. This meeting subsequently became legendary among German intelligence officers, who were astonished by Goering's complete rejection of obvious facts. Canaris presented Goering with irrefutable evidence, photographs, intercepted documents, and reports from numerous independent sources. He laid them out on the Reichsmarschall's massive oak table, like a croupier dealing cards foretelling an inevitable loss. "Herr Reichsmarschall," Canaris began cautiously, "we have confirmation from 17 independent sources indicating that the Ford Willow Run plant at peak production is producing 1 B-24 Liberator bomber every hour. This rate has been consistent since January." The corpulent Goering, whose body mass by then exceeded 280 pounds, appeared in the room. He casually picked up one of the photographs, depicting a conveyor line stretching into the distance, and mockingly addressed Canaris. "Do you really think I'm that stupid, Canaris? These are obviously wooden mock-ups created for propaganda. The Americans are trying to convince us of their ability to mass-produce aircraft like sausages. This Willow Run plant apparently produces no more than 50 bombers a month. Canaris, maintaining his composure, produced another document, an intercepted Pennsylvania Railroad manifest indicating enormous aluminum shipments. Herr Reichsmarschall, this plant consumes 16 million pounds of aluminum monthly. That exceeds our entire monthly production. In response, Goering burst into loud laughter. And where do you suppose they get this aluminum? Perhaps they smelt it from their African-American workers or women riveters. Canaris, you've fallen victim to American propaganda. A week later, Canaris was summoned to the Wolf's Lair for a personal report to Hitler. Generals Jodl and Keitel, as well as propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, were present at the meeting. Hitler focused on studying maps of the Eastern Front, where the Wehrmacht was preparing for Operation Citadel, the massive Battle of Kursk. Listened to Canaris' intelligence presentation with barely concealed impatience. The head of German military intelligence, Admiral Canaris, aware of the immense risk, conveyed disheartening data to the Führer. He emphasized that the colossal scale of American aircraft production, reaching 1,400 B-24 bombers monthly, combined with similar B-17 output, fighter production and British capacity, would inevitably lead to a situation where airstrikes on the Reich would overwhelm German defenses. Hitler's reaction was predictably dismissive. The Führer declared that Americans had undoubtedly succeeded in the mass production of simple goods, such as automobiles and refrigerators. But a bomber was a fundamentally different product, requiring high precision, skill, and dedication. He expressed doubt that Americans could have achieved such production figures in such a short time, while Germany had required 6 years to prepare for war. General Jodl, having analyzed the figures presented by Canaris, attempted to convey a realistic assessment of the situation to the Führer. However, Hitler categorically rejected this data, stating that the Americans had only entered the war in December 1941, and building a miracle factory and establishing such large-scale production in such a short period was simply impossible. The head of the Abwehr, Admiral Canaris, thanks to his connections with American intelligence in Switzerland, managed to obtain newsreel footage of the Willow Run plant, a fact that remained a secret from the Nazi High Command. The 5-minute film, smuggled through Spanish diplomatic channels, captured the functioning assembly line. Canaris and his deputy, Hans Oster, watched these frames in the strictest secrecy at Abwehr headquarters. The camera dispassionately glided along the mile-long assembly line, demonstrating B-24s at various stages of production. Workers of different races and genders, like mechanisms, performed their tasks with impeccable precision. The time, captured on clocks in several frames, confirmed the authenticity of what was happening. "Unbelievable," Oster whispered, stunned. Canaris, without losing his composure, destroyed the film, watching it turn to ash. "We cannot show this to them," he declared. "They will accuse us of forgery or treason." In November 1943, aerial photographs of Willow Run, taken by a Spanish diplomat, fell into the hands of German intelligence. Analysts painstakingly studied the images for several weeks. The results of the analysis spoke for themselves. Parking lots filled with approximately 12,000 cars indicated round-the-clock 3-shift operation. At the adjacent airfield, 47 B-24s were visible, ready for shipment. The assembly line, visible through skylights, showed aircraft positioned in strict accordance with previously obtained data. Railway tracks were jammed with dozens of freight cars delivering necessary materials. Expert Hedman Vernard concluded, "Photographic evidence fully confirms the data received from the agent network. Production rates appear credible. Immediate strategic reconsideration is strongly recommended." However, Göring, to whom these photographs were presented, dismissed them, calling them a clever American falsification, possibly using scale models. Albert Speer, Hitler's Minister of Armaments, and perhaps the only member of the Nazi leadership who truly understood the intricacies of industrial production, had access to secret American intelligence data. His diary entry from May 15, 1943, discovered after the war, reveals his despair. If even half of the figures for the Willow Run plant are accurate, we face not just defeat, but total annihilation. They are producing more planes in a month than we are in a year. But I cannot speak openly about this. It would be tantamount to signing my own death warrant. Meanwhile, Dr. Otto Ohlendorf, who headed the SD in land and possessed a strong economic background, meticulously studied the economic indicators of the United States. His report, presented to Himmler in December 1943, was disheartening. In peacetime, 1941, the Ford Motor Company produced 1.1 million automobiles. These capacities are now reoriented towards bomber production, and the pace of output is constantly increasing. By June 1944, the Americans will have enough B-24s to drop a tonnage of bombs on us daily, equivalent to what was dropped on London in 1940. During the Christmas period of 1943, Admiral Canaris, head of German military intelligence, received alarming information about the American aviation industry's production plans for the upcoming year, 1944. According to this data, the United States planned to produce a colossal number of combat aircraft: 18,000 B-24 Liberator bombers, 12,000 B-17 Flying Fortress bombers, 1,000 of the new B-29 Super Fortress, and approximately 40,000 fighters of various types. The total production volume was projected to be an impressive 86,000 aircraft. When these figures were presented to Adolf Hitler, his reaction was one of skepticism and disbelief. The Führer declared that the Americans were merely boasting and that they could not possibly produce more aircraft in 1944 than all countries combined had produced in the entire history of aviation. He dismissed these claims as absurd, refusing to believe in the reality of the aerial threat looming over Germany. However, reality was becoming increasingly apparent. By February 1944, Canaris had been dismissed from his post on suspicion of defeatism and even treason. His place was taken by Walter Schellenberg, a convinced Nazi who would not dare to contradict Hitler or Göring. But even loyalty could not conceal the truth. On February 20th, 1944, Operation Argument, also known as Big Week, began, during which the US 8th Air Force unleashed its full might on German aircraft factories. More than 1,000 heavy bombers launched massive attacks, dropping more tons of bombs in 6 days than the Luftwaffe had dropped on Great Britain during the entire Blitz. It became clear that Germany was facing an air war of unprecedented scale, and denying it was no longer possible. In the history of World War II, there are episodes that vividly demonstrate a turning point in the course of events. Luftwaffe fighter pilot Adolf Galland reported in despair to Göring about the unprecedented power of the Allied air forces. Herr Reichsmarschall, I personally counted over 800 bombers in battle formation, and these are not training targets, they are dropping real bombs. On June 6, 1944, D-Day, over 11,000 Allied aircraft filled the skies over France. The Luftwaffe could only muster a mere 300 fighters against this armada. Field Marshal Hugo Sperle, realizing the catastrophic situation, sent a message to Berlin full of bitterness and disappointment. The enemy's air superiority is absolutely overwhelming. Our intelligence was correct, but it wasn't the Americans who deceived us, it was ourselves, our own illusions. By April 1944, the Willow Run plant had reached its peak production capacity. Working 2 9-hour shifts, 6 days a week, the workforce churned out 453 aircraft per month, meaning one completed B-24 Liberator every 63 minutes. The plant employed 42,231 people, including 11,000 women, 26% of the total workforce, 3,800 African Americans, about 9%, and 1,200 people with disabilities, 0.3%. This diverse and multicultural workforce, through its labor, delivered a devastating blow to Nazi racial ideology. Inferior races and weak segments of the population outproduced the German master race many times over, proving the fallacy of racist theories in practice. After the end of World War II, surviving German intelligence officers shed light on the catastrophic scale of the errors made. Walter Schellenberg, testifying at the Nuremberg trials, stated that as early as the beginning of 1943, German intelligence possessed accurate data on American industrial potential. He emphasized that any professional intelligence officer recognized the reliability of these figures, but reporting the truth up the chain of command was tantamount to a death sentence for defeatist sentiments. Hans Bernd Geservius, in his memoirs, bitterly noted that the problem was not a lack of information about American industry, but rather an abundance of it. The tragedy was that Germany's top leadership refused to believe this data because it contradicted their racial beliefs and ideological dogmas. German intelligence officers who dared to report truthful information paid a terrible price. Admiral Wilhelm Canaris, head of the Abwehr, was executed on April 9, 1945, at Flossenbürg concentration camp. Hans Oster suffered the same fate, also executed on April 9, 1945, at Flossenbürg. Alexis von Roena was executed in October 1944 for his involvement in the July 20th plot against Hitler. Only Hans Bernd Geservius managed to escape this tragic fate, fleeing to Switzerland and surviving the war. The US Strategic Bombing Survey confirmed what German intelligence had previously reported, revealing the impressive scale of production at the Willow Run plant. Between 1942 and 1945, 8,685 B-24 bombers were produced there, with peak production reaching 650 aircraft per month. Notably, this rate of output was sustained for several months. Thanks to process optimization, the total cost of a single aircraft significantly decreased from $238,000 to $137,000. During his post-war interrogation, Albert Speer was asked why Germany did not trust intelligence data regarding American production. His answer revealed the deeply ingrained prejudices of the Nazi regime. To admit that Ford could produce a bomber every hour would have meant acknowledging the fallacy of our entire worldview. It would have meant admitting that democracy is not weak but strong, that racial mixing creates not weakness but strength, that women are capable of performing men's work. Ultimately, it would have meant admitting that we started a war we were destined to lose. But who would have dared to tell that to Hitler? Rose Will Monroe, who became the real-life prototype for Rosie the Riveter, worked with a rivet gun on the B-24 production line. She and thousands of other women who previously had no industrial experience came to the factories after the tragic events at Pearl Harbor. We knew we were building something extremely important, Monroe recalled in a 1984 interview. Every rivet we installed was meant to bring the war closer to an end. Often we worked 2 shifts, finding rest in the parking lot between them. Our brothers, husbands and loved ones flew in these planes, and we knew we were contributing to their safety and victory. Collapse on the horizon, Nazi Germany's tragic miscalculations based on underestimating American industrial might. The refusal to acknowledge the veracity of intelligence information about the Willow Run aircraft plant, a giant symbol of American industrial might, led to a series of catastrophic consequences for Nazi Germany. This short-sightedness, like a veil, blinded the German leadership, pushing the country towards inevitable collapse. First, Germany continued to increase bomber production until late 1944, ignoring the fact that their efforts paled in comparison to the American aircraft torrent. Second, resources that could have been directed towards strengthening defenses were recklessly squandered on developing wonder weapons that ultimately failed to live up to expectations. Third, strategic planning was based on the illusory notion of confronting hundreds of bombers, while thousands of American aircraft already dominated the skies. Finally, diplomatic initiatives aimed at seeking peace were constantly postponed due to a misunderstanding of the impending catastrophe, which only worsened Germany's position on the international stage. German economists, upon gaining access to captured documents, were stunned by the true scale of the American industrial giant. The Willow Run plant, valued at $200 million, overshadowed the entire German aviation industry, which had received only $400 million in investment from 1933 to 1945. Willow Run's area was 3.5 million square feet, while the total area of all German aircraft factories combined did not exceed 8 million square feet. Willow Run's electricity consumption reached 2.5 million kWh per month, demonstrating its colossal production capacity. These figures became a bitter revelation, vividly illustrating the chasm between the industrial capabilities of Germany and the United States, and foreshadowed the inevitable collapse of the Third Reich. During World War II, American industry reached unprecedented scales, astounding with its production volumes. A single factory built by the Americans consumed more resources than entire German cities. By the end of the war, when the final tally was made, the true extent of production became evident. A total of 1,888 B-24 bombers were produced, with 8,685 of them rolling off the assembly line at the Willow Run plant. B-17 bomber production reached 12,631 units. Between 1940 and 1945, American industry produced a total of 33,717 aircraft. In comparison, Germany produced 94,700 aircraft during the same period. Thus, the United States, fighting on 2 oceans, managed to produce 3.2 times more aircraft than Germany. Historians consider the failure of German intelligence to assess America's production capabilities as one of the most serious miscalculations in military history. Notably, this was not a failure in information gathering. German agents obtained accurate and detailed intelligence. The problem lay in the leadership's inability to accept this data because it contradicted their established worldview. Dr. Gerhard Weinberg concluded that German intelligence had accurately assessed the US production potential by early 1943. Had this intelligence been taken into account and appropriate actions taken based on it, Germany could have initiated peace negotiations 2 years earlier, thereby saving millions of human lives. This tragic story offers us several important lessons, still relevant today. First, it demonstrates how cognitive biases can blind reason, leading to the rejection of even the most accurate intelligence data if it conflicts with established beliefs. Second, ideological blindness can obscure rational thought when political dogmas are prioritized over harsh mathematical reality. Third, systemic failures in intelligence structures, where inconvenient truths are not encouraged, but rather falsehoods are rewarded, lead to catastrophic consequences. And finally, the fatal miscalculation of underestimating an adversary inevitably leads to tragedy and immense losses. In 1985, a significant encounter took place at the grand opening of the Yankee Air Museum at Willow Run. Rose Will Monroe, a former aircraft factory worker who went down in history as the symbol of American labor, Rosie the Riveter, met with Hans Rudel, once a renowned Luftwaffe pilot. Rudel, astonished by the scale of American military industry, asked Monroe, "How did you manage to build so many planes so quickly?" Monroe, with a modest smile, replied, "Honey, we just came to work every day and did our job. Nothing special. We just built bombers and went home. Democracy isn't rocket science. It's just free people doing everything they can." Rudel, deep in thought, uttered, "We were taught that democracy made you weak, that your diversity made you inefficient. We were lied to, and that lie cost millions of lives." In May 1945, as Berlin lay in ruins, American intelligence officers stumbled upon an ominous find, Germany's final intelligence report on the Willow Run plant, dated April 20, 1945, Adolf Hitler's birthday. In this report, like a cry of despair, it is stated, "Production at Willow Run is confirmed. We tried to convey this truth 2 years ago, but our voices went unheard." Germany is perishing not from a lack of information, but from an unwillingness to believe what contradicts our prejudices. May future generations learn this lesson. Reality does not yield to ideology. Mathematics does not submit to mythology, and ignoring the truth leads to tragedy. This report never reached its intended recipient. Hitler, confined to his bunker, refused to see the impending catastrophe. The 1,000-year Reich was living its final days, and thousands of American bombers, many having rolled off the Willow Run assembly line, delivered the final irrefutable argument that German intelligence had unsuccessfully tried to convey to the country's leadership for 2 years. History delivered its harsh verdict. German intelligence acted impeccably, but the acceptance of its data proved catastrophic. In this tragic unwillingness to believe inconvenient truths lies a serious warning for all nations. Reality cares nothing for our beliefs. Those who deny it for the sake of their ideological dogmas are doomed to perish. Willow Run produced more than just bombers. It created living proof that democracy is effective, diversity is a source of strength, and freedom fosters prosperity. German spies meticulously tallied all the facts, but German leaders chose not to believe them. And that disbelief destroyed the Third Reich, just as surely as any bomb dropped from an American aircraft. February 20th, 1943. Northern outskirts of Kasserine Pass, Tunisia. A military report could scarcely capture the astonishing scene that unfolded before the eyes of German tank crews that morning. American Sherman tanks executed maneuvers that seemed impossible according to Wehrmacht military doctrine without the use of visual signals. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke of the North African terrain, 5 Sherman tanks, separated by folds in the ground and lacking direct line of sight, attacked German positions with incredible cohesion. There were no flags, signal flares, or messengers moving between the vehicles. Yet they moved as a single unit, each tank covering the dead zones, inaccessible to the other's view. Every crew knew the precise location of their comrades with astonishing accuracy. Inside German Panzerdivision tanks, equipped with FUG-5 radios, commanders struggled to decipher company commanders' orders due to interference overloading their amplitude modulation systems. German 10-watt transmitters, though advanced by 1930 standards, provided reliable communication only for a few hundred meters while on the move. Most German tanks were equipped only with receivers, denying crews the ability to report detected targets or request support. During pivotal moments of World War II, American forces possessed a technological superiority that the German army could only dream of. This advantage lay in the frequency modulation, .FM, radio communications installed on every tank. Quartz frequency stabilization, 25-watt transmission power, and crystal clear sound allowed American tank crews to communicate with each other despite engine noise and the chaos of battle. This technological marvel created 8,000 kilometers from the assembly lines of Detroit, became a decisive factor in victory. The advantage was not in the thickness of the armor or the caliber of the gun, but in the invisible electromagnetic waves that united American tank crews into a cohesive network, inaccessible to the Wehrmacht. The transformation began on July 27, 1941, when the U.S. Army adopted the Signal Corps radio sets SCR-508, SCR-528, and SCR-538 as standard for all medium tanks, while German forces advanced deep into the Soviet Union, relying on radio communication between command vehicles. American engineers at the Galvin Manufacturing Corporation, later known as Motorola, perfected frequency modulation technology that was destined to render German systems obsolete. The engineering team included Daniel E. Noble, who developed the application of FM technology in military equipment, and Henrik Magnuski, the chief radio frequency engineer, who solved the technical challenges of installing complex electronics in the harsh environment of a tank. Their creation weighed 82 kilograms, 180 pounds, and transformed every Sherman tank into a node of the world's first field network. In the era of World War II, when technological progress determined the outcome of battles, radio communication became a crucial element of military superiority. American engineers made a breakthrough by creating the SCR-508 radio, which changed the rules of engagement on the battlefield. The BC-604 transmitter, the heart of the SCR-508, delivered an impressive 25 watts of power, more than double the capability of its German counterpart, the FUG-5. Operating in the 20.0 to 27.9 MHz range, it offered 10 preset quartz-stabilized channels, ensuring reliable and accurate communication. Dual BC-603 receivers allowed commanders to monitor multiple frequencies simultaneously, giving them a tactical advantage in dynamic combat situations. But the true breakthrough was the frequency modulation FM technology developed by Edwin Armstrong. Unlike amplitude modulation, EM systems, which were susceptible to interference, FM radios provided crystal clear communication even in the most challenging conditions. While German tank crews suffered from crackling and static, American soldiers could hear each other clearly, despite the roar of artillery fire. Operation Torch, which began on November 8, 1942, became the moment of truth for the SCR-508. American armored vehicles landing in North Africa were equipped with these radios, and it soon became evident that German communication systems could not match their capabilities. The Afrika Korps, battle-hardened and representing the elite of the Wehrmacht's armored forces, faced serious communication challenges. A typical German tank platoon, consisting of 5 vehicles, had only 1 or 2 tanks equipped with full FU-G5 radio sets, capable of both transmitting and receiving messages. The remaining tanks were fitted only with FU-G2 receivers, allowing them to hear orders but not to reply or report enemy actions. A strict hierarchy prevailed within the German tank platoon. The platoon leader issued orders, which subordinate tanks confirmed through their actions rather than voice messages. The destruction of commander tanks, identifiable by their numerous antennas, led to the disorganization of the entire platoon. This vulnerability could prove fatal in engagements with American forces, where every tank had the capability to function as a command vehicle. The Battle of Kasserine Pass, fought from February 14 to 24, 1943, provided the first convincing evidence of American superiority in radio communications. Despite a German tactical victory, the battle showcased capabilities that astonished Wehrmacht observers. During intense fighting, isolated units of the U.S. 1st Armored Division maintained coordination across a 50-mile front. Tankers who had never met before coordinated attacks, warned each other of dangers, and called in artillery fire using clear and reliable FM communication. During World War II, German signals intelligence units encountered a surprising fact. American radio transmissions were remarkably clear and well coordinated. Analysts from the Wehrmacht's 10th Panzer Division Intelligence Department noted that American units confidently maintained radio contact over distances where German radio sets could only produce unintelligible noise. Of particular concern was the fact that every American tank, and not just command vehicles, possessed a full transmitter. German FU-G5 radio sets operating on amplitude modulation (AM) in the 27.0 to 33.3 MHz frequency range had several significant drawbacks. Their 10-watt transmitter provided a communication range of only 2 to 3 kilometers, 1.2 to 1.9 miles, under ideal conditions, which reduced to a few hundred meters while on the move. Any spark from an ignition plug, any electric motor, or the grinding of tracks created interference that AM systems could not effectively filter. In September 1943, American armor arrived in Italy, where the complex mountainous terrain was expected to negate the advantages of radio communication. However, to the German surprise, frequency modulation (FM) technology proved even more effective in conditions that rendered German AM radios practically useless. The SCR-508 FM system was significantly more resistant to multipath interference in mountain valleys than AM radios. American tankers coordinated their actions in terrain where visual communication was impossible, while German radios completely failed as they advanced towards Cassino. American armored units demonstrated capabilities that seemed incredible to the Germans. Tank platoons, separated by mountain ridges, coordinated attacks with a precision that, according to German military doctrine, required mandatory visual contact between units. Reports from the U.S. 1st Armored Division after battles noted that coordinating actions over distances where German radios could only produce static was commonplace. a triumph of technology and regrettable oversights. On June 6, 1944, D-Day, American Sherman tanks triumphantly left their landing craft, maintaining communication with naval gunfire support ships. The SCR-508 radios provided coordination unattainable by German technology of the time. However, the fierce fighting in the dense hedgerow country under Bocage exposed a serious problem. Tank radios were unable to communicate with infantry radios, which operated on different frequencies. The infantry's SCR-300 radios functioned in the 40.0 to 48.0 MHz range, incompatible with the tank's 20.0 to 27.9 MHz range. This communication gap became deadly in the Bocage, where German infantry armed with Panzerfausts could stealthily approach American tanks, while nearby American infantry had no means to warn them of the danger. American ingenuity found a solution in just a few weeks. Tank crews began installing EE-8 field telephones in ammunition boxes welded to the outside of the tanks and connecting them directly to the internal intercom. By the start of Operation Cobra in late July, this simple but effective change dramatically improved tank infantry cooperation on the battlefield. Between July 25 and 30, 1944, during Operation Cobra, American forces demonstrated their outstanding capabilities in radio communication. The 2nd Armored Division, commanded by Major General Edward H. Brooks, used radio networks to coordinate the actions of over 200 Sherman tanks, ensuring an unprecedented level of battlefield control. German soldiers from the Panzer-Lehr Division felt the advantage of an enemy who seemed to possess extraordinary situational awareness. American tanks quickly responded to emerging threats reported by other units located at significant distances. Artillery strikes, coordinated via tank radios, were executed within minutes of target detection. The contrast with the German army's capabilities was striking. The Panzer-Lehr Division, once considered Germany's most advanced armored division, found itself in a state of communication poverty. Most tanks operated without radios, relying on visual signals in terrain where visibility rarely exceeded 100 meters, 330 feet. The few working radios suffered from interference and had limited range, hindering effective coordination. The irony of the situation was that Germany was one of the first countries to employ radio communication in tank warfare. Heinz Guderian, the architect of the Blitzkrieg, had insisted on equipping tanks with radio equipment as early as the 1920s. In his book Achtung, Panzer, published in 1937, he emphasized the importance of communication as the foundation for conducting armored operations. Guderian developed radio communication systems that allowed tank officers to coordinate attacks. He understood that the rapid advance of armored vehicles required reliable communication. However, by 1943, German tank production could not provide radios for all tanks, as Guderian's doctrine demanded. An analysis of German production statistics revealed serious problems in the war industry. In 1943, despite producing approximately 5,700 medium tanks, Germany managed to manufacture fewer than 2,000 FUG transceivers. A significant portion of these radios was installed on command vehicles and assault guns, leading to a severe shortage of communication equipment in regular tank units. Soviet tank forces experienced an even greater deficit of communication equipment. T-34 tanks, which formed the backbone of the Allied tank fleet, often entered battle without any radio equipment. In the pre-war period, Soviet doctrine relied on flag signals and detailed pre-battle planning, which led to catastrophic consequences in 1941 during clashes with German forces. By 1943, the situation improved somewhat, thanks to Lend-Lease supplies. American radios, particularly SCR 508 kits, were installed on Soviet command tanks. However, even by the end of the war, only about 25% of Soviet tanks were equipped with radio communications. These figures clearly demonstrate the superiority of American industry. While the Soviet Union struggled immensely to provide a quarter of its tanks with radio communication, the United States achieved 100% equipping of its armored forces with advanced FM systems. Motorola's Chicago plant was a true symbol of American industrial might, which became evident during World War II. Before the global conflict, the company specialized in producing car radios. But with the outbreak of the war, the factory was entirely repurposed for the needs of the front, facing the necessity of solving complex technical challenges. Each SCR 508 tank radio was a high-tech device, consisting of 2,548 individual components manufactured to the strictest military standards. The BC604 transmitter, part of the radio set, included 474 capacitors and 385 resistors. Special attention was paid to quartz oscillators, which had to ensure the stability of the transmitter's frequency, despite extreme temperature fluctuations and severe vibrations, inevitable in combat conditions. The production volumes of the SCR 508 family of radios vividly demonstrate the industrial power of the US. 3,800 units were produced in 1942, 11,400 in 1943, and an impressive 24,000 units in 1944. In total, over 50,000 tank radios were produced during the war years. This manufacturing triumph allowed all 49,324 Sherman tanks produced during the war to be equipped with modern radio equipment, an achievement unmatched by other participating nations in the conflict. The superiority of the SCR 508 was not limited solely to frequency modulation. Thanks to quartz frequency stabilization, tank crews had the ability to preset communication channels before a battle and maintain them in working order, despite the chaos and unpredictability of combat conditions. At the same time, German Fuji-5 radios, which used variable capacitor tuning, were prone to constant frequency drift, creating significant problems in coordinating actions. The dual receiver configuration allowed tank commanders to simultaneously monitor both their platoon's network and the company command network. Orders spread instantly throughout the chain of command, while commanders were always aware of the current situation, receiving real-time information from their subordinates. The BC606 internal communication system was seamlessly integrated with the radio, allowing every crew member to instantly warn the commander of detected threats. Throat microphones and noise-cancelling headphones ensured clear and intelligible communication even in the most intense moments of the battle. It is worth noting that many German tanks were not equipped with internal communication systems, forcing crews to communicate by touch or shouting, which undoubtedly reduced their effectiveness. Power management was also a significant advantage of American technology. The SCR 508 could operate on 12 or 24 volts, automatically adapting to the available voltage. The motor generator power system provided stable and filtered power, which helped eliminate electrical interference. German radios, which received power directly from the vehicle's electrical system, perceived every spark as a source of static noise, negatively impacting communication quality. echoes of war, the triumph of communications in American armored doctrine. The widespread implementation of radio communication became a turning point, radically altering the tactics of American armored forces. The flexible command structure and ad hoc task forces created to address specific challenges relied entirely on seamless communication. American commanders gained the ability to form combat groups from various units, confidently coordinating their actions thanks to compatible radios. This tactical flexibility baffled German commanders, who were accustomed to a strict hierarchy dictated by limited communication capabilities. In September 1944, during the Battle of Arracourt, the 4th Armored Division engaged several German panzer brigades equipped with formidable Panther tanks. Despite the German superiority in armor and firepower, American radio coordination played a decisive role. Each Sherman tank could instantly transmit information about enemy positions. Tank destroyers received target coordinates from tanks that were out of visual range. Artillery spotters, positioned in Sherman command tanks, called in devastating artillery fire within minutes. The 3-week battle resulted in the destruction of 281 German armored vehicles, while the Americans lost only 41 German tanks. The 7:1 loss ratio defied expectations based on the technical specifications of the equipment and served as clear evidence of the effectiveness of American tactics, which were built upon superior communications. Throughout World War II, German intelligence never fully grasped the decisive significance of American technological superiority in communications. Although battle reports repeatedly noted the high degree of coordination in American units' actions, this phenomenon was mistakenly attributed solely to the quality of personnel training rather than advanced technology. One intelligence report, dated September 1944, indicated that American tank units demonstrated exemplary radio discipline and cohesion, which, according to analysts, was a direct result of intensive training and strict adherence to established communication procedures. This report completely ignored the technological advantage that provided the Americans with an unprecedented level of coordination on the battlefield. As a result of this misconception, German tactics were never adapted to the true capabilities of the American army. German forces continued to identify presumed command tanks by their antenna configuration, unaware that every Sherman tank was capable of coordinating actions in battle. When planning ambushes, the Germans naively believed that American tanks would lose coordination when separated, failing to consider that radio communication allowed units to maintain cohesion even without visual contact. By March 1945, as American forces approached the Rhine, American communication superiority reached its peak. The capture of the Remagen Bridge was a vivid demonstration of the speed and efficiency of the American command and control system. When the 9th Armored Division discovered the Ludendorff Bridge intact, the message reached the 1st Army headquarters within minutes. Within an hour, divisions across the front began redeploying to exploit the opportunity. German forces, whose communication critically depended on telephone lines systematically destroyed by American air power, couldn't react with comparable speed. American radio coordination enabled the creation of an impenetrable defense around the bridgehead. Tank platoons from different battalions seamlessly integrated, coordinating fire through radio networks. German counterattacks, poorly coordinated due to communication disruptions, arrived disjointedly and were destroyed piecemeal. A triumph of communications, the defeat of German forces in the Ruhr. Pocket in April 1945 stands as a stark testament to American dominance in communications. The armored formations of the US 1st and 9th Armies skillfully executed a complex encirclement operation against German.
By the summer of 1941, Adolf Hitler appeared to stand at the zenith of his power. To the world, he seemed one of those rare historical figures whose ambitions unfolded with astonishing ease. In 1936, he reoccupied the Rhineland without firing a shot. 2 years later, he annexed Austria and a large part of Czechoslovakia. When the inevitable conflict finally erupted in 1939, Germany, under his leadership, crushed Poland in mere weeks. The ensuing period of relative calm, dubbed the Phony War, gave way in the spring of 1940 to the swift collapse of Norway, Belgium, the Netherlands, and France. By the summer of 1941, German forces had also secured the Balkans. Virtually all of Europe, from Spain to the Soviet frontier, lay under Hitler's iron grip. Yet how did this seemingly invincible ruler lose everything and end his life by suicide in a Berlin bunker? Let us examine some of the most critical miscalculations that sealed Hitler's fate in the Second World War. At the heart of Hitler's downfall lay his uncompromising and rigid political ideology. As Clausewitz famously observed, war is merely the continuation of politics by other means. But for Hitler, this principle took an extreme form. He viewed the Second World War not only as rightful redress for Germany's defeat in the First World War, but also as the vehicle through which the German people would fulfill their supposed racial destiny, the eradication of both Jews and communism, which he believed to be merely a manifestation of Jewish influence. In an unpublished sequel to Mein Kampf, Hitler repeatedly referred to communism as Jewish Bolshevism and described the Soviet Union as Jewish Bolshevik Russia. Given these convictions, it is unsurprising that the Soviet Union had accepted the 1939 non-aggression pact with Stalin only as a temporary expedient to secure victory in the West and avoid a two-front war like the one that had doomed Germany in 1914 to 1918. Yet his ultimate geopolitical aim remained the destruction and conquest of the Soviet Union. To Hitler, the USSR represented not just the epicenter of Jewish Bolshevism, but also vast, fertile territory ideally suited for German colonization once Jews and communists had been eliminated. This was the doctrine of Lebensraum, living space, the belief that ethnic Germans must displace the Slavic populations of Eastern Europe and Russia. As the German population grew, Hitler reasoned, it would require more land, and he intended to seize it by force. The concept of Lebensraum originated in 1901 with the writings of German geographer Friedrich Ratzel. Ratzel argued that every nation must be self-sufficient in resources and territory to defend itself effectively against external threats. Influenced by Darwin's theory of natural selection, Ratzel and his followers believed nations were locked in perpetual struggle for survival, and only the fittest would expand and thrive. For ethnic Germans, the lands of Eastern Europe were thus a biological necessity. The idea gained traction during the First World War, when Germany temporarily occupied large swaths of the East and established a military administration known as Ober-Ost. The indigenous peoples under Ober-Ost were treated as a reservoir of land and resources, while German culture was forcibly imposed upon them, a policy termed Kulturmission, cultural mission. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in early 1918 granted Germany vast territories far beyond Ober-Ost's original scope. But Germany's defeat later that year shattered these ambitions. Hitler never forgot this experience. He remained convinced that Germany's future Pause. 6. 2.0. Thus, rather than consolidating his gains at the height of his power, he deemed it imperative to invade the Soviet Union. For deeply ideological and historical reasons, he believed Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union could not coexist. One had to perish. This conviction led to his greatest strategic blunder, though far from his only one. The manner in which Hitler planned and executed Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, proved equally disastrous. He achieved total surprise when, on 22 June 1941, German artillery opened fire on unsuspecting Soviet troops. Yet, the timing itself was a critical error. Originally scheduled for May, the invasion was delayed until late June because Hitler had to intervene in the Balkans after his ally Benito Mussolini suffered humiliating defeats. Although the Balkan campaign succeeded, it cost him a precious month, a delay that would prove decisive. Initially, Barbarossa appeared a stunning success. German forces demonstrated their mastery of mobile warfare, encircling hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers in massive pockets. For a time, it seemed Hitler's vision of a lightning campaign across the vast Soviet plains might succeed as brilliantly as it had in Western Europe. Yet here, Hitler committed what may have been his most significant operational mistake. Instead of pressing forward toward Moscow, a drive that was advancing rapidly, he ordered the splitting of Army Group Center. He diverted key forces to reinforce Army Groups North and South, which were advancing toward Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, and Ukraine, respectively. On 21 August, he issued a directive prioritizing the capture of the Crimean Peninsula and Ukraine, economically vital regions, over the advance on the Soviet capital. His generals vehemently opposed the Meta-Pause. 6. 2.0. Though German troops continued to win battles, these were tactical victories that masked a strategic failure. When Hitler finally resumed the drive on Moscow in early October, he had already lost a crucial month. By early December, German units stood just 12 miles from the city. A reconnaissance patrol even reached within 5 miles. But this marked the high water mark of the German advance. On December 5th, the Soviets launched a massive counter-offensive that drove the overstretched and undersupplied German forces back 150 miles from the capital and industrial heartland of the USSR. By failing to take Moscow when he had the chance, Hitler ensured he would never do so, and that the Soviet Union would remain in the war. He ruthlessly dismissed any general who dared suggest tactical retreat during this critical phase. Others, fearing dismissal or worse, ceased to challenge his decisions, no matter how irrational. Consequently, Hitler assumed ever greater personal control over the German military, making himself responsible for an expanding array of operational choices. This centralization of command was another fatal error, one whose consequences became starkly evident the following year. Although the German army suffered its first major defeat in late 1941, it was far from exhausted by early one. With his declaration of war against the United States in December 1941, Hitler now faced the very scenario that had destroyed Imperial Germany, a two-front war. Victory over the Soviet Union thus became more urgent than ever. Yet, instead of renewing a full-scale assault on Moscow, Hitler again fixated on the southern front. His new objective was to seize the oil fields of the Caucasus. Once more, he launched his offensive relatively late in the campaign season, stretching his supply lines to the breaking point. He also deemed it essential to capture Stalingrad. Given the city's name, both Hitler and Stalin imbued it with outsized political symbolism. Perhaps as a psychological coping mechanism, Hitler convinced himself that Soviet forces were exhausted, a belief that proved another costly delusion. By November 1942, the German 6th Army had seized most of Stalingrad. But then the Soviets launched Operation Uranus, aiming to encircle the city. When General Friedrich Paulus requested permission to withdraw and save his army, Hitler refused, insisting the troops must stand and fight for every inch of ground. The result was the encirclement of 300,000 German soldiers. A relief attempt led by Field Marshal Erich von Manstein failed. He had only a small strike force of about 50,000 men, and area resupply, promised by Luftwaffe Chief Hermann Göring, proved impossible. Meanwhile, without Hitler's authorization, Paulus refused to break out and link up with Manstein. In February 1943, the entire 6th Army surrendered. Stalingrad became the turning point of the war. Germany lost some of its finest soldiers and officers, irreplaceable losses. The Wehrmacht could no longer mount strategic offensives on the Eastern Front, a reality confirmed later that year during the Battle of Kursk, when Operation Citadel collapsed in failure. By invading the Soviet Union out of ideological obsession, Hitler had jeopardized the vast empire he had built. His failure to destroy the USSR when he had the chance guaranteed a slow but inexorable decline from the pinnacle of power. Yet Hitler's errors extended far beyond the Eastern Front. By mid-1943, the United States and Britain had expelled Nazi forces from North Africa and launched an invasion of Europe via Sicily, advancing up the Italian peninsula. This shift in momentum forced Hitler to divert resources westward, ending any hope of winning the war before. By late 1943, it was clear the Allies planned to breach the Atlantic Wall, a chain of fortifications stretching from Norway to the Spanish border, and strike at the heart of Nazi-occupied Europe. In Führer Directive No. 51, Hitler explained his reasoning: while the vast expanses of the East allowed Germany to absorb territorial losses without existential risk, the Western Front was different. A successful Allied breakthrough there would bring catastrophic and rapid consequences. All signs pointed to an imminent invasion, no later than spring, possibly sooner. Therefore, further weakening the Western defenses for the sake of other theaters was unacceptable. Reinforcements were ordered, especially in areas deemed critical for launching long-range attacks against Britain, precisely where Hitler believed the decisive battle would unfold. By this stage, despite worsening military realities, Hitler's confidence in his own military genius had only grown. He continued to centralize command, a tendency that inadvertently aided Allied deception efforts. The command structure of German forces in the West was paradoxically fragmented. Not all armored units answered to the theater commander, Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt. Some belonged to Panzergroup West, led by General Leo Geier von Schweppenburg, who, though nominally subordinate to Rundstedt, also reported directly to Hitler. Thus, any deployment of the feared panzer divisions required Hitler's personal approval. The Allies understood that if they could deceive Hitler about the true invasion site, half their battle would be won. The confused command structure on the Western Front only reinforced this strategy. Long before D-Day, Hitler's indecision over panzer deployment, stemming from his insistence on Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, tasked with strengthening the Atlantic Wall, argued that armored divisions must be positioned near the beaches to annihilate Allied troops as they landed. Rundstedt disagreed, favoring a more flexible reserve strategy. When Rommel bypassed Rundstedt and appealed directly to Hitler, the Führer, unwilling to choose, attempted to please both. Rommel received 3 panzer divisions, 4 remained under Panzer Group West, and 3 were assigned to Army Group G, south of the Loire, also under Rundstedt's nominal command. As a result, on D-Day, Germany's best mobile forces were disastrously dispersed, with some stationed far from the invasion zone in a sector of negligible strategic importance. This was not Hitler's only blunder during the Normandy campaign. Allied deception operations, most notably Operation Fortitude, exploited the very logic outlined in Hitler's Directive Number 51. Since only a few locations offered viable conditions for a large-scale amphibious landing, the Allies focused their deception on convincing Hitler that the main invasion would come at the Pas de Calais, not Normandy. And Hitler, blinded by ideology and overconfidence, fell for it. The Allies' plan was to convince Hitler that the invasion would target Calais, the closest point across the English Channel. To reinforce this illusion, they created a fictitious formation, the 1st United States Army Group, FUSAG, which was to be commanded by General George S. Patton, widely regarded as one of the Allies' finest field commanders. The most famous element of this deception involved inflatable tanks, trucks, artillery pieces, and other military equipment visible to German aerial reconnaissance. But this was only the beginning. Carefully orchestrated fake radio transmissions were broadcast, counterfeit documents were prepared, and troops were permitted to troop movements were meticulously choreographed to suggest that Calais was the true objective. To further bolster the ruse, by this time, nearly all Nazi spies in Britain had been captured and turned into double agents under the Double Cross program. The most remarkable of these agents was Juan Pujol Garcia, a Spanish citizen codenamed Garbo. Unlike others, Garcia had originally intended to spy against Nazi Germany. After the British initially rejected his offer, he contacted the Germans, only to later reveal himself voluntarily and become a double agent for British intelligence. Garcia fabricated an entire network of 27 sub-agents, each equipped with highly detailed, plausible backstories. Through scrupulous attention to such details, and others, he and his imaginary network flooded the German high command with intelligence they believed credible, even when it was technically accurate, as it was often rendered useless by timing or context. This modus operandi dated back to 1942, when Garcia provided the Germans with just enough truthful details about Operation Torch landings to establish his credibility. The success of the D-Day landings on June 6th was only the first step toward breaching the Atlantic Wall and liberating Western Europe from Nazi control. Once ashore, the Allies needed to convince Hitler that the Normandy landings were merely a diversion, and that the real invasion was still to come at Calais. It was critical to prevent the Nazis from committing their full strength, especially their panzer divisions, to Normandy. Otherwise, the invasion might be driven back into the sea. On June 5th, Garcia sent his German handlers a warning that an urgent message would follow in the early hours of June 6th. He intended to report detailed intelligence confirming an imminent assault on Calais. But the radio operator This lapse allowed Garcia to relay more accurate information about the Normandy landings than the Allies had originally planned, though, as usual, it arrived too late for the Germans to act effectively. Garcia further cemented his credibility by expressing indignation. "I cannot accept excuses or negligence. Were it not for my ideals, I would abandon this work." Then, on June 9th, he informed the German High Command that the true invasion was still pending at Calais, backing his claim with forged documents that purported to reveal the elaborate structure of the FUSAG-led invasion plan under Patton. For Hitler, who had long believed Calais was the most likely invasion site, these reports were especially persuasive, as they appeared to validate his own military judgment. Field Marshal von Rundstedt was equally deceived. As a result, only a handful of tanks were deployed against the Allies during the critical early phase of Operation Overlord. On 29 July, nearly 2 months after D-Day, Hitler awarded Garcia the Iron Cross for his exceptional service to Germany. Even in August, numerous German forces, including 2 panzer divisions and 19 infantry divisions, remained stationed at Calais, awaiting an invasion that would never come. By then, it was far too late for the Nazis to push the Allies back into the Channel. Hitler's unwarranted self-confidence as a military leader and the chaotic command structure that reflected it cost him the chance to prevent the Allies from breaking through the Atlantic Wall and opening a 2-front war. Ironically, Hitler had been right about one thing. His earlier warning in Führer Directive No. 51 had come true. Yet his last gamble, the Battle of the Bulge in December and January, ended in failure. Less than a year after D-Day, Hitler shot himself in his Berlin bunker as Soviet forces, whose invasion he had so confidently dismissed, closed in on his position. This trait may even drive their initial quest for power. Once in control, however, megalomania tends to intensify. In Hitler's case, the combination of an already unstable personality, a grandiose millenarian ideology, and absolute dictatorial authority created the perfect conditions for self-destructive decisions made without informed criticism. Competent subordinates feared speaking up, lest they be dismissed, or worse. Adolf Hitler was far from the only dictator, before or since, to exhibit this pattern of behavior. But he remains the most infamous, not only for the war and genocide he unleashed, but also for the catastrophic strategic blunders he made in waging it. In numerous instances, Hitler could have averted defeat by choosing differently, but time and again he chose wrongly. On June 22, 1941, in the early hours of the morning, German shells rained down on the Brest fortress, reducing barracks to rubble and cutting off radio communications. Red Army soldiers, emerging from clouds of dust and making their way into shattered bunkers, found themselves completely encircled, cut off from command and facing vastly superior enemy forces. Despite this, they fought with unwavering determination. While fortress defenders withstood relentless assaults from aircraft, artillery, and flamethrowers, Soviet civilians risked their lives to deliver ammunition, and nurses braved enemy fire to drag the wounded off the battlefield. Graffiti scrawled on the fortress walls, "I am dying, but I will not surrender," became a powerful symbol of their indomitable spirit and desperate resistance. In the months leading up to that tragic June of 1941, the Soviet Union appeared to be at peace with Nazi Germany. The two powers had signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in August 1939. Secret protocols of this agreement stipulated the division of Eastern Europe between them, while the public non-aggression clause allowed Germany to focus its military efforts on its Western allies. For Stalin, the pact was a calculated strategic move. He believed it would sow discord among Western capitalist powers, weakening their positions and, more importantly, buy the USSR valuable time to strengthen its military might. Seizing the opportunity, the Soviet Union moved beyond Poland to annex the Baltic states, Bessarabia, and northern Bukovina, significantly expanding its borders. Yet this expansion fostered a false sense of strategic security. Behind the scenes, however, intelligence reports carried alarming news. Soviet agents, border guards, and even foreign diplomats warned of growing German troop concentrations along the western frontier. He suspected the British of spreading disinformation to drag the USSR into war, and clung to Hitler's assurances that the massive German troop movements near the Soviet border were merely intended to keep aircraft out of range of British bombers. Even when the GRU and NKVD presented irrefutable evidence, troop concentrations, and intercepted communications, Stalin dismissed much of it. Hitler himself had even sent Stalin a letter claiming that any German provocations would be the work of disloyal generals, urging Stalin not to respond with force, but instead to contact German officials through diplomatic channels. This reluctance to believe an invasion was imminent also stemmed from Stalin's profound distrust of his own military intelligence. The Great Purge of the late 1930s had decimated the Red Army and state security apparatus. Thousands of experienced officers, including most of the high command, had been dismissed, imprisoned, or executed. By 1941, a staggering 75% of Red Army officers had held their posts for less than a year. Experience had been replaced by obedience and fear, as a cautious and disoriented military hierarchy hesitated to deliver unwelcome news that might anger Stalin. Compounding these issues were serious flaws in Soviet deployment. The annexation of eastern Poland and the Baltics had shifted the USSR's western border 160 to 400 kilometers westward. Many fortifications along the old border were now obsolete, while Soviet divisions stationed in newly occupied territories were dangerously exposed. Airfields, barracks, and command centers lay vulnerable to immediate attack, as construction of new defensive positions had been delayed or cancelled altogether. Worse still, the Red Army lacked a deep defense system. Rather than deploying forces in echelons, with successive fallback lines and strategic reserves, many Soviet units were This meant that any German breakthrough of the initial defensive line would encounter little resistance beyond it. These defensive shortcomings were not taken seriously, largely due to prevailing Soviet military doctrine at the time. The Red Army in 1941 was structured primarily for offensive operations, reflecting the belief that any future war would involve subduing neighboring states. Much of this confidence stemmed from the USSR's vast tank inventory. The brand new T-34 and KV tanks were among the best in the world, but they constituted only a small fraction of Soviet armored forces. The overwhelming majority consisted of obsolete, mechanically unreliable models like the T-26 and BT series. Thousands of these tanks were rendered inoperable due to a lack of radios, spare parts, recovery vehicles, and trained mechanics. Numerical superiority meant little without logistics or a robust support network. The Soviet Air Force faced similar problems. On paper, Stalin's air fleet was the largest in the world, but this quantitative edge masked serious qualitative weaknesses. The backbone of its fighter force consisted of outdated Polikarpov 115, Chaika, and 116, Ishak aircraft. Though effective in the Spanish Civil War and against the Japanese at Khalkhin Gol, they were now outclassed by the Luftwaffe's Messerschmitt Bf-109s. At dawn on June 22, 1941, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, the illusion of peace shattered amidst the thunder of war. Without warning, across a staggering 2,900-kilometer front, the Wehrmacht unleashed its full might against Soviet positions. Artillery barrages shook the earth, while wave after wave of Luftwaffe bombers filled the skies, crossing the border in relentless formations. Airfields, barracks, and supply. On that fateful day, the Soviet Air Force suffered catastrophic losses. Between 1,800 and 2,000 aircraft destroyed, many while still on the ground, never given a chance to take off. One pilot later recalled, "I pulled back the tent flap and saw planes with German crosses strafing our tents. Everyone rushed out and saw the dead and wounded in the neighboring tents. I threw on my flight suit, grabbed my logbook, and ran toward the hangar. The alert aircraft, neatly lined up, were already burning. The Red Army was caught completely off guard. Border units, lacking proper preparation or retreat plans, became easy prey. Communications collapsed within the first hours, leaving headquarters scrambling to grasp the situation, let alone respond effectively. Entire divisions lost command or were encircled before they could even assemble. In the Kremlin, an ominous silence reigned. For nearly half a day, Stalin issued no official orders. Despite numerous warnings, his anti-capitalist paranoia, skillfully exploited by Hitler, led him to believe reports of German attacks were provocations designed to sabotage the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. On the front lines, initiative among officers was paralyzed. Years of purges had left the officer corps cautious and fragmented, unwilling to act without explicit directives from above. As the invasion deepened into Soviet territory, commanders faced an agonizing dilemma: resist or wait for confirmation. General Rodion Malinovsky later recalled asking, "Can we open fire if the enemy invades our territory?" The reply, "Do not succumb to provocations and do not open fire." Yet even amid the chaos, pockets of Soviet resistance flared. One of the first serious obstacles for the Germans, Germany's 45th Infantry Division, expected to capture the complex within hours, but instead became mired in brutal close-quarters fighting, cut off from command and deprived of clear orders. The fortress defenders, turning its ruins into a labyrinth of improvised strongpoints, were joined by nurses and civilians. With no hope of reinforcement, they heroically held out for 8 days against artillery, flamethrowers, and airstrikes. Further north, in Lithuania, the Soviet 2nd Tank Division launched a desperate counterattack against the German 6th Panzer Division east of Raseiniai. Most Soviet tanks were quickly destroyed, but some heavy KV-2s inflicted significant damage on lighter German panzers. In one notable episode, a single KV-2 cut off a critical German supply route, holding it for nearly 2 days. Its crew withstood everything, from anti-tank guns and artillery to satchel charges, before the tank was finally disabled. Though isolated, this action proved that, when properly employed, Soviet armor could outmatch the Germans tactically. Back in the Kremlin, the silence persisted. For hours after the invasion began, no official directives were issued. Stalin, overwhelmed by indecision, remained convinced the massive assault was merely a provocation by rogue German generals. He continued forbidding his commanders from crossing the border and ordered them to avoid any action that might escalate tensions. Even as German divisions flooded Soviet territory, Stalin kept trying to reach Berlin by phone, convinced Hitler would rein in his army. Eventually, Stalin began to confront reality, but remained absent from public view. He tasked Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov with delivering the state's official announcement. In a radio address on the afternoon of 22nd June, Molotov declared that the next day, Stalin quietly convened the Politburo and issued his first concrete orders: the creation of the Stavka, the general headquarters, under Marshal Semyon Timoshenko. Defensive lines were drawn. The Soviet Union was now fully at war. In the weeks that followed, the Soviet Western Front desperately tried to halt the German blitzkrieg, but the Red Army's disorganized defense nearly led to total collapse. Massive encirclements at Bialystok and Minsk trapped 4 entire armies. By July 9th, over 341,000 Soviet troops had been killed, gone missing, or taken prisoner. Material losses included thousands of tanks, artillery pieces, and aircraft. The situation in the south was no better. By early August, German and Romanian forces had advanced deep into Ukraine, reaching the Dnieper River and trapping 2 more Soviet armies in the Uman pocket. By early August, the situation along the Eastern Front remained dire. Behind the front lines, where the Luftwaffe reigned supreme, Soviet infrastructure suffered relentless bombardment. Factories, supply depots, and critical transportation hubs were devastated by continuous air raids. The few surviving rail lines became clogged with retreating troops, streams of refugees, and broken down equipment, creating unimaginable chaos. Ammunition depots and airfields under enemy fire had to be abandoned in haste. The scale of the catastrophe forced the Soviet state to launch an unprecedented emergency operation. Key industrial plants were dismantled and evacuated eastward by rail. Even under constant German air attacks, the Soviets managed to relocate their industry beyond the reach of advancing troops. The increased distance from the front lines gave Soviet factories the breathing room needed to ramp up production of vital war material, ammunition, vehicles, and aircraft. In the Kremlin, Soviet leadership gradually, after 10 days of public silence, Stalin finally addressed the nation by radio on the 3rd of July. Gone was the language of diplomacy. Abandoning his formal tone as General Secretary, he called on citizens to defend the motherland, form partisan detachments behind enemy lines, and prepare for a long, brutal war. A month later, Stalin quietly assumed the role of Supreme Commander-in-Chief. As the Red Army began achieving more successes on the battlefield, Stalin's public profile grew. As Supreme Commander, he placed the defense of the entire USSR squarely on his shoulders. By mid-July, the Red Army was exhausted and bleeding, but not broken. As German forces advanced toward Moscow, the Soviets managed to stabilize the front enough to halt their advance near Smolensk. From early July, Marshal Timoshenko threw every available resource into stopping the German breakthrough. By month's end, Army Group Center succeeded in encircling the city and several Soviet field armies, but at a heavy cost. Not only did significant numbers of troops from the 19th and 20th armies break through back to Soviet lines, but the delay disrupted the German timetable for Operation Barbarossa, further straining their already fragile logistics. By late August, the Red Army was ready to strike back. West of Smolensk, Soviet forces under General Georgy Zhukov launched a successful counteroffensive near the town of Yelnya. Though costly and of limited strategic value, the operation provided a crucial morale boost. It marked the first time Soviet troops had forced the Germans into retreat. While major battles raged along the main front, resistance also began to coalesce in occupied territories. In the forests and villages of Belarus, Ukraine, and Western Russia, isolated soldiers, political officers, armed with little more than determination and minimal support, these early partisan units sabotaged railways, ambushed convoys, and carried out assassinations before vanishing back into the woods. By late summer, coordination with the NKVD improved, and partisan detachments became more structured and integrated into broader NKVD operations. Though they couldn't stop the German advance, their actions forced the Wehrmacht and SS to divert precious resources to secure rear areas, further straining German supply lines. Meanwhile, other branches of Soviet intelligence worked quietly in the shadows. Cryptanalysts of the NKVD under Sergei Tolstov successfully decrypted Japanese diplomatic communications, leading Soviet leadership to conclude that Japan would not attack the USSR. Meanwhile, Red Army codebreakers began intercepting messages exchanged between the Romanian High Command and General Erich von Manstein's forces in Ukraine, providing a broader understanding of the strategic situation. By late summer 1941, frontline Soviet commanders reported an unexpected shift in German activity. Armored units that had been advancing directly toward Moscow were diverting north and south. The Soviet High Command realized the Germans were no longer focused solely on the Central Front. In the south, Red Army commanders warned of a massive buildup of enemy forces targeting Kiev, but Stalin refused to authorize a retreat. Instead, the Southwestern Front mounted a valiant yet ultimately futile defense of Ukraine, resulting in its encirclement and destruction. Total losses amounted to nearly 760,000 men, with over 486,000 killed or missing. General Mikhail Kirponos, commander of the Southwestern Front, also perished in combat. Despite these catastrophic losses, while the Southern Front collapsed, the Central Sector remained quiet, granting the Soviets precious time to form new armies, regroup their defenses, and continue evacuating industry eastward. In the north, defenders of Leningrad held the line against combined forces of Army Group North and Finnish units in Karelia, which reached the city's outskirts by September. Germany's 4th Panzer Group spearheaded the assault but failed to break through. Instead, the Wehrmacht encircled Leningrad, initiating a siege that would last 872 days. Within the city, Red Army troops established a formidable defensive perimeter, significantly reinforced by naval units from the Baltic Fleet and over 135,000 members of the People's Militia. Civilians were issued rifles and immediately deployed to frontline positions. Those who remained in the city soon endured unbearable suffering. Starvation, relentless bombardment, and disease claimed hundreds, then thousands of lives daily. With the city entirely cut off, relief efforts were extremely difficult. Nevertheless, Soviet forces maintained a fragile but vital supply route across Lake Ladoga, the famed Road of Life. This narrow corridor allowed small convoys of supplies to reach the city whenever the lake froze. Though insufficient to meet all needs, these deliveries prevented total collapse throughout the 872-day siege. Meanwhile, the renewed German offensive toward Moscow triggered panic among defenders, a situation Stalin was determined to quash before it spiraled out of control. Since the invasion began, Red Army leadership had been in constant flux. Senior commanders who failed to follow Stalin's directives faced demotion, dismissal, or even execution. This ruthless policy was starkly demonstrated in July with the execution of General Dmitry Pavlov, commander. In late October, the consequences of failure were again made clear when 25 previously arrested officers were summarily executed near Kuybyshev and Saratov. Stalin's harshness reflected his determination to eliminate weakness at one of the war's most critical junctures. The Stavka could not afford incompetent leadership. Delays on the Central Front gave Moscow's reinforced defenses time to form new armies, reorganize logistics, and dig extensive defensive lines around the capital. Stalin appointed General Georgy Zhukov to oversee the city's defense, while hundreds of thousands of reservists and recruits were mobilized nationwide. Several divisions from the Far East were redeployed to bolster the front, though most units defending Moscow were newly formed, reconstituted, or drawn from existing reserves. By early autumn, the Red Army around Moscow was no longer fragmented and reactive. It was dug in, reinforced, and preparing for the coming battle. During these tense months, the changing seasons added new pressure. Autumn brought the infamous Rasputitsa, Russia's seasonal mud, which clogged roads, bogged down vehicles, and slowed all movement along the front. Though miserable, these conditions were far more manageable for the Soviets than for the overextended Germans. defensive work continued under grueling circumstances as reinforcements and supplies trickled forward. On the home front, the USSR received vital assistance from Western allies thanks to the efforts of Soviet ambassador Maxim Litvinov. In October 1941, the first Lend-Lease protocol took effect. Though limited in scale at this stage, initial shipments delivered urgently needed raw materials, boots, trucks, and food. Supplies arrived via the Arctic route to Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, where the Soviet Navy played a crucial role in escorting, unloading, and protecting cargoes under.
Even as ice thickened and the Luftwaffe patrolled overhead, ship crews and dock workers labored tirelessly to get supplies to the front. Though modest, these deliveries provided a crucial morale boost. By late November, the Rasputitsa froze solid, bringing a new set of challenges. Temperatures plummeted and the front ground to a halt. Soviet troops still suffered from supply shortages, leading to malnutrition, ammunition deficits, frostbite, and even gangrene. However, lessons from the Winter War had taught Soviet commanders to respond swiftly. Red Army transport units employed everything: trains, trucks, horse-drawn carts, reindeer sleds, and even mule caravans to deliver essential supplies from rear depots. The climate offered no inherent advantage, but the Soviets' shorter supply lines allowed them to adapt far more effectively. By early December, Soviet intelligence confirmed that German units were overstretched, undermanned, and incapable of further advance. Months of combat had exhausted the Wehrmacht, and its own logistical failures had strangled its momentum. German forces now stood just kilometers from Moscow's outskirts, exhausted and vulnerable. The Stavka saw its chance. Within days, the Red Army quietly completed its preparations. Over 1 million Soviet troops were assembled across the Western, Kalinin, and Bryansk fronts, with fresh rifle divisions, artillery units, and tank brigades brought to full combat readiness. On December 5, 1941, the Red Army launched a decisive counteroffensive. The initial blows caught the Wehrmacht completely off guard. Coordinated, determined Soviet divisions struck across a broad front, deliberately targeting the enemy's exposed flanks. Over the following weeks, they pushed German forces back 100 to 250 kilometers from the capital. Towns such as Belev, Klin, and Kalinin were swiftly liberated in rapid succession. Morale among Soviet soldiers soared. For the first time since June, the Red Army was dictating the pace of war, seizing the initiative from the enemy. Yet victory was incomplete. German units managed to dig in and establish solid defensive lines, and the front soon stabilized. Nevertheless, the psychological shift was immense. Moscow had been saved from imminent capture. The myth of German invincibility, so carefully cultivated, was shattered. Within the Soviet Union, this triumph became a powerful unifying force, rallying the population against a common threat. Propaganda portrayed the defense of Moscow as irrefutable proof of the Soviet people's extraordinary resilience and Stalin's strategic genius. In reality, it was a brutal, improvised campaign paid for with staggering bloodshed. Since June, the Red Army had suffered over 4.5 million casualties, including 2.3 million soldiers captured and condemned to horrific fates in German POW camps. The price of survival was truly incomprehensible. Yet, against all expectations and predictions, Operation Barbarossa had failed. Moscow still stood, unconquered and defiant. The Red Army, having withstood the fiercest onslaught in modern history, had weathered the storm and altered the course of the war. On the 6th of August 1945, at 8:01 a.m., the world was shaken by an explosion that,
in mere seconds, claimed the lives of countless Japanese civilians. That morning became one of the most tragic and harrowing moments in the history of the land of the rising sun. People were heading to work as usual, children were on their way to school, and everyday life bustled through the streets and homes. Suddenly, however, an object appeared in the sky, only to crash to the ground moments later, triggering a colossal explosion. Thick smoke filled the air, a massive fireball engulfed everything, and destruction stretched as far as the eye could see. For an instant, it seemed as if the sun itself had descended upon the earth. At the epicenter of this horrific event, temperatures soared to between 3,000 and 4,000 degrees Celsius. Then, on 9th August 1945, at 11:02 a.m., another devastating blow struck Japan. In the aftermath, Japan was forced to surrender, bringing an end to the Second World War. Thus, humanity encountered for the first time the terrifying destructive power of the atomic bomb.